You know, I like how it was soon TM, and now we've just downgraded to on TM. What's next? TM? Hi everyone! I do hope you enjoyed the surprise, the slideshow of all the art I was able to find on the fan art Discord. Oh right, it's so nice to go down memory lane. Let me go ahead and click on this thing here. Let me start off making that roll call on YouTube side of things. Welcome in the stream. Okay, welcome in. And then on Twitch's side of things, let's see as I make sure to do this properly and read. As you know, reading can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but we work with it, we work through it. Let me go ahead and slide this guy down here, and we should be good. Wonderful. Well, welcome in Abe. Welcome in Chapel. Welcome in A the Ant, as well as Noi. Ulki on here as well as Craminio? Hi Sophia. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. That sounds like a new one. Welcome in. I tend to butcher names, so do correct me. And we also have here Rodrigo, as well as Dimitri. We also have here Fountainian Waters, as well as the Mamamer. And let's see. I think that's everyone. And Noi, welcome in. Hello. I hope you've all been well. Let me go ahead and slide up here so I can go ahead and get the words that were being sent. The alphabet was messed up. How could you, Ant? How could you? Oh my, and didn't realize what was going on. And look at all our lovely cursed creations. And got lovely music. The music is lovely, I do agree. And it's like little cream in Portuguese. Oh, how cute! That sounds adorable. It's like a little mini dessert. That's cute. Let me slide down here. We have, hi there, I'm Idiot. I'm there. Great ears, Sama. Soon Tiamat. Oh my, and let's see here. Hold on. I missed something, and I did it first on my screen at least. And I found Fountainian Waters. We also have here, bruh, it shows me being first, and it was real cute. How lovely, and typical Russian pinging. And oh my goodness, the thing's still not working properly. That's okay. Thank you to A the Ant for a 7-stream streak, saying TM, as well as you, the Mamamer, and congratulations on a 45 stream streak. My goodness. Thank you, and the message attaches. That's a big number. Scary. Indeed, a little spooky. And let's see here. Good day, Earth. Good day. And I was up to Earth to say who was first. I wasn't, I was watching the art. My eyes were elsewhere. I'm not a good judge of these sort of things. Oh my, and let's see here. And so Julian, KKK, I did turn on this one. Lovely. 45 ears continues to read well. 75. Did I say 45? See? Case in point. Rating is up. Oh wow. You know, when it's a really small number and when you squint. Okay, you know what? I think I know the issue here. There we go. Okay, surely now I'll read better, right? Autofilled. And I hope I reach the 50 stream streak by next week, unless sudden things. Next week, speaking of which things, as I don't have a stream, what's it called? I don't have a planning screen prep, since today will be, you'll see. I didn't think today would need a planning screen, but I can say at the very least that next week I'll be taking a break off of streaming. I take a break during the middle of the year as well as the end of the year. So next week, you won't see me, which is why we're also doing this celebration. But the week after next week, we'll be back. I will also remind you all afterwards, and then at the end of stream too, we'll go over the emotes. And hi Jack, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've been well as well. That said, yes indeed, no cover today for things that we are doing, as today is pretty straightforward and simple. As I slide this guy up here, and what scuff did I miss? And it's already the middle of the year? A little bit over the middle, but I consider the fact that since this is around the celebration time, it'd be easier to do it now instead of near 6, which is, I think, June would be middle of the year. It's past the middle of the year. And Cass, no, Iris, how will we get our goose and gas out? I'll still be on the Discord, but no streams. Let me get this water here. Thank you for that redeem. Thank you. And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. And welcome to stream.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed, drowned safely.
Right, water bottle, sure thing. I mean, you were taking care of your kitty, so one of the streams is canceled this week, and I suspect it'll happen again out of all of a sudden. That's the thing. The good news about streaming is that if something does come up, if I happen to be sick, I had considered moving it to next week, but I think it'll be better to just leave that as entirely break off, and then when we'll come back, we'll do Mecha Chameleon. There we are, words. Right, let me get that water. Hold on here. Done! Alrighty, that has been redeemed. We're all good. And Mecha Chameleon looks so fun, doesn't it? I agree. And should redeems be something now or wait for something better? Or should I redeem something now or wait for... I say wait, waiting, saving is good. It's great. And I was a fool to buy Peak when everyone moved to Mecha Chameleon. I was a fool. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here. Slide this guy right about here. And we should be good to go. Let me click on this guy right here. So one of the things I do plan to do is I would love to not only redo the Discord and tweak few things there when it comes to channels, I also plan to do it for the website here too. But for now, you have this guy right here who isn't a fool. And you can play Peak alone at least. You can, well, yeah, that's true. But it's a lot of fun to do. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a lot of, or from what I've seen, I haven't played it yet, but I do have the game downloaded and purchased as well. But I will be excited for Mecha Chameleon. And yes, speaking of IRL things, my grandma decided not to take me to her home again because she doesn't know when she comes back from Countryside House. So we settled on me arriving tomorrow. Oh, well, I hope you have fun. And why was they censored? Huh? Could you elaborate? I'm not too sure what you mean, okay? With that said, if I go ahead and do here, exclamation, let's see, WEBSITE, there we are. To those of you that don't know, I have a website you can, oh, no, it didn't send the thing. Hold on here, exclamation, and then we're gonna go ahead and do a WEBSITE. There we go. Lovely. I have a website you could go to, which is erisezra.com. And if you don't know who I am, hello, I am Eris Ezra. I am a game developer who's trying to get good at all things game development, be it programming, be it music, be it art, anything and all of the above, from even voice acting. The hope is that over time, I'll get better at all the skills that go along with game development. And one of those skills I've been trying to get better at is Pixelart. And it seems like Twitch is a real fool. Did something censor on your end, okay? And let's see, and Twitch mobile censoring fool? That's silly. And probably chat filter. Well, no, I can see fool on my side of things, so I'm not too sure why. That said, I have been streaming for about 2 years now. It'll officially be 2 years, I believe, on tomorrow, I think the 3rd. I think I started streaming on August 3rd. So this week we've been doing, or I guess this weekend, but this week we've been doing a whole celebration-a-thon, as you can see here, 2023. Technically speaking, I didn't start streaming until I believe 2024. So I've been doing YouTube content creation for a good amount of time now. And what we'll be doing today is we'll be going through some of this old art here and taking a look at it and seeing if there's anything we can modify, we can tweak now that I have a good at least 2 years worth of skill and experience under my belt. That's what we'll be doing today. That's why I don't think at least that we need what's it called? That's why I don't think at least we need a whole planning screen board. And happy anniversary. Thank you, Brunslis. Thank you. And I don't know if I said welcome into you. So welcome in as well. My goodness, I tell you, it's been a wild ride. And just seeing all the art and the differences with everything, it's lovely to see. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if any of you know, the game, Necrotype Cafe, the game I've been making. This is some of the old art of the cafe. It used to be in a basement, and the fact that now it's in like a classroom instead. But this was some of the old Gabby art, character art. A lot of these were always meant to be placeholders. So the good news is that even if I did put a lot of thought into it, I always knew it was going to be replaced. I just didn't realize it was going to be replaced by this much. But it's so nice to see just old art and things going back together, and a nice excuse for not making a bland screen. I know what I'm doing, all right, check. It was intentional. And are those skeletons? They are not. Nope. These little guys here are skeletons, but these were the characters or customers, temporary customers, since I didn't have a good idea of if I wanted to do classes or something else. These were placeholder customers. That's why they are the colors they are. And now you can turn that into Necrotype bar mannequins. Yeah, they were mannequins. Temporary guys here for whenever I was ready to continue on. We have also done recently a refresh of this art piece too here, so that's good news at the very least. And I'm just looking at these guys here and trying to think to myself, what would be a good thing to refresh? You'll also notice here too some stuff from stream art. For example here, this was, I believe, one of the very first pieces we did on stream. I think it was the second stream we did where we decided to try to learn how to draw characters. This specifically was, I think, Peko Yama from Danganronpa, and the hope was doing a mannequin and drawing her in a mannequin. So maybe we can start with her. That could be a fun idea to do. And temporary customers, they got banned. And speaking on, indeed. And I don't know, this wasn't 2 years ago. You're lying. I don't believe you. I do believe you were here as well, Jack, which is a wild thing to remember. We also have 2025, so last year. So we won't be refreshing this art, but I can't even believe this was last year. This year here was a long year, I could say. I think this was the most amount of art I did in 1 year. And I vote character mannequin purely because I'm working on one myself. And time isn't real, it can't hurt us, and they got turned into Chef's Special Stew. Chef's Special Stew. Oh my! I think a great place to start off indeed would be character. Character sounds like it'd be a great thing to do. So we'll start off, I think, with Peko and a bone soup. Hi, Agape. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hello! How it went yesterday? Hi, Kevin. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. It went better than expected after the difficulties we had. I am happy with how things ended. So I can say, all in all, I very much did enjoy myself. That said, yes, indeed. We'll start off by doing, hold on if I can find her again, Peko. It should be easy enough to find the images here, as I also have them saved. So you get to take a look at this fancy art while I go ahead and grab the characters, which should be, hold on here, as I do have an entire library full of all the previous art. So the good news is that time went flying. How are we in 2026? Where's 2017? We're a spinner! Who's spinner, if you mind me asking? And Ame, you're talking about this art specifically, right? As I slide over to this guy here, I should be able to find collections. And if I click on new, we should be able to go to this guy here, raw files. Yep, and yeah, I see. Lovely then. Give me 1 second and I should be able to grab all of these guys here. We have specifically, you are from this file here, and inside of this file remains, yep, you there. Okay. So let me go ahead and click on this guy here. I should then be able to click on this guy here as I grab these guys. And you'll be able to see too if I go into draw here. Oh my collecting of all of the different fan art. And that page right there specifically. Oh my, let me grab this guy here, and for some reason this isn't opening, but that's okay. I have a way around it, fingers crossed. If I instead go to this guy here too. As I said, the files, I grabbed all the files, I opened all the files, but for some reason the files don't want to cooperate, but that's okay. I have backups upon backups. Access singles backups, a little bit tricky, but I do have them. So let's see, grab this guy here, yep. And then if I type into you here, backup, CHARACTER, and where's the draw together art from yesterday? It will be coming tomorrow at the end. Usually I upload them on Mondays, as well as the emote, as well as the emote competition that'll also be updated or on tomorrow. So all of those things will come out indeed. I did not forget. Let me click on this guy here, and we should have available to us, these guys here. And it seems to be the case of, if I click on you here, hold on, this guy, where'd you go? Hold on. Let me grab this guy here then. And okay, no worries at all. Hi, Ray, cool, Pixelart. This one here is from Lusk. And I have to BRB since I'm kind of in the middle of the woods. Getting flooded by mosquitoes. I wish you luck there, check, my goodness. And we're closer to 2023 than 2020. clouds, which again, A-okay, as I have backups upon backup links. So I'm grabbing this guy here now, which should not take long at all, as I have a lot of them. Way too much of them if I'd have to say, but the good news is that, lots of them here. So I should be able to grab it if I can't find it there. Then there's also this guy here I can click on, and fingers crossed, this guy here will work out well. And I can read that as well. Mosquitoes are awful, I can't say that much. They're terrifying, they're a little bit on the disgusting side, and they're a little scary too. Let's see here, if I click on you, okay, I take it back. It apparently seems to be the case that the file might have been removed. I'll try one other spot, and if that doesn't work, that's okay too. My hope was that I had an entire folder full of different character artwork, but it seems to be the case. Somewhere along the line, I moved all of them, but that's all right. We'll do here then. Let's see. If I do here 2, where does that bring us to? And even worse, we're closer to 20. Don't remind me. Oh my goodness. All right, if that is the case, I don't see this guy, so that's all right. I'll come back to that a little bit later. In the meantime, let's see about doing the cloud artwork. If I go ahead and go on here for cloud, and then I'll see if I can pull up the guy a little bit later, since it seems to be the case it's not appearing. So if I type in here cloud, I should be able to grab the old cloud artwork here. There we are. And I can definitely grab you guys here. And if I click on you here and click on you here, we should be able to see this was done in 2024. So we have this guy here, and we also have, hold on as I open up this guy here as well, we have this cloud artwork as well as this cloud artwork, which is in 2024. So this guy here as well as this guy right about here. So of these two, what are you thinking we could refresh on? I'm thinking at least, I do quite like this one. I never ended up enjoying this guy right here. So maybe we can take a look at this guy too. And that's another thing. I didn't think a Pixelart of the day should be done, since a lot of this is Pixelart of the day, or at least Pixelart is eating the file. Hold on. I've done no such thing, all right? I'm not a file consumer. And hi, not Noah Pause, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong with the name. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. C-H-A-R-A-C-T-E-R. Let me see if I can pull up. And ooh, clouds of the sunset for some pretty colors. I believe this here was a reference to not a sunset. This was like something at night, which you can see with the sea, and not see, the moon, and Bobby might have eaten it. I don't think he did, or I at least hope he didn't. Looking at this Pixelart though, if I go ahead and just make a new copy of this guy, or actually no, we're just going back and tweaking things, so I don't even think I need to make a new copy. We'll just duplicate this layer here. I should be able to duplicate it. There we are. And we'll see about modifying it to see if we can spruce it up. As when I look at this guy here, I remember very specifically not enjoying the clouds because they felt very flat, and I couldn't figure out why it felt very flat at the time. This was in 2024. So my idea here is, at least, let's start off how we would for Pixelart of the day, and this, I guess you could say, maybe more on critiquing, upgrading side of things, I think is the best way to go about it. And I'm doing well, thank you. How about you? I'm doing wonderful. Wonderful and great. It's always nice to be able to look at your old art and think to yourself, man, I didn't like that. The thing is, when I was doing this art piece at the time, I already didn't like it. And I'm surprised that this guy here is 250 by 313. That's already super duper big. Looking at this guy though, the first thing I do would think to myself, all right, how many colors are there? There are a total, I'd say, of 2 to 3 colors going on. Maybe that's one of the reasons I didn't enjoy it. The main colors I see here are white as well as blue, but you could count this gray as blue, so that's why I'm thinking 2 to 3, depending on if you want to go for gray. And I will hear until I sleep. Well, I do hope when you are able to get to sleep, Ray, that it is lovely and relaxing as well. When we're looking here, aside from the color amount, next thing I tend to look at are color or outlines. What outlines are we seeing? Are we seeing any outlines, no outlines? When an art piece tends to have no outlines, at least when it comes to pixel art, it tends to look more on the realistic side. And here, at least, not seeing any outlines, so it's meant to go for more of a realistic piece, it seems like. Another thing, as we zoom in here, I'm not sure, was this a time when I knew about hue shifting? Let's see. Hue shifting, what we're looking for is this bar down here to shift as we're going across different colors. So for example, here we have this blue, and what I'm hoping to see at the very least is that when I select on this blue, I want to see this bar either moving to the left or moving to the right. This guy's gonna move, but does this bar here move at all? So if I click on this guy here, and we go to this guy, no hue shifting. This is back what I didn't know about hue shifting. Alrighty then. And then for this gray here, this gray definitely hue shifted. And I'm curious, Aris, you only have worked with Pixelart? Not at all, Kevin. I can say, and I can show to you as well, that if I click on this guy, and I bring you into planning screen here, hold on, not planning. If I bring you into this browser here, yep. I initially started off by learning regular digital art, but I wasn't moving in the pace that I wanted. I can show you as I slide on over to here. And I apparently go down a little bit, moving myself up. Here, this. I did draw this once upon a time. This was, I think, before 2023, so a while ago. I haven't done regular digital in a second or two. But after drawing this, I thought to myself, you know what? No, I'm gonna try something else. That's why we're here at Pixelart. And how to know if I have to shift right or left? That's a great question, not new a pause. Let's go over that as I slide my body back over to the right spot. And I click on draw here. As this is definitely, I'd say, 100% beginner. This is when I was still learning Pixelart in whole. And actually, the hue shifted one to the right and one to the back to the left. Is it so? Also, speaking of, hold on. Let me get my glasses off. So, I usually follow hue shifting on if I want a piece to feel warmer or cooler. When I'm talking about warmer versus cooler, it's up to opinion, I'd say. A lot of people tend to think and tend to decide on... Well, never mind.
No, we're going back to glasses.
Let me get out that 10-minute timer here. There we are. And my friend can't get back in pixel art. I can't get back into normal art. That is wholeheartedly understandable. I can say that one. 10-minute timer is on the clock here. I can say, for example here, we have a green color, right? So we have, if I go over here, we have a green color. You can hue shift this color to being either warmer or cooler. Some people like having their shaded colors as cooler. Some people like it having it as lighter. So for example here, I can go over to the left in this yellowish area, and these are your warmer colors compared to this area here, which are your cooler colors. So if I want to make the screen warmer, what I would do was shimmy shuffle this guy over here more towards yellow, and I'm gonna make him a little bit darker. So we can say at least, as I zoom in a little bit here, that if we were to shade with cooler colors, or warmer colors rather, forget me on the words here, if we were to make this shadow warmer, that's an option, that is the art style. Other people tend to decide to make the shadow cooler. It's really up to you how you feel about it. So if I grab this green guy again, and we go over to the cooler colors instead, and we go down a little bit, we can go down here, oh hold on, there we go. So it is a matter of opinion whether you like it being warmer or cooler. It depends for me. I usually like to go for cooler colors. Another thing I do is that when I'm changing colors, I'll also go for making my darker colors more saturated and a little bit darker. So my rule of hand usually is that if I have, for example here, this green, for my next darker green, so if I grab this guy here, make it a little bit bigger, if I start off with this green, I'll go down here a little bit more, so down and left and down, and then I'll go a little bit cooler, so something like this will be my next color. Then I'll go left and down, right, left, right and down again, and I'll go something a little bit darker, and then I might go right and down one more time about here, maybe make it a little bit less saturated so it's not as pop as much. And this would be my color palette instead. When you're looking at this guy here, you can kind of see right there at the bottom how that guy doesn't move. But when I'm looking at this guy, so these guys, notice how this guy, now he's moving everywhere. And I've tended to find, is that a word? I've found it to be the case that hue shifting makes my art a lot more poppy. And let's see here, and slide to the right, slide to the left, and put those glasses back on. And wow, it looks really nice. Thank you as well. Oh my, let's see here. And take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Reverse. Oh my, and I've done pixel arting so long that I cannot do traditional art anymore. I don't blame you. I've been trying to get back into traditional art here and there, but oh boy, is it so nice to just do pixel art. It feels as though everything I've ever wanted to do can be accomplished in pixel art, so I never really want to go back. And except for the yellow, which shifts to darker orange, yeah, that's the thing though. Some people like making the darker yellow into a green. This is the idea of that in the world, at least I believe from my understanding. The reason why you want to shift to cooler colors when you're doing shadows is because in the atmosphere, the sky itself is blue. Blue is a cool color. So because blue is over here, when you're making things darker, to our eyes, because we see things with the sky is blue, you'll want to go to the cooler colors over here to mimic that feel. And if you were going for something more on the alien side, maybe the sky is warm or red, then you would want to go for warmer shadows instead. We know now who the old people are in chat. I mean, what? I know, it makes a lot more difference. I get it. Thank you for asking. Thank you indeedy. And let's see here. As far as I know, the consensus with shading is that lighter shifts towards yellow and darker shifts towards indigo. I have heard that as well, yeah. Some people, and let's see here. Yeah, yellow, oh, that's a really harsh yellow. Yellow and purple, I believe, are usually the favorites. I say blue because I use a lot of purple, so Since I use a lot of purple, you can't really shift purple to purple, so I tend to say blue instead because it's always this area right here. So whatever is closest to your left. For example, here, if we wanted to go cooler, you would go to the right instead because this area over here is cooler instead of this area. So it depends, but since I usually do purple, I say blue. And I just vibe colors. Yeah, well, initially, when you don't know about colors, how can you vibe colors if you haven't done it before? And let's see, in a clear day, when it isn't being hit directly by light, it's mostly affected by the blue of the sky. Yeah. And let's see, and learning this hue shifting is really good to know. This is solid info. I'm glad you think so. And let's see here. And I actually did Pixelart because I wanted to see art on stream, art on a screen. And since I didn't have a drawing tablet and didn't want to torture myself in drawing normal on mouse, I found Pixelart here. Well, how sweet? No, how sweet. That is lovely to hear. It's the fact that the people have gotten into Pixelart due to my hijinks. With that knowledge that we have now, let's try hue shifting. But one thing first, before we do that, is I want to take a look here at our contrast. Another thing that I've realized over the years is that I like art pieces that tend to have a high contrast. What do I mean by high contrast? Well, if we go here into sprite, and we go here into color mode, and we go here into grayscale, what you'll be able to see is that everything now is in black and white. What I've noticed is that I like my lighter colors really bright, and I like my darker colors very dark. So what I would do here is I would want to, as I have a hotkey for this guy here, so it lets me see it a lot easier. It's a plugin that you can get for Ace, right? But what I'm noticing here is that our colors they're not too close together. I can still make out the shadows in this piece, even if it's in black and white. But if I want to emphasize the light parts and dark parts, we might try to make our darker colors super dark and our lighter colors maybe even brighter. So let's try to do those changes. Hue shifting as well as separating our values. For example, when you look up to these guys, notice how there's a big old difference between these four. Maybe not between these two guys as much, but compared to these guys here, notice how these guys are soft while these guys are harsher, depending on the feel of the piece you're going. In this case, I'd say this is very fluffy, so we'll try to keep it light and maybe more on the pastel side of things instead of harsher colors. I didn't study any coloring closely. I say if it's one thing I want to get better at, it's colors. Colors are one of my favorite topics. And if anyone wants to study colors, and Light by James Gurney, hold on, Oki, let me copy that, as I do love me a good book. Let me click on this guy here, click on this guy here, and let me pull that up. Is that, oh, I have that book. I can say from reading that book, I didn't really find it very helpful. I have the book on the shelf, but that one there, out of all the ones I saw, it might help you though. I can't remember at this moment in point, maybe I could get up to go see about the books on my bookshelf, but out of all the colored books I've gotten, that one there was a little bit more on the confusing side, but I am happy to hear that it helped you as well. Okay, for some people, reading different, reading different things helps a lot. So with those changes that we have, and light for visual artists is more in depth, yeah, it gets in, I think, into the science of light, which I like science, but it got into a little bit more of the confusing sides, which I don't know as much. And let's see, I think I did read that as well. Hue shifting is affected by temperature of the light, as in cool room light. Yeah, temperature makes a lot of sense. Looking at these guys here, what we're going to do is see about making a new palette. So grabbing these guys, let's try to compare our old to our new. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, as this is our Cloud's copy here, I believe if I hide this guy here. Okay, we'll grab all of these guys here. That way we can grab them and yoink them. So I'll grab all of this bit here, grab all of this guy here, do a new layer. Let's call this layer our palette layer. So I'll call this guy here our good old pal. And we'll go ahead and delete this guy here too. That way we don't have to deal with it. And then with our palette, let's also grab all of the old colors I used. So as a comparison, we have this color here, we have this color here, we have this color here, and I believe one more color here. This almost makes me think of like a, what's it called? Game Boy palette, which I think are a total of 4 colors. So we'll try to keep similar to that, 4 colors only if we can. Though, again, I've used more colors than 4 now, but I've also done 2-bit challenges here and there. So really, it's just a matter of interest. We'll go ahead, save this guy. That way I don't ruin anything. And we'll go ahead and hide our cloud. So, as a new comparison, oh, one more thing to check is too, is my white here 100% fully pure white? It is not, which is good. That's good. Usually, another thing I see too, especially when it comes to big editors, is they'll typically make their white 100% white and then their black 100% black. I believe I did this a lot in my old art. If we go back even more, a rule of thumb is that instead of making it 100% white, don't make it that much. Go a little down, and it's a small change. It's still technically white, even here where you can see the black. Might do maybe more so like a color here. So it's not 100% black. Making it not 100% of that color can also make it have a little bit of a different mood. And 4 colors, also known as 2-bit palette. Is it? I thought a 2-bit, oh no, is there such thing as wait, what's 3 colors then? If 2 colors is 1-bit, and 4 colors is 2-bit, what's 3 colors? And hi, Raymars, welcome in the stream. Welcome into stream. welcome into screen. welcome into stream. Welcome in. There we are. At 100% white, terms only people with HDR screens use. I have heard of screens and monitors and hertz, and that is a topic I know nothing about when it comes to technology. And if you're gonna update the colors, update the background first. Choosing a background at the end is tricky. Color is contextual. Interesting, okay? I can say at least that I don't typically start with the background. I start with the main piece and then go from there. But that's interesting to hear that there's other people who start from the background and then go up. What we'll do is, and what you doing there, Doc? Hi, Ed. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. What we're currently doing is going through my old art here and trying to refresh it a little bit. What you'll be able to see is that there is this Claude piece I made about in 2024 here, and the hope is to modify it and see if I can take some of the new things I've learned about Pixelart and tweak it a little bit. And what we're talking about right now is the fact that the color palette could use a little bit of an update. And 3 is 1.58. 5. Oh, that's a lot of numbers. So what we're going to do here, I think, is we'll stick to this kind of soft blue. And here I thought the dots were your artwork. Isn't it beautiful? What we're going to do is I quite like this blue. So let's paste all of our colors around this blue. And 10 minutes is up. So we're going ahead and remove the glasses now. Thank you for that redeem. And log 2, 3 basically. It's interesting it's not in like more of a, it's not even like a 2.5 or 1.5D. The fact that it is 1.585, that is interesting that it's, what's it called? Yeah, it's more of a math calculation. What we'll do here is hue shift. So we'll go darker a little bit, posture check. Can do.
Thank you for that just redeemed
thank
posture
you.
check.
We'll go here a little bit, and remember, we're going to hue shift, so we're going to go to the right a little bit here. So instead, maybe we go with this color. This guy seems a little bit darker, so we'll keep faithful to that, make our guy here a little bit on the darker side. So possibly something like this, which is a little bit darker than that. And then we need our gray color, so we'll go down a little bit more, maybe darker, and this gray gives a feeling more, I'd say, of, what would you call it? Something more on the side of it being like a cloudy day. The mood not as bright, not as cheery, so I'm interested to see how this is going to work out. What we're looking at here is that this gray I'm using, or this rather blue or gray, it depends on what you think when you look at it, but it's actually darker, so you know what, let's keep it. And then we'll also make this color our brighter white, so we'll go up here to this area, and maybe go for something that's of that color. So you can kind of see the difference between the two. It's not a lot of a difference, but maybe it'll be a big difference. We'll see. And like 3-bit is 8 colors because 2 to the power of 3 is 8. Oh yeah, I have heard at least 1-bit is because of the 1 byte. So using it, depending on it being 0 or 1, is that why it matters with the 8 color? I'm guessing at least, maybe. With that said, let's go ahead and first try to make these guys a little bit different. I'll also merge these guys here. So let's see, ORIGINAL, original clouds, CLOUDS, CLOUDS. There we are, original clouds. And this is going to be our tweaked clouds, TWEAKED, CLOUDS. And cloudy days are tricky. Yeah, the thing is, I've also noticed that apparently I tend to go for harder challenges when that's never my intention here. What we're also going to do is we're going to use the bucket tool, make sure that our contiguous, I believe, should be, let's see, if I grab this guy here, contiguous should be unchecked. If it's unchecked, then it'll change the color of everywhere that it's used. So we'll go ahead, we'll fill this guy into this color, fill this guy into then this color here, fill this guy into this color, since it's already, that's already that color, fill that guy into that color there. How does it feel to you think? Just changing the color palettes. I could say I kind of like, it's okay. I like how this one has a lot less blue in it. This one has a lot more blue, so I'm not feeling it as much. If anything, maybe we can kind of combine them, as this almost feels like a pinkish blue, the white here. Would you look at that? Here I thought it was pinkish. It actually is more the pinkish side of red, which is interesting. So maybe what we can do here is go for, yeah, I do think this is interesting, but it's a lot more blue than I would want. So maybe we can lessen the blue in the background a little bit and tweak it a smidge, and which also works for one color. If there's only one color, you don't need to store any information, so it's 0-bit. That makes a lot of sense. In cloudy days, below the clouds, remove a lot of the hue shifting, blocking the yellows from the sun and blue from the sky. And the shadows kind of disappear besides proximity ones. That makes a lot of sense. The technical side of things, the thing is, when I made this, I wasn't thinking about the technical sides. I was trying to draw a cloud. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. I still might have the image that I used when I initially made this piece. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can find it. As I did record it. So if I click on you here, click on you here. Let's see. And there's just to be single colors or transparent. If I click on here, let's see you here. We type in cloud, C-L-O-U-D. I might be able to find the original cloud video, and then we can also see what my reference was when I initially used it. So if I go back to this guy here, and I click on you here, oh, you know what? Actually, I might have the file. Hold on here. Going back up into the backups of backups. If I go into the old files here, and then I go into, let's see, this is going to be in videos here. Let's see. Yep. Okay. And then clouds, drawing clouds. Yep. Hold on. I might have it saved. I think I do. Yes, I do. Okay. I got ya. So, just as a show of what it was originally supposed to be, this guy here was what this guy was. I did a different color palette. I don't know why I already made it hard on myself by choosing different colors than the art piece itself. I like the colors of this a lot more than this, but I still am very proud of this compared to the one that we have here. So this image is from this guy here. And you know what? I'll also post this on Discord to those of you that might want to use the colors or use the original reference images. So I'll post it in stream discussion. There we are. Words can word properly. So I'll drag and drop this guy. And then the second guy that we have here is, as I drag and drop this guy here too, you'll notice too as well, I'm looking at this, is that I went entirely off board when it came to color usage. This is what it's supposed to be, which is nothing like this. I don't, you know. It definitely is a thing. Are you sure I didn't have a third option? Are you sure? No. Oh, I do have this. This apparently was my initial try. I called it, let's see, do I have the Sprite folder? Let's see, hold on here. .asprite, do I happen to have it? I don't, but I do happen to have my first attempt, which I ended up scrapping. But that looks a lot closer to this. Colors still aren't comparable, so it makes me wonder if maybe I used the color palette instead. But maybe, what do you think we should do with that? Hi, Genius MC. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Remember me, Eris. I will attempt to do my best. My memory, not so good, but I'll try. And really tricky light scenario scream discussions. Did I say scream? I can't word. I am screaming internally, that's for sure. Oh my. It seems to be the case that indeed I chose very hard references to base the artwork off of, which is why I ended up scrapping this guy and going for this instead. Okay, let me just double check to see. Is this the actual image I chose? Hold on here. Yep, let's see. Is this the actual guy I ended up choosing? I think so. Yep, So, the reason why this guy came out a little wonky is because I DIY'd it. I didn't use a reference image. I just took the tips and tricks I found offline. And that's why I ended up looking like this, which is why it might feel a little bit off. Hi, Timmy. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And hi. And then bye. Gotta be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. No worries at all. And could you make drill hair tutorial, please? Hello, a mogul culture? Maybe, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. I don't do tutorials. I believe we have done a study on drill hair, possibly. But if not, I definitely do plan to do one eventually, as doing, what's it called? Princess twirls, princess hair has been one of my to-do things. So we will be doing a study on it. Not soon, as in like in the next day or so or the next week, but definitely on the topic of to-dos in the next coming weeks. There we are. And it's Sonic Addicts. I see. And editing you now, and you want to become a Minecraft YouTuber? Well, I wish you luck indeed. And there's a pixel artist. There's a pixel artist I love that does mostly cloudy skies. Sure thing, okay. That's the thing too. This was a time when I didn't use something called PureF. I didn't know about PureF. If I make this, you can already see it, lovely. This is from the draw together, but if I make this guy bigger, what you'll notice is that it is an entire board of reference images you can use. This was a time before I knew this program existed. And to those of you that are looking for the name specifically, as it is an 100% free program. There we are. I can go ahead and type on here, PUREREF. There we are. Kira. There we go. I believe I spelled... I can't even spell. Hold on. You saw nothing. Hold on. I'll also post it here in the sky. Lovely. Yes, this here was a time before I used PRF. So, oh, it was also a time before I also used, what was it called? Words. What was it called? The thing that's on the thingamajiggy that I use often now. Spiders resource. Yes. Okay, so I think the biggest changes were I now started using a reference sheet so I could see images as I'm working on it, as well as using, as I hide this guy here and click on this guy here, if I were to go to, as I search this up super duper quickly, SPRITERS, there we are, Spiders Resource, and then I were to bring you to, as this guy loads for a quick old second here, and I click on this guy here, Spiders Resource. Also a thing that I started using, not during this time this art piece was made, but I think that was another reason why my artwork improved. Because with the Spiders Resource at least, you can, for example, find images and find references or I guess the raw files of games that you enjoy that happen to be pixel art. It might be found on here. And say I wanted to learn how to draw a hamster, you could download the direct files from this game. This game being, hold on if I can see it, this game being Hamtaro Customs. And say you really like the way this guy looked, you could click on the download button here, and then you would be able to drag and drop it into, hold on here, drag and drop it into your Pixelart program of choice. In case, since I use Sprite, I would drag it into Sprite, and then it would let me see more in detail on how the sprites work, and that can help a lot, especially when you're trying to learn different techniques and getting confused, especially when you make the Pixelart so big. So what we'll do is, since it's to be the case that this guy here makes no sense because the logic is wrong, we'll try tweaking it a little bit. But the issue is that since the reference image I actually didn't use as a reference, it's a little bit hard to try to redo. And let's see here. Also, the bit palette count is based on binary, hence the name. Yep, 2-bit means there are 2 binary digits, well, which means there are 4 possible numbers. That also makes sense too, idiot. That also makes a lot of sense too. I found them. Shellfost. Hold on, let me copy this guy here. Then let me paste this guy into here, and we can take a look at this. Hold on. I can't show the full thing because Twitter does Twitter things, but hopefully I can find an image of their artwork here, as it is lovely. I do agree. I can click on this guy here, and then as I click on this guy here, we can take a look at the artwork shared. This guy right here. Let me drag this guy down as, yeah, I think a big thing that has helped my Pixelart improved is observations. Looking at other people, really trying to see why their art works the way it does. For example here, this is the artworks this is the person that Oki linked, Shellfost. And if we zoom in on these beautiful clouds here, what are things we're noticing? What are things that we can apply to our own art here? For example, I'm noticing at the very least, this art piece has our kind of blue that we had the feeling of. This feels more like mist, but looking at it, there seems to be the case of we have a light background, or maybe like that's the background. So we have a medium background, and then it goes a little bit brighter, and then it goes a little bit darker, and then it changes the entire colors to sort of white. And then when you take a look at mine, doesn't do that entirely. So the idea here is that you would kind of compare and contrast, take different artists. So you wouldn't just use one person. You tend to use about 3 people, but you take a look at art you enjoy, then you try to dissect it and think to yourself, man, why do I like the way this thing feels? And what we'll do is we'll take this area here, the spot specifically, and let's see if we can reference it and modify it to be a little bit more comparable to what's going on in their artwork here. And I never noticed that. And really low contrast between the shades. Ooh, yes, that's a lovely thing to point out too, Oki, as if I do file new here, which I should be able to do, we can also pull it into here and also take a look at the grayscale. If I do grayscale here, as I move our paragraph to being up here, you can notice at the very least, this background area, low contrast, but as you're going forward and closer to the screen, higher contrast. That can also play a point too. So we talked about contrast earlier. Contrast was one of those things I really enjoy, and it varies a lot. Indeed, here at least, it's bright and then it gets darker. Here, it gets bright, then gets darker. Here, it seems to get bright, get darker. And as well here, bright, kind of darker, and then a little bit lighter. So this one here, it seems to be more so of a middle ground, which is interesting to see. So for ours, I kind of don't want to do gray as much, or at least this guy here. I want to add another color. Right now, this feels a little bit too monochrome, which is just using one color. Right now, the entire color, or the main color I'm using is blue, and I don't quite like that. And the clouds in the third image have slight value shifting. Hold on here. This is the third image. Yes, we have a little bit of orange going on here, as well as pink. So if we were, and also blue here too, blue is the background. If we were to try to go for something similar to that, how might we do it? What I'm thinking is, at least, we know for certain that this guy here, I kind of like, or this feels purple when I'm looking at it, but it's actually blue. This guy here at least has a value shifting in the sense of this guy here, blue, this guy here, more on the green side of things. So what I'm wondering is, maybe we can make our sky a little bit more on the blue side, which is to say, if we go to this palette guy here, we can go way over here and give us that color. And then for our white here, maybe we can go more so in this area here, slide it over to being that color. That might make a difference too. So we're gonna copy this guy, undo this bit here, so that we can kind of get the different iterations of our colors. And then we'll go ahead and modify this guy. So this was our attempt number 2 at attempting to see about what things we could modify. So now I'm going to go here, I'll make this into Tweak Clouds 2, and then let's see. Tweak Clouds 2, just changing the colors. Does this at all make a different difference? Words. If we go ahead and just change the color here, and we also change our, hold on, we change the whites to be instead this. Ooh, now see that I can get behind. That I can get behind entirely. It adds a lot more flavor compared to this. This feels more monochrome, but by switching our white to be more yellow, and then our background here to be more blue, it gives it an entirely different feel. And I like this feel a lot more, for example, than this here. Now this, I'm wondering as well, is this darker than what I originally started with? Definitely. It's definitely darker, but it also ups the contrast. So this one, our old one, ends up feeling softer because the background's not as dark. This guy has a lot more contrast, you can kind of see. Background's a lot darker. Is that the feeling we're going for though? That's up to you on what you want. I think the yellow should be more lime, feels too contrasty. See, that's the thing with feelings. I like how contrasty it feels. I tend to like high contrast art, depending on the thing we're going for here. But you're saying lime. I am open to trying lime. So if we go here to here, oh, you know what? Another thing too is talking about what's it called? Complementary colors? I believe that's the case, where it's the idea of on the color wheel, if I can click on this guy here, possibly we'll be able to go to the color wheel. No, that's not the color wheel. Color wheel, kind of, sort of. Is it this wheel I'm thinking of? I don't know if, let's see, RG, RYB, I think it's this one here that I'm looking for specifically. But we have here on this side blue, and then we have this here on this side yellow. Maybe that's why I like it a little bit more. It's the idea that yellow and blue here are complementary colors, so they appear across from each other. Though we could also go for more of a green. They're kind of more colors that are beside each other. I believe, and I don't remember the word specifically, but colors that appear beside each other are called something different than colors that appear across from each other. I tend to like colors paired together when they're across from each other. So for example, I like pairing pink with green. I don't know if you can see it, pink and green. And then you have blue and yellow as well as a blue and yellow on me too. So saying that, we can definitely see about if we go back to our color tint, shade, and tone here and take a look at it. So if I zoom in here a little bit, analogous, is that it when it's beside each other? Analogous, that does sound familiar, yeah. What we can see about is if I copy this guy here too, and we modify it again, oh hold on, wrong guy here. If we copy this guy here, and we shimmy shuffle it down as we grab this guy here, you're saying, AB, to slide it over to be lime, which we can certainly do. More of a limey tone, possibly we can see about doing something here instead, more of a limey tone, it's still pretty bright. So there's also the option of either A or, hold on, B. Oh, hold on. Actually, let me make it a little bit brighter. That's an unfair choice here. Let's see. Possibly that color here. So A or B. A or B. Kind of sort of like that, right? A or B. That definitely feels like it's a lot different. We have this color here versus this color. It seems to be the case that they're also around the same color idea. But for my sake and for what I enjoy, I'm gonna go with yellow. I like the yellow and blue feel we have instead. And what we'll do then, as we also save that guy there too, another thing that I'm thinking about is the fact that this yellow's pretty warm against the cool background. So maybe it's the case we can make this blue here more warm. That would be sliding it over to this area here instead. So is it possible we can have our background in this area and then slide our clouds over to the green instead? That way we stay away from cool colors? Possible. And be careful with HSV color pickers though. HSV is quite old and doesn't preserve saturation / brightness with hue shift. Newer stuff like OKHSL solves this. I believe it's something we covered before Ray March in the sense that there's 2 color wheels. You have the more updated one, which is for screens. I believe that's where CMY came from. And then you have your RGB, which came from LED screens. I don't remember the specifics, but I know that there's a color wheel specifically for paints and physical paints and how paints mix in real life compared to how paints mix and how colors mix when it comes to digital art. I know that there is a difference. I don't remember what. And CMYK was actually made. I see. So CMYK was made for inks and paints then? Is that the one I'm thinking about? And then RGB was made for LED screens, if I'm not mistaken. Go again. I could definitely be mistaken. And CMYK and RGB is something else. So OKHSL is something different. I see. Well, I'll look into that a little bit later then, as I copy this guy here. So I'll copy this guy, save this guy for a little bit later to look into as I click on this guy here. Lovely, lovely. Thank you for that information. So let's see, well, alphabet you too. Alphabet to you too. So something I'm going to do here is that we already have some sort of warm, we have a warm feel going on here because we're using colors in that area. What I'm thinking is at least, maybe instead of making the white green, maybe we can make our white instead yellow and then our lighter colors here more of a green. So what I'm going to do instead here is I'll copy this guy, slide him down a little bit. It's basically this. Hold on, let's see. And the left one is the one that you have. I think at least I prefer the left one. I can understand this one being more reliable, but I like the way this feels. Maybe it's also because me and new things don't get along quite well, but I can see what you mean by here. It's interesting that, let's see, green, or at least red and blue, the red and blue are across from each other instead of blue and yellow and orange. I would prefer the HSL one. Let me close this guy here. Though there might be differences or different preferences. We'll go here, I can go ahead and close this guy here. We'll then go back to this guy here. All right, so color-wise, taking a look at this guy here, I'll go ahead and copy you here. We'll slide you down. Oh, wrong guy, apparently. Wrong guy. We'll copy you here. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to make our blues here a little bit more green. So I'm going to slide you over to here instead. So we'll go to this guy here. So this guy will get shimmy shuffled down to green instead. Might be something like that instead. And then you might go down a little bit more over to this area here. And I might have to switch to OKHSL when I'm using color wheels. I might. You should give it a try, definitely. There's no harm in trying something. I think it's a lovely thing. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to go here instead of having it be really green. I'm going to go, I think, for yellow here. Then I'm going to go for like a limey color. Then we're going to go for a darker green here. And then we're going to go for like a lighter blue green for our background here. Kind of maybe something like that instead. Is that still? Yeah, that's pretty good. And the contrast also isn't as harsh as it was for the other guy. So I think possibly this might work out a little bit nicer. Maybe we can even make the background darker too. There's two different options. So I'm going to save both of them here. So with that idea in mind, let's see if updating the palette gives it another feel. So we'll make this into tweak clouds number 3 here. And the main issue is when you hue shift and think it is the same brightness, but since HSL or HSV are so messy, they get wildly brighter as you move. I have heard that too, yeah. The fact that at least that your brightest blue might be different than your brightest yellow. I have heard that before. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. You're going to be tweak clouds number 3 here. There we go. And with that said, let's go ahead and see about changing it to be this color palette instead. Still trying to keep faithful with the idea of it being 4 colors. So if I grab this guy here, we have this is our lightest color, and possibly this is our next color here. So if we go ahead and change that to be that there, we then change it to be this color here for green, but that feels very green. I'm not too sure how I feel. This feels more Game Boyish, but truth be told, I'm not too opposed to the Game Boyish feel. It's not bad. Definitely, I think it is an improvement from this guy. It feels like it has a lot more flavor. It feels like it has a lot more flavor. I think out of all of them, though, I prefer maybe, let's see, there's that one there. There's also this one here. This one here. You know what? I kind of do like this guy here. That just doesn't feel in flavor. I'm surprised. I am surprised ad breaks are about to commence so soon. There we are, words. We can also go for a darker color or a lighter color here too for less contrast, but I kind of like this. And yeah, I like the last one, feels Game Boy. Yeah, and an air secret identity unlocked. We'll go for this one then. I feel like the feel of this one that uses the principles of hue shifting as well as the attempt of trying to make sure that we stick to 4 colors. We could always add another color, but I believe for this one specifically, I stuck to 4 colors in the hope of not making it too harsh on myself. And it makes me wonder, did I find a color palette online or did I make my own color palette? I'm not too sure. With that said, what we're gonna go ahead and do is save this guy. Ad breaks are about to start, so when we come back, we'll actually start modifying the shapes of the clouds and seeing if we can stay a little bit more faithful to how clouds look. So again, trying to keep the same feel, but do different shading and do different lighting. We'll do that for about another, I'd say 30-ish minutes, and then we'll move on to the next art piece. And in the meantime, while the ad break is going, I'm going to see if I can find that Pekka Yama art that I was talking about earlier. So we'll let the ad breaks do their ad breaky thing, and then we'll go from there. So I'll go ahead and save this guy, and with that said, let me see if I can drag this guy over and take a look at it. So I'm going to hide this guy for just a brief second here. It is wild, I can't say most certainly. The fact of looking at older things and seeing them tweaked and modified, it's lovely. I can't say that for certain. Let's see here. You here, you here, you here. Yeah, but you here specifically. What if I sort you by oldest post? Surely I have you as oldest post, right? I gotta have you as oldest post. We have here that guy there, then the clouds guy here, and then we have trees. Yep. We have the waterfall. Ooh, we could definitely take a look at the waterfall too, possibly. That could be a fun idea to do. What waterfall I'm talking about is the one I made in 2024, which was this guy right here. I made a big old waterfall. I don't know if definitely because it's such a big piece. I think maybe we could take a look at rocks, possibly. I think this is where I started to use, what's it called, hue shifting? I think this is where I started to use it at. And I believe this is also where I started to take a look at using things like the sprite resource and other areas that were possible for me to use. So there's that one we can look at. We can also take a look at this guy here, which is another piece that I did a long time ago in 2024 too. And very nice hues, thank you. I am such a fan of using like greens and blues together and yellows. That's one of my favorite, what's it called, color trios possibly? There's this guy here that I did a long time ago as well. And then there's this guy here too, which could be fun to do just for character art, because it is character art. So this guy here, I was trying to figure out how to do a model and how to do them depending on the different heights and the clothing and the hair. That might take an entire time to see about tweaking. But there's that guy, and let me see if I can find, oh, there's also this guy. I completely forgot about you too. This here. This was me trying to do a scene for a flower shop. I am still, to this day, very proud of this specific area right here and figuring out how to do the fluffy bushes and leaves. This is more how I've been doing clouds, so it feels very cloudy, I'd say. I'm not too sure how I feel about that flower, but all in all, I really enjoyed doing this guy here. So let's see, can I find possibly the clouds? Yep, that's that there. Let's see, that's that there. Let me slide down here as the ad breaks are still going, so we're a-okay and good to go there. We have that guy there as our time lapse. We have the donuts. Aha! I found you! Possibly, that's eggs, that's character there, that's clothing. So possibly you're going to be that there. So I'm thinking possibly we might find you in, is it this here that we're looking for? And I click on you here. Nope, that's for this guy here. That's that change there. Interesting one there. Let's slide down here as ad breaks are still going, so we're all good to go. This is so fun looking back on memory lane. We have here the space guy as well. Let's see. Character guy is what I'm looking for specifically, but I'm not saying it's safe, but it should be safe. That's what I'm really confused about. We also did a food study before, animal study, fire study here too. There's the Valentine's Day we did, as well as the objects, but for some reason I'm not able to come across it. Seems to be I also see on here me and Snow too. How lovely. There was also the templates we did, as well as the roads, but no, not finding that character specifically, that character art, which is interesting and odd. You know what? I have one more avenue we can take a look at as ad breaks are up. So welcome back from the ad breaks. Welcome back in. It seems the files I uploaded online don't have Peko Yama, but I'm curious to see, did I happen to save it in a different file? I wonder. So if we go into here, we then go into characters here. Yep. And we go into, as I make this guy a little bit bigger here, a sprite. Is Peko on here? Possibly, perchance, perhaps. If I sort this all by date instead, so let's see, sending here, old art. We have Peko possibly, Peko, we have River City Girls Collection here, character study. No, she's missing. Maybe I happen to have deleted her character art in total, which would be a shame, but I'll keep looking the next time we have the ad break, and maybe I'll be able to find her, as she's here somewhere. I'm just not sure where she's at specifically. So let's, okay. Alrighty then, let's keep going. And assassinated? It's what it seems to be. She's missing entirely from my file spread, which is so odd. Huh, I'll keep looking for her though, as she's gotta be here somewhere. I just don't know where she went and where she could have gone to, but she's just disappeared. Poof, gone. With that said, let's keep working on our clouds then. As I click on this guy here, we'll close out this guy here, close out that guy here, close out these guys here too, as well as our waterfall. We already have the reference saved for this guy here. We'll click on this guy here, close you here, as we're not going to need you for now at least, and take a look at our clouds again. So the next thing I would take a look at, as we do have some references to our cloud study as well, which is good. We have previous work we can look at. So now, with the knowledge that I have currently, let's see if we can modify it, as I have saved notes on clouds, which is good. I at least have that I know for certain where to find. So if I go to this guy here, we go then to environments here, we go into environments, I should be able to open up this guy. I should then be able to click on you here, and it should load in environments, and these are the notes I have from my previous environment studies, and you should be able to see, hopefully, some clouds that we could take a big old reference and take a look at as well. So we'll go ahead and slide this guy here, and this is something I do for just my, what's the word I'm looking for? This would be what I would do for my new workflow when it comes to Pixelart. I wouldn't go in blind. I would gather up as many artists as I could find of different styles and different textures, and if there's one you happen to see, please let me know and I can tell you exactly who drew it. As the thing is, finding all the references, finding all the different styles here, I think is so pretty because it gives you the idea that it doesn't have to be a certain style in order to make it work, which I think is also nice too. So I'll grab this art here that was linked earlier, and let me grab the name here so I can add it to the Hall of Fame here. As I click on this guy here, we click on that guy here, and I should be able to grab, hold on here, as I find the name of this person here, and then I'll close on this guy here. We'll do a new note here, yep. Paste this guy, yep. Oh, that's not exactly what I want to do. I'll just type it in since it doesn't want to be friendly. CHEL_FAUST. There we are, this name here. And I will put the image of the profile pic and everything afterwards. So saying that, taking a look at all these different clouds, what I really like about this one here specifically is I like the way the sunset is at the bottom. That's not quite what we have for our cloud. So maybe that's another reason why I didn't end up enjoying my cloudscape. It was the idea that maybe we could have something here. Even this guy in the background has the clouds coming in from the sides. So is there even something that could work? Ooh, you know what? I like this one. This one was done by Nop. And if I zoom in here, I like how it's the feeling of clouds being in different areas. So some clouds being closer to us, some clouds being behind or far away. Let's try seeing how that might feel. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here, and then we'll see about keeping our clouds still in the same area, trying to keep the same feel of it, but modify it a little bit. So what we're going to do here is we're going to hide this guy here, hide this guy here. We're then going to duplicate this guy, call it tweaked clouds 4 here, and let's give it a little tweak, shall we? As I zoom down here. There we go. That way I can still see all the comments. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go down here a little bit, that way it's easier to see on the eyes. And then we're going to see about maybe first making this guy, oh, actually not, I take it back. We can just delete this bit here. If it lets me, hold on, grayscale hide, there we go. Delete all of this in here. We're then going to go for a lower opacity style here so we can still see the area of our clouds. I'll then enable our palette here, as I believe we decided to go with this color if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me just double check here. What color did we go for? Yep, so let me go ahead and remove the palette of our darker guy here. That guy there can get removed. We'll then make this guy lower opacity again. That way I can see things a little bit easier. We'll then add in our darkest color for our background here. That way it's still noticeable. We'll also make this guy a little bit lighter. That way it's still possible to see. And let's go ahead and try making some clouds. I'll start off, and you can see here too, that if we zoom in, there seems to be a total of possibly 3 colors going on here. Our light, medium, dark, and then background. So this lines up pretty similarly with what we have going on, which is good too. So what we'll do is take a look at maybe doing this color here, our medium color, and then go our darker and then darkest, and go from there. I think might be our best bet. Another thing that I've also started to do when it comes to clouds is use a, what's it called, brush possibly. I use a spray tool, and the spray tool is neat because it kind of gives you a fluffy feeling without you having to do a lot of scattering, and then you can kind of tweak it. And it depends on what I'm feeling like. So I'll try out the brush and then think to myself, I don't quite like it. I think what I usually start with is doing, hold on here, I think I usually start with 4 and then 4 and then 4, and then kind of modify it from there. So we'll do 4, 4, 4 here. And if the setting of the spray is set to 4, 4, 4, we get something like this. I kind of want our guys to be a little bit bigger, so maybe we go for 7 here. That's pretty nice. Let's see about upping this guy here. What does that do? It still gives us a pretty fluffy feel. What about this guy here? Ooh, that's pretty fluffy as well. What if we up it here instead? What about if I make you even bigger? How about this guy here? And hi, flying priest, possibly? Or welcome in the stream, welcome in. Please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. I hope you've been well, and hello. welcome in. Let's see here. Maybe we can make this guy a little bit smaller here. You know what? I kind of like this bit here. We'll go for this, 8, 9, 8. I'll go ahead and select all of these and delete them. And what I'd like to do is do something a little bit similar to here, where it seems to be the case of smaller clouds in the background, or in the background they're going in the distance. So what I'm thinking is at least we can have this guy here, our closest guy, so our closest cloud. So I'm thinking at least maybe we can do close, close, close. And maybe we can make this guy here far away, maybe shrink this guy down a little bit. I think another issue of this piece is just composition. How does it look like when it's built together? What's the focus of the piece? There's not really a focus. So maybe we can give a focus to the piece instead. That can also help with making a piece feel nicer, is adding composition. Is there a way we can modify it to make it more appealing to the eye? And what I'm thinking is at least we could have, if we take our spray tool here, we can maybe make this guy a little bit bigger here. So bigger cloud here. Possibly what we can do here too is to add another cloud about here-ish. So bigger cloud here, bigger cloud, hold on. Bigger cloud here, bigger cloud here. We'll also fill this guy in. So this fills up most of the bottom of our screen here. Maybe then we can do a little bit of a tiny guy here. Hold on, that's not our brush that we're going for. Maybe we can have this guy here, who's going to be our smaller guy. So maybe we can have, oh, hold on, our smaller guy here. So maybe he can be a little bit tiny, and we'll modify this a little bit later, so we don't have to worry about that. But I'm thinking at least we're looking down at the clouds, so we're seeing mostly the top of them. So looking at the top of the clouds here, we have this part here, this part here. Maybe we can have another guy that, oh, hold on, I didn't mean to make that a little bit bigger. Oh, you can't see it as well. Hold on, there you are. I'm then thinking possibly we can also do that here, where maybe we can take the cloud bit here, add a little bit, or rather move this guy up a smidge. So kind of having it go here a little bit, having it then maybe go here. We can then fill that in and modify it a little bit later. But I'm thinking at least maybe we can do something about here. Oh, hold on, don't have our guy up. So let's see about here, I would think. And then possibly have it here, and can you kind of come here? Just as a different piece together. And it's a lot fewer clouds. But the hope is to make our eyes strong to this little teeny tiny guy. And the hope is that by making it all point to this area, so there's a lot of negative space going, and been trying to learn Pixelart myself too. I love this style, honestly. Do you mean what's going on screen, or this specifically? If we're talking about this specifically, I did not make this Pixelart. This was made by Not Pixels. You can find them on Twitter. The idea is that hopefully we can go through the years and see, take a look at my older Pixelart compared to my new Pixelart. Just as a reference too, to those that are curious, the most recent time I've made Pixelart clouds, I can check and see if I go on this guy here. The last time I made Pixelart clouds was, if I click on you here, click on you here, hold on here, I click on you there. The last time I made it was in, if I hover over here, in 2025. So the last time I made it was the end of last year. And I ended up making this guy right here. No, that's not mine. That's mine. That's not mine. No, this is mine. There we are. This is the last time I drew clouds. So we went from drawing clouds like, hold on, we went from drawing clouds like this to drawing clouds like this in the span of 2 years, which I think is definitely a heavy improvement. So what we're doing today is we're trying to go back and see, all right, now that I have a little bit of skills under my belt, what can we modify here to make this old art a little bit upgraded? What are small tweaks we can make to still give the feeling of the art and still give it that upgraded look and feel to it? So let me go ahead and close this guy here as well. The other one was, but that one is mine. I see. Lovely, lovely. I'm glad you do. And also, I do hope that you do end up learning Pixelart and getting better at Pixelart too, as well as it's always a lot of fun to see what you can modify and what you can go back on. It's a lot, yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's very enjoyable. I'm thinking at least we can do something like this to hopefully give the feel of it going as I grab this guy here. We'll also go here, and by making this guy see-through, our second brush, it's going to be, hopefully, if I do this properly, and if it is going to work in the way I think it is, no, unfortunately. Oh, that's okay. What we'll do instead then, since this guy here does not want to do an eraser idea, which is odd, but that's okay. I was hoping to make our guy see-through to make it as air bubble guy. Since that doesn't want to be the case, that's okay too. For the meantime, what we'll do is we'll have the second color as our darker blue, and then we'll just remove the darker blue once we're done, once we get to that part. That way we can still have this guy here and erase it, is the hope at the very least. So with that said, I'm thinking something like this, that way our eye is drawn to here. You can kind of see that there's hopefully some sort of point going on towards this area. Maybe we can kind of modify and move this guy over a little bit so it still has a trail going towards it. Maybe then we can also have this bit here kind of going outwards towards it a little bit more. So possibly, that's a word, all right. We'll go here, I'm thinking, and then maybe have it kind of come over here, maybe come over here, have it come over here. You could truthfully also make this guy entirely one layer. I kind of like the idea of that, going for one bit at the bottom here. Then this guy can maybe go in the background too, possibly. There's a lot of things you can do, which is always what I really enjoy about this. We could also have, ooh, what if we do something like this here, where it's kind of separating between the two to kind of make you focus on that specific spot there. We could try that. So if we have this guy kind of going here and then have it kind of going around here a little bit, maybe it can kind of look like it's pointing towards that area there. So I'll go ahead and add a little bit of the dots there. The hope is not to make a final piece. The hope is to make a tweak piece that feels as though it could become a final piece. I worked a little bit more on it. What I'm thinking then is maybe we can have this guy go down here. Possibly then we can have it kind of go up. We could see about maybe making it go flat. So maybe we can go here, or we could go entirely small. And hi, Napa. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let's see. We'll go here then. And what I'm thinking is maybe we can have, as I try to remember my buttons, and water. Can do.
Napa 9693 just redeemed water.
Water redeem has been done. Thank you. So let's see here. As I modify this guy here, all of these guys, I'm thinking at least maybe we can make like a little teeny tiny guy here. Maybe we can add a little bit of fluff up there. Something like this can be done to modify it a little bit. I do like the idea of having it kind of curve outwards, so maybe we can have that guy go down there, but I don't also like how it looks there. So I'm thinking at least maybe we can have it kind of go here, something like that there. I think that might work out a little bit better. Something like this guy here. Truth be told though, I kind of like the way the background feels as we're going closer and further away. This was accidental, and we're only doing 4 colors, so we unfortunately can't use it, but I do like how just adding that bit there gives it a lot of depth because of the idea that things that are further away are getting a little bit darker. That is just, it's a nice feel, truth be told. We'll go ahead and save this guy here as I'm making sure we pay attention to the time. About 15 minutes left before we look at the next guy here. I'll go ahead, and what I would like to do is we'll go ahead, and I should be able to just select all of these guys here, and we can then use our brush again, so our painted brush, and we can see about adding in either highlights or dark areas, depending on what we're trying to do. Since I want to go for something a little bit darker around this area here, I'm going to grab this bit, and now the idea is that we're going to add shaded areas to where we would assume there would be highlights. We're going to start off, as I think I found this to be easier last time. We'll make all of these guys darker, and then we'll add the highlights. I believe I enjoyed that, and I found it easier to start by shading everything in color, and then thinking to myself, okay, where would our highlights be at? I think I found that easier drawing in highlights than drawing in shadows. So we'll do that, but maybe for you, it's easier to draw shadows than highlights. So what we're going to do now is figure out where do we want our clouds to be brightest at. I kind of like the idea of maybe having cloud be bright up here. We can then see about adding in this guy here, moving it for this guy here, and maybe it's the case of this bit kind of coming outwards, and this is where kind of making this guy a little bit less and seeing about if, oh, that's way too small, hold on. We can see about maybe making you 6 and then making you a little bit less, so maybe you 8, maybe making you 5 here, and that way, yeah, that's a little bit nicer. So instead of selecting all, I'm actually going to deselect you as I think I want to write over you a little bit. So we're going to go, I think, for Shift B here. There we are. Okay. And with that said, let's see. I kind of like the idea of having these guys kind of come outwards and having little light bits as they're coming around. And where is the light reaching? That's what I'm trying to keep in mind of. And the thing is as well is that, what's it called? Clouds. Clouds are a thing that I'm still trying to get better at. So it's a matter of trial and error, trying over and over again to see what might feel right, what might not feel right, and going from there, as it definitely, I think, comes down to feeling. So we'll see about adding in maybe a bit here as the clouds are kind of going up. So my idea here is at least, if the sun is coming up from the top, oh, actually that won't work, will it? Hold on here. Let's see if we can apply a little bit of logic. The idea that the very bits of the top are covered in light, and then as we go in the other areas, let's see. This is the hard part when it comes to clouds, and why clouds have always fascinated me. It's the idea that how can you make something feel like it feels in the environment? Not only do I really enjoy clouds, I really enjoy doing trees as well, environment things. Can I make an area feel like it's realistic? Can I make it feel like it's been added into nature? That's always my hope with trying to do things like this, which is why I started off with doing clouds, but then I realized, and started to realize as well, that clouds are tricky. They've always been tricky because they're that thing that you try to make feel realistic and then it doesn't end up feeling as closely as you would have hoped for. The good news is that even if it doesn't work as well as you would have hoped, you can always try again. Trial and error all over again. I'm going to add this bit here, then we're going to add in possibly this bit here. My hope is to add some sort of highlight, but I'm getting a little bit confused, which is a-okay. What we can then do is, if confusion is happening, is take a look at some other references. For example, here from Angry Snail. And what is Angry Snail doing for their thing? That you can see that it is mostly bright here, and then there's kind of bits that come inwards. So maybe we go for something like that instead. Maybe we grab this color here, go back to what we had, and again with the idea of adding in highlights. So what I'm thinking is at least, maybe we can do something here, just even looking at it. If we were to do Shift B here, and have bits kind of coming upwards, so something like that going in here, and then we have kind of a bit here. So the idea is that you have, it seems to be the case of fluffy bits going on the inside and have it come inwards and outwards. So possibly what we can do here is have all of this here be our fluffy cloud area here, and it's kind of coming in and out. I kind of do like that. So we have a kind of fluffy cloud area here, and it seems to be the case that it is also coming from down here. So my idea is, at the very least, we can have all these guys here in the front, maybe add a little bit of a fluffy bit at top there, maybe have another fluffy bit, and hi, Eska, welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. I hope you've been well. Let's see, we're going to add in a kind of bit underneath here, so possibly what we can do is do under here, a little bit here too. And my hope is at least to draw something that might feel like it could be cloud related. We'll have up here possibly another bit that kind of comes over. So maybe kind of like a fluffy bit up here, and then grab this guy here and see about filling it in. I'm using the brush tool right now as, hopefully, if it lets me, I'm gonna use the brush tool to fill this guy in a little bit about here. Hold on, if it lets me. About there, there, and there, and there, like that, I think. And yes, doing well. Just had all my meetings as every Sunday. Hope everyone here is doing well. I do hope so, and that's lovely. I hope you enjoyed your meetings and that they were very fruitful. We'll add in this guy here, as we hopefully can see about adding in just fluffy areas. And I do like the idea of maybe having this guy come in a little bit here in the background. You can also see about adding in more so of a wispy area here. And I said, I don't want to take too long on clouds. I could truthfully spend all day on clouds. It's one of those topics that I really enjoy. So I won't try to do that. We're at 2:20 right now. So let's see if we can just very quickly do a estimate of what it could look like, and then we'll go for the next one. Oh boy. Let's go back to this guy here. Where can we have bright colors at? Highlights at least. I'm thinking very much of having it be as we do Shift B here. We can make our guy a little bit bigger here, possibly like that. Yeah, that works. We could have an area all across here, since this is a highlighty bit. Maybe then that guy there, not so much as a highlighty bit. Maybe we have our little bits go here, then we have this kind of go in a little smidge, have this guy kind of go up a smidge, and have it kind of go over a bit. Have these guys filled in because they're little dots that we don't want to be allowed here. So I might add in this guy here, and add in this guy here, and then what we might see about is doing a cloudy bit up there. Maybe then we can add a cloudy bit here, add a cloudy bit here and here, and then add a cloudy all area here and here. Maybe then we can have a kind of cloudy area come here as it's coming underneath and over, and you could always highlight these guys. And again, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing, but the good news is always that even if it feels a little wonky, I could always just try again. Maybe not today, but someday. I mean, 2 years worth of trying over and over again. So I feel as though eventually, one of these times, if I keep doing it, eventually I'll beat time, and time will be able to realize that it wasn't going to win in the first place. Oh my. We'll go here, we'll erase this little guy here, possibly, and do that guy here. And who knows what they're doing these days, or who knows what they're doing these days? It could be anything, it could be anyone. We'll do Shift B here, have this guy kind of go up here, have it go up here. And I'm thinking at least maybe we can have it kind of go here and have this, all of that area there. Maybe we can add a little bit more fluff about here. Oh, hold on, Shift B here. Oh, if it lets me, Shift B, I said. Yep, about here, here, and here. Maybe we can add in, nope, the cloudy area is going to go there. I kind of like it coming here as well, so possibly what we can do is also add a little bit of area there too. And then we can see about possibly adding in, let's see, a bit here. So we do Shift B and add it in. So I like the idea of kind of having it come from underneath and having it be that area. Then maybe we have another area down here too, and as it's going all along, maybe we can have then this guy also be all fluffy up here. Maybe then we can add in, hold on as I do Shift B here. Maybe then we can add in this area here too. But the thing is, like, does this feel like clouds? I'm not too sure. Aiden, is there a ref, or are you just making these clouds up? I am making these clouds up. I'm at least taking the reference of the styling here in the sense of having these guys at the very top, so a light color at the top, and then a little bit of fluffy darkness inside. So I'm taking them out. Aren't all clouds made up? True. You know, maybe in real life there exists a cloud that's like what we see here. You can even see here how there's kind of fluffy bits going on top. This is what I'm trying to reference, at least. The idea of having chunks of light at the very top or middle or bottom. That's what I'm going for here. Whether or not that's going to be the case, I'm not too sure. And that's what they want you to think. Oh boy, here. For example, maybe it's the case of having all of this at the top. Then we have a little bit of the dark area going on. So maybe then this bit here has the cloudy bit coming around and outward. So maybe something like that there. And then maybe all of this here is also a bit of cloudy area going on there. And then this here kind of goes up top. And then this kind of goes underneath. And indeed, I guess it's that's true to nature of 2 years old in the sense of, yes, last time I did it from imagination, so surely imagination this time around. The idea is that since I don't have a reference to go off of, I truly am winging it in hopes of getting something that feels as though it could be tweaked a smidge here or there. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and I think erase this area here. Oh, if it lets me, I guess it doesn't. We can erase, lovely, okay. And I want to erase this bit here at least, something like here-ish possibly, or maybe we have to extend it a smidge. But we can definitely do a see about if it lets me. Going here, grabbing this guy. I want to add our darker bit here. So maybe what we can do is go for our Shift B guy here, grab our darker color, which is going to be this color here. And if we add it in, or if it doesn't allow us to go in, that's okay too. We'll go here instead. There we are, Shift B, there we go. And I would want to see about adding in more so kind of a wispy area here, possibly. How does that feel? And then if we add another wispy bit here to kind of cover it up there, possibly, maybe if we do more so wispy bit here and do that guy kind of here and cover it up thing there and there. Yep, surely this is artwork in the making, isn't it? Oh my. Let's go ahead then and see about adding in this guy about up here, adding it kind of going downwards. And I like the idea of it kind of coming reaching outwards here. So we can maybe see about doing this. And yeah, it's looking like a mess at the moment, which is okay. And it's all right. Sometimes it has to be a mess in order to redo things. As you can even see here, the bits going at the top. So it always makes me wonder in the sense of, I didn't have a reference when I made this guy here. So why do I like the feeling of this guy, but I'm not so much liking the feeling of the other guy? Even up here, where I'm using shapes, I'm using a lighter color and then having a shadow underneath. It makes me wonder, why do I feel like this guy here not as much? Is it because this guy was more form-fitted? I don't know. And artwork, I didn't know I got employed, or I didn't know I got employed. Artwork, I sure hope it does. We'll go ahead and add this guy here, and then let's see. There's still a little bit of time we can work on this guy here that I would not mind seeing about trying and doing, as the hope is to figure out why something worked or didn't work in one area one time, and seeing, is there a way we can modify it so it feels like it works this time around? So I'm going to see about adding in, possibly, let's see. If we do, and good morning. Hi, Proto Gems. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And probably because they had too much chaos. That could be it too, most certainly. You know what we can do as well? I can also take reference from my newer art. That's a thing too. Not only looking at other artists, but looking at your older work too. That's a thing as well. So maybe we can grab this guy here, paste this guy here. And what was my method, at least for this guy? It seems to be the case. Even here, you can see 3 colors. I have a light color, I have a shadow color, and then I have a sky color, which is even darker. And looking at these guys here, light color, yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing here for our white. And then we have a shadow color, and then we have a darker color. So let's see, maybe we can have this guy kind of come outwards, and then we'll have you kind of come here. And if maybe, you know what, I think why I like the other one a little bit better is because it has a lot of bunch of curves. I'm seeing a lot of curves and rounder shapes here. So maybe that's the reason why I tended to enjoy it a little bit more. Maybe we can have this guy kind of coming around here, for example. Then we can have this guy kind of coming around here since it's at the very top. Maybe have this kind of go up there, then maybe grab this guy here. Have it go inwards a little bit more here. Then maybe have this guy go in a little bit here so it kind of comes outwards. And then maybe have this guy go inwards there. And then see about having it come backwards a little bit. We'll modify that a smidge. We can always change it a little bit later. And then for here, at the very least, maybe we can have, as we do Shift B here, or undo that guy here, Shift B, maybe we can then have a guy kind of coming out here, and all of this guy going out here. So it seems to be the case, at least at the very bottom, there was a lot of this color here. So let's do Shift B here, and make sure that the bottom here is a little bit on that shaded side. You know what? Actually, I'm going to do that instead. I think I like that a little bit better. And we'll go ahead and see about that guy here. We'll see about modifying and erasing these guys. I'm not sure I'm ready to see the reveal of removing all the other ones. But you know what? That's what this is about. Trial and error and seeing it all. Has it improved? A little bit, but maybe I need more time. Oh my. Let's see. Go here. I kind of like that going up there. And then maybe we can have it going, removing it here. And we'll modify that. So that's okay. If it won't let me remove it, we'll then see about adding it in here. Having it maybe come down here and have it go here a little bit. Having these bits kind of go here, and then maybe grabbing this area here and going here a smidge, something like that. Actually, I kind of like it coming around and down. Maybe we can have it kind of going there, and having this bit kind of going underneath, and having this bit kind of go overneath there a little bit. Having this bit kind of go inwards, maybe like a curl. We'll modify that a little bit later. And we'll do Control B here, and then add in this guy here. So my guess is going to be that we'll have to merge a lot of more of these shapes into bigger blobs. But let's see. Now that we have our idea going on here, let's go ahead and see about, okay, so this is the new guy which definitely looks like a big mess. Why does it look like a mess? I think it's because we have way too much white going on. It's kind of everywhere. So is there a case where we can remove some of the white to not make it as harsh? That's what I'm curious to see about. And especially if we go back to this guy here, you can see that the change, at least, from light to medium, not as harsh. So when I'm looking at this guy here, what am I seeing? A lot of harsh white going on. So maybe, possibly, either we can make our darker values lighter or our lighter values darker. What I'm going to see about doing as I merge this guy down here is possibly what we can do is make these guys, and thank you McDog for the follow. Thank you, and welcome into stream. Welcome into realizing maybe it's time to go back to Pixelart school. I hope you've been well though. Let me slide this guy down a little bit, and then let's go here. So what I want to do is either make our lighter colors darker or our darker colors lighter. I'm going to try the first option here. So I'm just going to swap these guys to being a little bit lighter here so that they're not as harsh. Maybe even make you a little bit softer here as we go from this color then to, let's see, this color here, so still hue shifting. So we go from that color to that color, and there should be 4 colors in total. Where'd our other color go? We have that color. Oh, we might get another color to use. Oh, that's great. So we have this color. We can add another color here for our third color, which will be like a mix of the other colors. So let's see about maybe making this guy a little bit lighter here. So something about here, and ooh, I kind of like that other blue. Maybe we'll go with that. It's not as bright as it was before. So I'm thinking at the very least, maybe we can grab that color. There's also this color here for our 2 darker colors. And then we have our lighter colors up here. Maybe that's how we can choose to see it instead. I kind of like that idea, where we have 2 lighter colors, 2 darkers, and girl, are your lungs made of steel since I've been here? As for the first time I've heard that. You see, I breathe by laughing. You'll hear me, or at least the breathe-ins. That's usually, as long as I'm laughing, 9 times out of 10, my breathing goes well. When I stop laughing, that's where you should be a little bit concerned at. I do appreciate the concern, though. Oh my. What I want to do is I want to remove some of these whites here a little bit. And breathe?
Check
yes,
14
we can
just
do the healthy
redeemed
thing
breathe.
and breathe. Let's go ahead then, take a deep breath in. Hold it. Then deep breath out. Then deep breath in. Hold it. Then deep breath out. One more time. Deep breath in. Hold it. Then deep breath out. There we are. Breathing has been done. Thank you for that reading, Jack. And welcome to Eris's activities. Healthy, you mean mandatory? Potato. Healthy, mandatory. Who can know these things? I'm going to modify this guy a little bit. And what I want to do is I want to make this guy background. I'm thinking either make this guy closer here to being a darker color since it's in the foreground. That's what I'm thinking of. Foreground versus background. So I kind of want to grab this guy and make him darker since he's closer to us. So what I'm thinking at the very least is we're going to grab all of you here. Yep, thank you. And then I'm guessing we're going to have to go all the way around here like that. And then likely what we're going to have to do is select all of this here and then kind of come up like that. And that'll work. So we'll crop it out, paste it in there. Also, oh, hold on. Crop, new layer, paste. There we go. And remove all this guy here too so that we can paste it into here. And what I want to do is make this guy darker. And you know what? Breathing is simply for the weak. Oh my, one simply does not breathe. We'll go ahead and I'm thinking about making these guys darker colors. And then we'll make this guy this color here. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. If we make you that color here and then make this guy the lighter color. If we do something like that, doesn't it all look any different? If maybe we do this as a lighter color here, then we do this guy as a darker, you know what? That's not too bad. I'm thinking at least possibly what we're going to have to do is a little bit of modification here, which isn't too bad, but I'm thinking at the very least here, we'll grab all of this color here, and then we should be able to remove it, do a new layer here, paste this layer into here. We'll then go ahead and merge this layer here. So we'll merge these 2 guys here, then hide this guy. Hold on, merging layers is not going as well as I would have hoped. We have that layer there, that layer here, that layer, yep, that's the layer I'm looking for. And then we'll go ahead and do this guy here as that color here. And what I'm thinking about doing at the very least is making more of it darker tones. So I'm thinking we can make our background here super duper dark and make these more in our medium light tones. So I'm thinking possibly we can do something like this here, or this here rather, and do this color here. Or no, not that color. We're going to probably need to make this color that color here. And I want to shift everything down by like 1. So I'm thinking that color here, and then go back to this color and make it this color here. probably going to need to reverse it, so hold on. We do this color as our darker color here, and then we make this color our lighter color here. Oh, I'm not doing this right. Okay, hold on. We have this is our darker color, yes. This is the next step up, which is going to be this color. Our next step up from that's going to be this color here. There we are. So either those two colors, or alternatively, what we could do as well is to swap the colors around. Let me see if I can do this properly. So we have the lighter color becoming the darker color. So I'll grab this guy here. You are then going to become this color, and then we grab this color here for this color. Okay, there we go. And that's odd. I didn't give a follow notification for me. How? The notification system sometimes wants to work, sometimes not, unfortunately. But I can say thank you, Flying Priest, for the follow. Thank you. It's unfortunate that it's on and off. It only wants to work when it does. And you can see, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So even when I do test it before stream, when stream actually occurs, it doesn't. And I agree though, breathing is nice. It improves my quality of life at least. So you know what? I've seen enough. I'm joining the pack. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, notifications, but you know what? What would usually play is do. There you go. And it has yes, it does, and it doesn't like me. That's what I've learned over the years, at least. That's something I have. In the 2 years I've been doing streaming, 100%. It has decided, nah, don't wanna. So we have our background guy here, and we either have the option of A or B. I kind of think at least having the highlights, as I do this properly here, having that bit as a darker color and these bits as a lighter color, I kind of like it. I think it works. So we're going to go ahead and merge these guys down, and we're going to remove some of the highlights on some areas here to make it not look as angry. So I'm going to modify you here, modify all of these guys here, copy all of you here, yep, modify you, remove you here, there we go. And baby, me breathing for the first time, long life breathing addiction. You know what they say, you breathe once and you'll never breathe the same again. I don't know if they say that, but oh my. We're gonna go ahead then, also make this guy here a little bit on the darker side since it's in the background, I'd say, and hopefully maybe I can add this guy here too, lovely. And we're going to do this guy as our darker color here, and the hope is at least making it not as strong. Oh, that's way too not as strong. The hope is making it not as strong and drawing attention towards the center more so. If I fill this guy in, hold on, grab you here like that, and all of these guys here, hopefully. Fill that in here, undo that guy, fill that into here. How does that feel now compared to everything else, of them all being one color? I don't know, did I make a back above it? No, I did not, that's okay. We'll go ahead then and save that to there, and then what we'll go ahead and do is, we will merge these guys down, duplicate that guy, and then what I'd like to do is move all these guys to be the other ones. And curse breathing technique, laughter breaths, and with the sole exception of air, Ezra. Well, the thing is, eventually you get to the point, possibly, or at least I got to the point where I laughed so often that it became a struggle to breathe. So you know what my body did? It decided to improvise, adapt, overcome. Since I can't breathe properly during laughter, then I'm going to use breathing everywhere in laughter. And that breathing needs her, not backwards. Yeah! It's a you need me, not I need you sort of situation. I agree. We'll go ahead and wrap all these guys here. We'll do that guy here. And I just wanted to have a before and after feel. So it went from looking like this to then looking like this here. Hold on, this here. And I definitely think just lowering the colors in the background helped out a bunch. Let's then go ahead here. As I said 30 minutes, but we're kind of already at 37. And I feel like this guy here, it's possible to do a little bit more. So I wanna modify it a little bit more. So what I'm going to do here at least is I'm going to make our clouds kind of go off into the background a little bit more and hopefully make it not look as funny looking here as I kind of dot out the areas here. And my hope is to give it a little bit more definition in some bits. For example here, I want to add a little bit more to that bit so it kind of looks like it's going underneath. And the hope is I'm trying to layer everything. I'm layering bits. And life with such happiness feats that she found a new way to breathe. Improvise, adapt, overcome. We're kind of gonna make this guy here. Oh, actually we can't do that, can we? We can kind of make this guy go down here possibly. Maybe have it kind of come up here. And I'm going to use a little brush here and we're just going to dot all these little guys. And then I'm going to see about doing the same here. Possibly we can have this guy kind of coming outwards. Like possibly that there and have it kind of wispy away. And then maybe we can have it go possibly like that there. Though whether or not this looks good, you know, it's up to interpretation. I can't say as well. I do like this bit here. I think this bit here looks nice. And what I wonder is then, will we add in more so of these guys underneath here to make it seem like it's not too similar? For example, if we add bits here kind of coming above, add this guy here at the bottom, and then hopefully maybe it can feel like it's coming into play. And then if we grab this guy here and add a little bit more of a floofy bit at the underneath, does it kind of feel like the layering helps a smidge? I could say maybe. If we add a bit here, something like this here, and add some bits here, like in these areas, something underneath here like that, and have this guy kind of go in and kind of modify you so you can kind of do a little bit more fluffy bits here, like that. I can definitely see eventually something working out, whether or not we'll at this moment in time, not too sure. Moment. Oh my. We'll go here then, and then see about doing it for this guy here too. So we can kind of have it go forward a little bit more here, possibly. Kind of have you go forward here. Might have this guy then go upwards a little bit more. Have you then kind of go inwards a little bit more here. Might modify you so you kind of come down in. Kind of have you go there. Now dot the place up a little bit here. Dot that bit up here. Possibly then see about adding in a guy here. So it's not as, hold on, not as harsh there, possibly. Then what we can see about doing is adding all of our dark guys here, and we can grab this color here. And if we go for a little bit more bigger, darker bits there, that can definitely work here. Another thing I want to do is add it all along here and add it for the bottom bit here. Then I want to grab our darker color here, since this is where it's going to kind of fade in. So my hope is that by peppering these guys here, it won't look as bad, but again, don't know until you try, so I'm going to try. So we'll go here then, and then we'll see about adding in our other color here. This is kind of our other color, and then we can kind of maybe merge this guy inwards. And the thing is, I kind of like, and I think I'm going to stop, and maybe I can do it after stream, but truth be told, I am quite happy with this bottom area. I would want to do it for the entire piece. Do you think it's possible to do it in the next 10 minutes? You know what? I am going to try. Let's see if we can. So I think this part's clear. I'd say this part possibly clear. Maybe we can add in a little of this. Yeah, okay, it's 240. Let's see if we can get to 250. Yes, okay, let's try. We're gonna go here, then I'll pepper it a little bit there. Then we're gonna add a little bit of splash here, possibly add a little bit of a removal here. Yep, we'll go ahead and remove all of that here. Make it go a little bit less here. I wanna add a lot more space in this area here. Actually, a lot more space in this area here too. I wanna remove lots of space in JK. And 2 minutes, 10 minutes or less, or 5 to 50 gifts. You know what? I said 15. 5. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. Coward! No worries at all. And hi, Fennec. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I hope you've been well. We'll add in okay, this guy will go here, then kind of adding it here. Then we'll see about adding in another bit, kind of going here, kind of adding this bit, and see about adding in that there. Yep, there we go. Hold on, and then fill this in and do this guy here. Okay, it's 50. We're good. 41. It's still good. We're still flying here. Kind of have it kind of go in pepper here. Have it kind of go wispy here. Maybe more like that there. The thing is, I'm worrying about details too much, but I need to worry about non-details. That's the issue at the moment. We'll add in this bit here. Kind of can add dots there and there, but don't need it right now. Don't need details. Just need finished. Okay, we're good. And I'm not the streamer. She'd be the one gifting the subs, not me. Oh boy. All right. Oh, that's what you meant. I see your game. I see the way you play. We'll go ahead then and add this bit here, kind of like these guys here. And you know what? I'm thinking at the very least, possibly why it feels a little bit off is that the entire piece needs to be modified, truth be told, I'm thinking at least, because we kind of have these guys sticking out like a very big sore thumb, and maybe what we can do instead is have this guy kind of come in. Okay, what I'm thinking is we'll have, as I say 10 minutes, and yeah, no, this entire piece needs to be tweaked and modified so the changes feel a little bit more accurate. For example, what I'm thinking here is I would want to make bottom darker, and then as you're going up, make it lighter. So what I'm thinking is, as I realize that I didn't circle in this guy here, and I actually need to circle all of you, and then circle all of you, thank you very much. Circle all of these guys. What I would want to do is I would want to fill in this bit here with our darker bit, then make this guy our medium bit, and then I would want to add more lighter bits. That's the issue here I'm running into, is that, actually speaking, I think this could be a little bit more the technical side of difficulties. So we do like this guy here, and then you would add in a little bit of peppering here, and I kind of like this a little bit more because it kind of feels like the area is it's more connected than it was before, and then we can see about adding in the whiter parts afterwards. So I'm going to go ahead and add this guy in here, but this is 3 colors instead, which I kind of think feels a little bit nicer. The white was definitely sticking out like a sore thumb, so my hope is that remove the white a little bit, make it stick out less like a sore thumb, and then go from there with adding little bubbles and shapes and little peppers here and there. Possibly then it won't feel as bad, so we can kind of add a little bit of a bubble here, as the hope is to make it feel like it's more so or less not fading's the word I'm not looking for. Fading is not the word I'm trying to figure out, but a different word. It's a different word that I can't think of at the moment, but having more of a layering effect. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Layering, having more of a layering feel to it. So I might add in this guy here, might even have this guy come out a little bit more, have it kind of go up here, maybe have this guy go up a little bit more here, as it's kind of going down a little bit there, having this guy then kind of go up here a little bit, downwards here a little bit, kind of more so like that. We can then see about having this guy go in a little bit more, possibly about here-ish, then kind of going down a little bit, so see how you kind of go here. And I think another reason why I like Claude so much is that it feels like food, and you're eating some sort of whipped cream. It looks like it would be delicious, I can say that much for certain. We'll add in this guy here, as I kind of like it kind of going inwards and outwards a little bit more here. So maybe we'll add in this bit, and that kind of looks like a hand now that I'm looking at it. Doesn't that look cute? We'll add this bit here, have it kind of come outwards here, and then we'll remove this guy here, remove that guy here, and then we'll go ahead and add in this bit here as it's kind of going around. So possibly what we can do here is have this bit going on top, have it kind of go out here, have this then kind of dot in there, have this bit kind of come down here, possibly, and then move mutants there, merge you a little bit, have it kind of come here, remove that guy, pepper it about there. This guy can kind of look like it's coming outwards, I'm thinking at the waist, so maybe we can have that guy go down here, have you kind of come up here, maybe have you kind of come up here and pepper that a little bit more about here-ish, maybe have it come downwards a little bit for more squiggly bits there, maybe have you kind of come in here, maybe then have you kind of come here and have you a little bit more squiggly about there-ish. So I'm thinking probably pepper that a little bit more there. And the issue is that it looks better, but I definitely think I would need way more time than 10 minutes. But I'm enjoying myself, and I hope you all are too. It's clouds are those things where, no matter how long you do them, it always feels like there's another layer or another thing you can do instead. And it's just something I always enjoy. So we're going to add this guy here, maybe see about doing, let's see, a bit here, a little bit of a mover, hold on, undo, add you into here, kind of like a bit there, maybe see about adding in you here. I would want to though add in, because the idea here is that these guys should be touching instead. So fill you in to be about there, and then we can see about adding in, adding in a cloud about here, something like that there. And the hope is to make it feel like it's going in layers. I definitely like this bottom piece. I think this piece could work, possibly. All of this up here would need to be changed, truth be told. Maybe we can just do that there. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I take it back. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna fill all of this in here like that, and that'll give us a different guy there. And then we're gonna go ahead and make this guy all wispy here. Yup. You know, when in doubt, just remove half of the artwork. The easy peasy lemon squeezy, I'd say. We'll add in all of this guy here, like that. Swap this guy over here. Add this guy here, add that guy there. Kind of pepper this guy in here. We won't be able to do too much again, not time limit here, but I definitely think it is an improvement. I can say that much at the very least. And here's where I'm thinking I would want to do our control B again, and I would want to add kind of a fine layer of bits around here, so hopefully it feels a little bit nicer to look at, kind of like going up here, maybe up here a little bit more, adding this guy here, maybe adding a little bit more here, maybe then we can go here and add this guy here, and then add this guy here, and then I would think about adding in a few bits here to kind of merge them though. But the issue is that they're so tiny that it's a little hard to do because they're so small. But that's okay, let's do that guy there, that guy there, that guy there. And the hope now is that you could kind of see about having some sort of moon going on here. So maybe you have a kind of moon going there, and then maybe you can grab this guy here and have it go here like that, and we can fill that in to be there. And hopefully it kind of looks a little bit more like a cloud going on, fingers crossed. Now we can see about grabbing all of these guys and then going back for our lighter highlight color here. So possibly we can grab this color now that we have it. Is that the one I'm looking for, or is it a different color? Oh no, I think it's this color here. That seems a little bit too bright. Is it this color here? Possibly that's more on the, yeah, let's go for that color, I think. So we'll go ahead, hide our palette here. We'll then go ahead and see about doing Now the question is, we could always go for a brighter color here. For example, we can make that our bright color. You know what, actually, mayhaps. Let's go ahead here, and for this bit here, do a little bit of peppering. So if we do Shift B here, make it a little bit bigger here, and then we go for all the bits that are at the very, very top here. For example, maybe that could be a very top. Maybe then this could be a very top about here-ish. Then we can see about doing maybe this here is a very top about there-ish. And the issue is just, where does it feel as though the colors would go or wouldn't touch? And here, since these two guys are merged, I think I'm going to stick to the idea of it being a focus of where is it green below it. So here, green's below, so we might be able to get away with adding all of this guy here because green is underneath. That's the feel at least I'm going for. So adding here, green because it's underneath. So we can go ahead and do this guy here, maybe add in a little bit more up here. Green is underneath here, so we can see about doing all of this here as one color. Since it's underneath there. Green is underneath, we could probably get away with doing all of this as actually one color here since green is kind of underneath, but I think rather maybe this is a little bit better here. Have this guy kind of curl in a little bit, and then have this guy go in a little bit more about here. Have this guy and then fill in a little bit here, about there-ish. Have that kind of go in. Then this here, green is underneath, so we could probably get away with doing something like that there. Then here, green is also underneath, so maybe we can go for here as a area that gets odded. So something like this, possibly like there-ish, like that, I think. Maybe then here, green is underneath, so possibly we can go for a bit there and there, but actually I don't think it's going to work. Here, green is underneath, so let's go ahead and see about just adding in possibly a bit here, and then a bit up right up here at the frosted tip. We can then see about green underneath here, so possibly we can get away with doing that there. And 248, oh boy. Let's see about adding in there, adding it possibly here maybe for green is underneath, and then the green is also underneath here. So maybe add in that guy here, then green's also underneath here. Maybe something like that. It's something, that is for sure. And you know what? It's something. Again, that is for sure. I like it better than what I had. I can truthfully say, all in all, not my best work, which is okay as well. So it's a fun thing of, you know what? I have my best work right here. So whatever happens, I can't complain. I'm curious to see as well, what if we had like circles here? Ooh, fancy. Oh my, we'll have this guy in here. But I can say, just as a small doodle, as I believe, what's it called? I believe this took him back. Hi, not Noah Pause. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back. And ooh, pretty. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. Yeah, okay, well, I did do it in the remaining 10 minutes. Very pretty. Thank you. All right, you know, I can say with 100% certainty, the fact that I think this took me 2 hours to do to try to figure out, compared to this, not the best work, but you know what? I think it's a big improvement. I used the rule of 4 colors. I tried to keep the spirit of it alive. Once I realized that a lot was going on, I removed a lot of the, what's it called? I removed a lot of the details. For example, all of this is now detailed compared to this. So maybe your eyes are either drawn directly to the moon as the focus, or maybe these guys down here. Another thing you could certainly do too, just as a rule of thumb here, is that if I really wanted the moon, since maybe the moon's the focus, if I really wanted the moon to stand out, I might just remove all of these guys together to give more of a feel of, hey, look, that moon is the only bright color, or you could add it. But I kind of like the light, fluffy bits. It's, again, not best, but you know what? I'm happy with it. I'm very much happy with it. So we'll keep it. Alrighty then, that's our little cloud guy done. Ad break's about to start in a bit, so I'll see if I can find the Peckle Yama, but if not, we can see about doing another different character and see how that goes. But this is the clouds, the previous clouds, so this is 2 years worth of attempted improvements. So this guy here taking, I guess technically speaking, it'd be about an hour or two since it is 2:51. My! So with that said, as there was this guy here too, we'll go and save this guy here. Outbreaks to run. We won't do any art while outbreaks are going, so don't you worry there. I'm going to see if I can find an old art piece that I can't seem to find the beginnings of. So we'll see how that goes. So that's that. Thank you for sticking through the ad break. Shall we see how things go? As I click on this button here, Peckle Yama, come out with your hands up. We have this guy here, we have that guy here, we have character here, yup, that's pure rough. Maybe it's in Clip Studio Paint? No, it's not in the Clip Studio Paint folder. Maybe it's in the Pickle. Pickle. Oh my. We have here our character template. We have here Gabby's sprite sheet. We have character study here. What's this? There's this here for Fields of Mystery, a study that I did. And I believe what I did before was before this. We have this guy here, which shows all the different sizes of characters. This guy here, which was another character study of trying to convert different styles. For example, here, I took the Clover, I think, possibly is the name of the main character from Undertale Yellow. Tried to do it in the style of Celeste. That was something we did. And then I also took Scott Pilgrim's style, tried to put this lady into Omori. That was a lot of fun to do. And that was pretty recent. So technically speaking, Peckle Yama should be earlier than this old work, and I can't find her there either. Huh, she really did just disappear. She should be before these guys here too. But no, she's decided she doesn't want to appear, which is super duper odd. Huh. And teach me how to do sprite. Well, thank you, Flying Priest. What I can say is, and I don't know if it's actually a command here, !UPUPE. I don't think so, or maybe it will work. Oh, it did, lovely. You'll be able to find the previous streams that we've done of those guys on there. As, yeah, those are previous streams that were held. I'm looking for one previous stream we've done, but the thing is, I can't find that old file, which is unfortunate. Do I at least have possibly, let's see, that's hair, that's hands. Where did Pekka go? She's disappeared entirely. How odd. There's the hand study, hair study, yup. But nope, nowhere can I find Pekka at. She just seems to be apparently missing in total. Interesting. And that question, how long have you been doing Pixelart? I can confidently say, thanks to this handy dandy time machine here, as I click on this guy here, If you go to erisezra.com, click on gallery here, you can see I've been doing Pixelart for 3 years now, and I've been streaming for 2 years. This week marks the 2-year stream anniversary, but this is some of my first ever Pixelart. You can see I tried doing a rock, then I tried doing 3D, and then I tried doing the cloud. So we re-updated a 3-year-old piece, not even 2, my 20 years? No, hold on, and hush, there's chat here too. Indeed, on both. The thing is that I couldn't figure out how to get YouTube working on screen, but yes, I stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Specifically, if you tell me what you're looking for, Flying Priest, I might be able to pull up the video and link you to that one of the art. If you come across the one that you're talking about. Let me go back into draw here, so we have 25 seconds left. I can't find Peko Yama, which is super duper unfortunate. So what we're going to do instead is we'll have to choose a different art piece, which is a-okay too. So going back to these guys here, since I can't find Peko, and that's gonna bug me until then, but it's all right, and she will be found. She's gotta be here somewhere, and she said she's perfect. You know what? Considering the character herself, I can see that being the case of. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. I was not able to find Peko. One more time, let me see. This is all character, this is all hair. I even found the study we did of animations when it came to running, but no Peko Yama. Huh? You know what? Maybe I can find her over the week. And just like general advice for how to make characters and animations and stuff like that. I see. In that case, what I could possibly link you to, as I click on this guy here, I click on this guy here, then this guy here, and this guy here. And weren't you changing PCs or something after drawing her? Yes, but you notice I was able to find 3-year-old pixel art from my files, so she should be in that spot, but she's not, which is what I'm confused about. If I click onto here, what I can link to you is this entire playlist of Flying Priest. If I use you here, I can link it both in YouTube and Twitch, all previous streams we've done of characters specifically. So we have it on that guy there, and then this guy here too, character streams. And you'll notice right away too, as I'm linking you there, I can show you as well. Hold on, if I click on this guy, yes. Oh boy, she's here somewhere, but where is she? I can click on this guy here, which should bring you into it. You should be able to see Peko right here, number 2, streamed 2 years ago. This was the study we did on her, but I can't find her. I found this file, but I can't find that file. Oh my, let's go back into, actually no, you're in my screen, there we are. So let's see, we did clouds. What's another one we can see about modifying here? There was clouds we did, there was also this cloud one that was, I believe, of Genshin Impact that I am quite still happy with. We did do an octopus study recently. There's also these clouds that I ended up liking a lot more than the previous clouds. There's also this waterfall and rock sky, possibly what we can do, but since characters was requested, how about we see modifying this lady right here? I believe I still have the original reference of the image. So what I can do, as I do already have it downloaded, let's go into our, let's see. Program here now. She doesn't want to be one-up by a new rendition. So it seems. Let's go into Jaw here. I should have the file here on hand because I downloaded it earlier because we were looking at it earlier. Here we are, day 10. There we go. So this was the idea, is that I wanted to create a mannequin of making a bigger character piece. This one here, not even a sprite, it is a total of being about 96 wide, 160 tall, which is a lot, truth be told. And I was struggling to draw the hair, as well as the clothing and the face, and I don't even think we'll be able to do all of that. So maybe, might be able to modify this lady here from the template. Let me see if I can specifically find the reference art I used, as hopefully, fingers crossed, should not be too bad, as I should have the file, but let's see. If I go back to here, I click on that, videos here, we have drawing clouds, I lied, tiles, we have trees, No, I don't think we have the original file, but I do remember the lady, and I did have a video of it as well. So hold on, wait, hold your horses. I think I found the image. Hold on, is this it? Is this the one I'm thinking of? No, but it's of the lady here, so you know what, I'll take it. Oh my, unfortunate. Nope, not this one. And if I click on you here, is this the image? Oh, I do have it. Oh, this is lovely. Okay, so I'm not sure when this was created, but I can show you. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe if I go to the file data here, properties, this was made in 2023. So I'm guessing maybe not. But this is old traditional art I did of this character. Here we are. Look at this. This was a gesture drawing I did when I tried drawing her initially. So I had the idea of drawing first digital art of the character lady, and let me grab the image, as I do also have the image saved, which is good, but I can't find Peko Yama. This was the original image I was trying to reference. So I looked at this image, tried drawing it in traditional art, then a few years later I tried drawing it in pixel art here. So we'll try again a third time. So I'll go ahead and also link this in the Discord too if you want to give a shot at drawing the actual image. So I'll grab this guy here. I'm so glad I did save it. But Pekko, oh boy. We'll go ahead and drag this guy here, save it to there. There you are. So if you're looking for that there too, we're good for that there. Lovely. With that said, yes indeedy, now that we do have the actual reference image and not compared to the clouds one, let's see what we can do with this. As I click on you back to here, you back to here, let's close a few files and then see about what we can do. As I can drag you to this guy here, we'll just drag you up here for now temporarily. With my new character knowledge, what can I do for this character sprite? One thing I do know is that I made it big on purpose because I was trying to do a larger art piece. I can also grab this guy here as well. And hi, Okie Twig. Welcome, Mystery. Welcome in. Hi, finally made it. Well, welcome in and welcome on down to Art Review Town. I hope you have fun well. Let me go ahead and make this guy a little bit smaller here, as that was the initial first piece. And then I went back and I did, let's see if I grab this guy here. And hello, Vinjren Gauma. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in. It always has been. Oh my. Oh, you know what I just realized too? This guy here is a file sheet. This is the big image. Oh, this is when I didn't know how to export pixel art, so I upscaled it and then I exported it. So all my old pixel art is big files of the final artwork upscaled and then exported, because I didn't know you could go to file, export as, and when you get to this bit, you could use resize. I didn't know about that. So instead, oh, hold on, you can't see it. Hold your horses if I hide this guy very quickly. Yes. So since I didn't know this option existed when you could export stuff, so you would do file, export as, you would upscale it here. What I was doing anytime I wanted to upscale my art was I would do sprite size, upscale it here, and then upscale it at 100%. I am glad I knew, and close enough, I see. How about Vinge then? Would that be a little bit easier? Yeah, I do tend to butcher names a whole lot, I say. This is the original piece, I believe, but it's so huge, I can't say that as well, and I'm not even sure if you need it to be that big. You're just huge. Let me go and close you here, close you here. We can then also, well, we could use this guy as a reference for just character sizes and everything. Truth be told, I think we could make her even that big size here. And I believe these are from Metal Max, something. What's that one game? Not Metal Max, possibly. Hold on, let me see. Metal Slug. That's where these two sprites are from, Metal Slug, as I did like them. I think these guys are very pretty. So what we'll go ahead and do is, we'll see about modifying this guy a little bit. It's way too big, especially to do for what remainder of stream there is. We're gonna go ahead and make the canvas guy's size here a lot bigger, and Vinge is what I usually tell people to call me. I see. Well then, welcome in, Vinge, welcome in. What we'll also do here, as you can see, this was me attempting to draw all the bigger sizes and scaling here. We're gonna go ahead and remove this background here too to make things a little bit easier to see. You can see right away that this guy right here is a huge sprite, and I don't think I've ever done anything this big, possibly. At least 1/12 of a full body, big full body. I have done big portraits. I think the largest one to date is probably maybe 64 by 64. You know what? I should be able to have that file on hand. If I go to this guy here and I were to go to, let's see, characters, Pixelart here, possibly, is this it? Yes, it is, lovely. So this is the most recent, largest Pixelart piece I've done. And this guy here is 64x64. I was able to add a lot, and this was done this year as well. 64x64. As reference for how small that is in comparison, if I just merge this guy down, undo, take a look at the size difference between this. Hold on here. And make this guy, this is smaller than the big character. And I think, at least the mistake I'd say, is making this sprite this big. I thought making it bigger would add more detail, but I think I lost a lot of detail. I think this lady could be drawn in at least half of the size of this. So possibly, I'd say, maybe that big, I would make her instead of this big, especially with all the details. So you know what, let's try making her a little bit smaller and then seeing if at all that changes a few things here and there. That's where we'll get started at. So I'll go and close this guy since I don't need you. Do I need you guys? Probably might need you as reference. So we'll also copy you here, as these are different character game reference. And if you do have questions on what game specifically, I can also tell you that too. If one game style catches your eyes, as you're able to download the original files from the games and put them in your own, program to get a better look at them, which I also think is handy as well, as the whole point of getting and improving is that by finding files in the game, by finding files and game styles that you like, you can then go in really detailed and see specifically how things were done to help. And yo, was that Chris Deltarune? It was indeed. We also have Frisk Undertale. Oh my. We'll go ahead and close this guy here since I don't need you. We also have this here from Fields of Mystria. We'll go ahead and do that there. Cloud Study there. That's the old Cloud Study. Don't save. Yep. We can go ahead and close you here as that can be saved here. Close you here. And this guy here is artwork for Lusk, so we can also close that there too. Lovely. So we'll call this guy here our character, CHARICTER, character ref size. There we go. And the thing is too is that I have been trying to get better at making character sprites that are comparable to sprites you would see walking around. However, I can say though that bigger sprites like these might be used for things like visual novel. However, as there's a lot of howevers here, if I were to just, for example, go to Fields of Mystria sprite size, it makes me wonder how big of a sprite as the game, this is Fields of Mystria, if I were to grab this sprite here, how big is it compared to my person? I am curious to see. It's still smaller! That's how you know it was too big. It's the idea of when or where would I ever need to have Pixelart this big. On one hand, it's definitely a stylistic choice, but I didn't even think that was that big. But when you put it side by side, and that's the thing too, when you're learning Pixelart, it's very hard to tell how big something is unless you're able to compare things side by side. So just being able to look at these side by side, yeah, I think it's way too big. The thing is, Pixelart's not only just used to make games, it's also used for just general art in general. But it's a thing of what are you trying to use it for? And I'm just wondering, I'm just thinking to myself, that really is big compared to that. Yeah, I would not have made it that big had I known. And it also depends on how much detail you need to put it on. Yeah, how much detail you're going for. But I can say sometimes there's a thing as having too much detail. With Pixelart, the nicest thing is that you don't have to go too heavy on the details. For example, I'm not a big fan of heavy anti-aliasing in Pixelart, but I like a little bit. But sometimes I think a lot is, or too much is too much. And a chat menu Pixelart. Oh my. Or do you mean UI Pixelart? Or what exactly, Vinge? And I did as well. And what did you feed that girl? She's big. My hope was to make something accurate to head size. I think what I did was I initially took the head sprite that was this size, 16 by 16, and then because I wanted to make it up to scale, as I think the human body is around 7 heads tall, I duplicated it, and since my head scale was this big, I thought to myself, surely that won't be too big. Surely. So what we're going to do here instead is do it a little bit smaller. I think we could get away with a lot less. So I'm going to go in and we're going to do something a little bit smaller. And anti-aliasing is a thing, but dithering is more pixel RE, if that makes sense. It depends on the preference, Flying Priest. Anti-aliasing, I definitely think, is a big thing in Pixelart. And you know what? I can actually show you, since we're talking about it, Metal Slug. I think the Pixelart is wonderful in this. It has a lot of anti-aliasing and dithering. I can say that for certain. For example, I can go to a piece like, let me see if I can find one here super duper quickly. It should not be too hard as all the artwork is quite similar to the styling. And it's kind of like a portrait you see where there's a bubble dialogue. I see. Oh, I found it. This guy here. And if I drag this guy here, this is from Metal Slug. Specifically, things like this, I find to be way too detailed. For here specifically, I think it's anti-aliasing, dithering. I would call this dithering in this area here, where you can kind of see there's like a texture of mixing, but a lot of blending of textures and colors. For me, this is too detailed. I would never want to make pixel art that looks like this, but a lot of people like it. And so when I say there is a such thing as too much, in my preference, I am more of a fan of things that look like, oh, you can't even find it. But the other thing, Fields of Mystria, it's on the simpler side, which I found to be more to my taste. But there's people who really like this, and just looking at this, I find it beautiful, but I could never find myself making things like this. Yeah, but you make a fair point, Ame. And I should know, I just made my characters 126x120 to 157x148 with a perception change. It was really tough, especially when it came to learning how to pixel art facing forward. I would say facing forward has been the easiest for me. And what is anti-aliasing and dithering? That is a great question. Hold on, there we are. Great question, not no pause. Is that not, yeah, not no pause. There we are. Anti-aliasing, I would say, is, or actually, let's cover dithering first. Dithering is the idea of taking different colors and mixing them together. Usually you'll see dithering as some sort of texture, as like a checkered board. You can kind of see here how we start off with this light color, then we transition to a medium, then we transition to a dark color, then here we have a dark color, more medium, then a little bit lighter. So it's the idea of transitioning colors by using some sort of texture or some sort of pattern. There's a lot of different patterns you can use. What's most common I see at least is a checkered board, so this kind of guy here. And then anti-aliasing on the other hand, as I don't know if this guy, yeah, anti-aliasing on the other hand point is where, do you see how there's kind of dots here, there's a dot there, and there's a kind of a dot here, and there's kind of random dots, it seems to be the case of scattered around. Might call it random, might not call it random, but specifically here on the tire, I'd say dots here, here. There's kind of dots in different areas of the piece that maybe you would think to yourself, why is that there? That I would consider anti-aliasing. The purpose of using anti-aliasing is also like dithering, where you're trying to blend two colors, except it's a little bit different in the sense of, if I very quickly grab this color here, and we make it into this big color here, and then we were to do this color here as well, and then I were to grab a darker color like this color here, and we were to actually do instead, as I grab all of this here, make you a little bit lighter like that there, and we add that guy here, add this guy into here, and then we were to go for a brighter color. So we grab this brighter color, I think here. Yeah, we can definitely do a brighter color here. We'll do this guy here, possibly like that there. We'll then remove this guy, actually do a darker color here. So we'll do this guy here, and then we'll do this guy here, go for like this guy here, fill this guy in about here-ish. There we are, okay. So, taking a look at these two guys, you might think to yourself, how can I make the colors less harsh? Right now, it's pretty strong against one another. There's a lot of pointed angles. So what you would use anti-aliasing for is to smooth everything together. So you would take about 50% of the color here, and I mean that it's written. Oh my! And like even sketching for the game, the artist did a lot of detail. It's so lovely to see how detailed Pixelart can get. I can say that 100%. So anti-aliasing is the idea of blending two colors together. That is what you do with dithering as well, but they're a little bit different. The best way I can describe it is more so ditherings of a pattern. Anti-aliasing, you're kind of rounding edges. So you can kind of see here our left and right. Left will be without anti-aliasing, right will be with anti-aliasing. You would grab one color, go about 50% here, and then you'll go along the edges. So I would put maybe like a dot here, maybe a dot here, dot here, go along the edges, and the hope is to go about 50%, and you're trying to smooth things out so they're not maybe as harsh on the eyes. So I might add a dot here, and the question of where you would choose to put those dots at, I can truthfully say it comes down to a feeling. You would go through and you would try and do experiments and see what you feel feels nicer compared to the other one. So you can kind of see left versus right. The right one's a little bit smoother than the left one. That would be what I would consider anti-aliasing. I try my best to see, okay, is this a long line of color next to another color here? Add a little dot, anti-aliasing, and you dot up the area, and you get something like this. For some people, this is too much anti-aliasing. Maybe only add the dots here and only go for the inside or outside. It really depends on the person, but that's the best way to describe it. And hi, Nima, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Hello, Iris, hello, welcome in. And I added a sketch they did in 93 for the game in Discord. Ooh, we'll have to take a look at it during the Africa. Man, anti-aliasing is when a pixel is too chunky to represent the shape in the place, so the colors get weighted average of all the things that are inside the pixel. I'm not too sure on that definition, Ray, because I think too chunky would depend on what you feel is too chunky. Maybe it could be like a rule of thumb of too chunky, because I could definitely see this being too chunky. However, a lot of other people might not see it as too chunky. And contrary to dithering, I'd say anti-aliasings, there's oftentimes a definitive way to do it. Huh, that is an interesting one. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. With all of that said, let me go ahead and grab this guy here. And what I want to do is try to do this guy here, but a little bit smaller, a little bit teeny tinier. I think we can get away with doing something either this size or even smaller to this size here. And Wikipedia has a great article about anti-aliasing. Oh, I'll have to take a look at it then, as I think someone else linked an article before about dithering and the technical ways to say it. I have not taken a look at it yet, though. I do plan to for the reg. I want to go through the Discord and look at everything I can find. And nerd! No worries, nerding is fun here. Haven't you seen the glasses? Big brain. Oh my. So what we're going to do here is, I want to try doing the body. So I'm going to do maybe the hips about here, and this is where I would want to see about just getting the general feel of the art. And we're on Twitch. We're all nerds! Exactly. You're not different, Chuck. I like him big. I like him. And let's see. Hi, Blood Cruise Nick. I like him big. I like him chunky. Moto. Welcome in the stream, Blood Cruise Nick. Welcome in. And I was about to say, nerd is a compliment. Is a space. It's a notch. It is. And welcome in the stream as well.
The just redeemed drone.
I bring suffering. Apparently you do. Oh my, and let me see. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. And basically, anti-aliasing is not just about the stair steps, but also about signals as low resolution. For example, audio has anti-aliasing too. The thing is, though, when you start getting into the technical things, Ray, it starts to get a little bit confusing for a lot of people. It gets into the thing of too many words, too many definitions. What's the simplest way to describe it? That's how I tend to look at it. Let me get the water bottle. And do you have like 50 water bottles? You can only review 2 times per stream, Pala. It was done earlier, so I only bring 2 full ones. So let me, too many words, stop caring. Well, it's not stop caring. It's usually, for me, too many words, I forgot. So as long as you keep it caveman style, it's easier for me to remember. With that said, let me go ahead, that water reading. Give me 1 second here. Done. Alrighty, 2 bottles of water. There you go. You get no more. And I just need to know why Unga Bunga. That's it. Yeah, I'm more of a fan of Unga Bunga. And since when? Yesterday, indeed. The new regime, as per requested though, where did my... I just had my pen, and then I lost the pen. And, where did the pen go? Did I drop it on the floor, possibly, perhaps? Give me 1 second. Where did my pen go? I found it! It was underneath the mic stand, and since they're both black, it left my peripheral vision like a T-Rex. We're all good to go now. And why does the BRB music sound like Rude Buster? Because it is! It is! Indeed! Yep. I am a big fan of Deltarune. It's been one of my biggest inspirations when it comes to game development, as well as Undertale too. And check your ear! Nope, not behind the ear. And Assessor drinking 2026. Oh boy. With that said, let's see. And yeah, see, I tell you, it's so good. We're gonna see about maybe making more of a silhouette for this character here. And we'll keep it super duper teeny tiny to keep it small. And see about doing a recreation of a smaller character sprite as a, that's way too big. Even this might be too small, but we'll see. How much space do we really need? So what I'm only doing right now is I'm trying to figure out the body weight. That would be our hips. This would then see about being our chest, and we also can kind of see the way the body is posed, and that's another thing too. I just said it before, but for some reason, I always make my things, or I always choose the hardest things to draw. Be it clouds, and the specific lighting through the clouds or something else. Oh, I tell you, and let's see. So basically, anti-aliasing is not smoothing, it's averaging all the pixels, so sometimes anti-aliasing means sharper, not blurrier. Ah, I haven't heard that one before, and that's IMO where a lot of people get confused. I have always referred to anti-aliasing as blending, so I've never heard of it as sharper. That's interesting, Grey March. What I'm saying here is a line that kind of goes a little something like that. It's got a little curve to it. So can we do that for our lady here? Let's see. We'll add the body here. That's about the chest bit. And then the legs are going to be pretty tall too. The good news is that we don't have to worry about proportions too much. I'd say her head's probably about here. Maybe make you a little bit smaller here. That's a big chest, but that's okay. I'd say that kind of gives us the little sneaky shape that we see. And you as well, yeah, same. Let's see, did I miss anything else? I don't believe so. And I wanted to save up another 50K. Oh man. Nope. Don't you notice how that it says drown safely? That's pretty important. That's like the #1 rule is that while it is a redeem that is drinking a lot of water, it has to be done safely. And we're oh boy, it brings me back to the time when I first introduced the water redeem, and you all tried to drown me by redeeming it back to back because there was no cooldown. It was awful. Oh my. I'm thinking here we can make this guy maybe even a little bit smaller. So we have, if I copy this guy here, make this a little bit teeny tinier. You could possibly do something like this even, making it small. And if we got that guy in there, we do that guy there. It kind of gives us a little bit more. And wasn't that the intent? No. I like breathing, you know, it's pretty important and it's pretty nice. I can 10 out of 10 recommend it, though, you know, breathing's important. Speaking is also important too, but they're very important everywhere you go, and press X to down. Oh boy. What I'm also going to do here is I'm going to add the legs as just a very solid shape. I'm gonna do like a little V here, kind of like a robot. Oh, that robot, like this. I think that works there too. So we kind of have the legs going here, and then you have the hand, and I say probably hand can go possibly here, and a hand can go possibly here-ish, maybe. Hand can be modified a smidge. She has a tall head, so maybe we can kind of bring this guy up a little bit more. And this is where I would start to kind of fleshen things out once I get the overall silhouette that I'm looking at as the character. So we might say that there. The body is kind of facing the opposite way. So actually, we'll probably have to flip that guy there and do this guy here for more of our S shape. So it kind of goes here, and then it goes here. So possibly here, here, and then this guy kind of goes, let's see, more so like here, or rather we can do maybe here. So something like that gives us more of the shape I'm looking for in the sense of, oh, we grew this different color here, kind of go here, here, hold on, here, 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 kind of that curve we're looking for. And wait, this pose could suit Metaton. That's true, yeah. It's got that power pose feel. I can see it being Metaton's 100%. Let me go ahead and copy you here. We'll see this guy. And moving on along, we can go ahead and see about starting to add the face and things of that nature. I've never been good at adding colors when it comes to skin tones, as adding the shading out of the highlighting, but you know what? Now's the time to see about improvements. You know what we can also see about too? Was I hue shifting back then for this character here? Let's take a look and see. If I go ahead and hide, nope, not that guy there, not that guy there, not that guy there. Aha! Were you hue shifting back then? We have this color. I was hue shifting. Well, look at that. You know what? We'll actually take the colors that I have here. They're not too bad colors. We'll grab this color here. I'll make this guy into our, what layer is this guy here? This is the refresh. Let's see. This guy here is going to be reprise, R-E-P-R-I-S-E. And he can make any pose glamorous. Exactly. Doesn't even need the arms, just needs the legs. We'll do here now our palette. So we'll save this guy to being our pal here. And then let's see. Breathing's overrated nowadays. And don't my glamour swords. We'll go here, and then we'll also choose the color of being this guy here. The thing is, it seems to be the case that I chose darker colors, when really, look at the stomach. That's a very light highlight shine due to the sun, which is interesting to see about. So maybe we can modify it just a smidge. For example, I think this pink's a little bit too dark. I might see about maybe making this guy a little bit lighter, a little bit more on the creamier side here, possibly for our more regular tone. And then if we do shadow, might go down here to our reds a little bit more, possibly do that color instead. And then we can see about maybe making this color our darker color here. So possibly like a warm, darker brown for the outline, possibly. And then for the highlights, since it definitely is a lot of light shining, let's go over here to the white a little bit more. Something in that area. And legs is where the glamour is stored. Exactly. We'll go ahead and zoom out here. Save this guy. I also want to grab some of those greens. So looking at this guy, yeah, you can even see my assessment of colors. This was before I started doing painting and started trying to learn how to paint digitally. Even here, the green I see, I made black for some reason, and that some reason was that inexperience. I didn't know what I was looking at. This is not black. This is just a darker green. This entire area here is not the same color as this. So it's interesting to see that as well too. I can say though, I'm still very proud of these hands. If it's one thing, I will keep these hands. They are beautiful. They're some of my best work, I tell you. We'll go ahead, and I'm curious to see. Hue shifting is done here. Hue shifting for this guy, not so much for the black, which is a-okay too. Now that I'm seeing it, for example, I look at this green, I see cool green. I look at this here, I see warm green. It's more along the lines of being yellow. This is more along the lines of being blue. So we want more of a yellowy sort of green. And them are got hands. Indeed, it's great. So what we're going to do here instead is go for this color, and let's go for more of a darker green. It's still going to be dark, but it's just going to be warm, which just means it's over here closer to yellow. So something like that I think is a little bit closer. And if I am trying my best to kind of color and match it a little bit more, possibly maybe there. And the thing is as well is that we don't have to get it accurate. We don't have to get it correct. Just somewhere closer to the ballpark. Like maybe we can do something there, and then maybe we can go a little bit now into the cooler colors here and go for something like that. That would be the color range I would choose instead. So we'll go ahead and save this guy here, and let's start to modify it a smidge. We don't need the hair just yet, but if we were to add the hair, how might that be? Let's see, If we were to do hair, I'm thinking probably brown, orangey is the tone. Possibly here is what we could use, sort of this orange. Then if maybe we go to the right here a little bit, we can go for something a little bit brighter, so maybe that guy. And then if we go over here, maybe something a little bit darker here, so maybe this tone here can get used. It's not quite what we're seeing. If anything, it might go a little bit darker here for this area around that point. So possibly what we can do is do this bit here. So there's a few outline colors we can go for, but it is kind of feeling on-y. I can't say that. Oh, we can also add in our brown here, or not brown, but black. Black. Technically, it's pretty close, isn't it? The way I'm saying right here, black, brown. So I'm going to go a little bit, you know what? Less saturated possibly for like a dark brown. I'm thinking for this black here. maybe we can go for something a little bit warmer, so something along the lines of, nah. I think this is probably our best shot. Maybe over here, maybe over here. Something there could work too. Or maybe we can go for something over here, maybe something there. One of these colors I think can be a good suit, or not suit, but the, what's it called, shirt value. So this will be my palette that we'll use, temporarily at least. This is just the eyeball-y idea. With that said, we'll go here, and let's see about doing a smaller character sprite, since I definitely think the detail that I was looking for, I can improve, or I can get in this size sprite. So we'll go ahead and zoom out a little bit. And now, let's see about just doing the overall feel of the shape. So for example here, I see, as a start off, I see that big stomach where it is wide stomach. That's a little bit better to define it as. And if I go here and here, I kind of see it going down this way. And it's kind of got like a slanted look to it. So I might see about doing something like this here and being wide. Wide is the feel I'm going for. And then upon being at the top of this width here is where we add in that shirt. So I might say have it come about here instead, as this is where it kind of comes around and down. And this is where we might, as I zoom out a little bit, that way we don't get too zoomed in, I might then grab our green here. We'll go for our light green on one side and then the dark green on the other side for now. We'll have this guy, and this guy is going to go in the back. So we can kind of have it go probably here, here, and here. We'll add the outline in just a second as we grab this guy here for our darker tone. So I'm seeing at least something like this as the knee kind of comes out. So possibly knee comes out this way, knee comes out this way, about there-ish, and then we can kind of fill that in for there and there. So that'll be one part of it. We can kind of remove that, so that's one leg. Then this part comes up, and it seems to be the case that she also has some boots going on, so we can definitely add those boots. So I'm thinking at least we have the knee kind of come possibly up here and up here. We can even make it thinner, but the thing is, we already have the width thanks to the hips, so we can kind of modify it from there. So I might see about doing instead something like that here-ish, and that kind of gives us the diagonal feel that we're going for. So I might see about doing something like that there. And then if we were to remove this guy here, that way we can kind of get the overall boot feel, I might then go ahead and grab our darker color here, go over something a little bit darker because I think it is more necessary. Then we add the shoe here. This is going to be our little boot here. So this would be our boot about here, I'd say, possibly have it kind of curving upwards. So something about there-ish, I'd say, could be the little boot that gets used, and that's kind of a little point there. And then this guy here would go in the background, so we can make that guy a little bit darker. And the thing is, I want to add outlines, so we gotta make sure to remember to add outlines, because right now, no outlines exist. And we can also add that little dot there for the foot, but you know what? I think I kind of like the foot going out here instead. So we'll keep it as that. Another thing I want to keep in mind is the fact of contrast. For example, it's kind of hard to see the boot here, the front versus back. So let's see about upping this brightness just a little bit so it's not as dark. That way we can kind of see everything as we're going through, and this is a little bit easier to see in the eye, so we'll go with this for now. Though, truth be told, maybe we can go a little less saturated here for brown, something like that. I think that could work too as well. And with this color, we're also going to use it up here so we can get the color usage out of the way. This seems to be more of a blocky shape, so we can kind of remove that guy here. Add then this bit kind of goes outwards, so we can also add that here. It would kind of get then added out here-ish, I'd say, and then probably up here and then down here. So this is probably the chest area as well. And another thing we can do as we're kind of blobbing these things in and out is we'll also add the outline. So one thing at a time, but I'm thinking at least we'll have this here, and then this is going to be the head. Probably have to make the head a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller, but that's a-okay too. We'll also have to factor in about our arms and shoulders. So I'd say probably shoulder would go here, so we can add in that little shoulder about here-ish, and this will be one shoulder bit there. We can kind of fill that in there-ish. And then this guy here, definitely below the stomach, I can see here, about at that area. So probably going to actually be over here, if anything, probably there. Then we'll go ahead and make this guy a little bit longer, about here-ish. So I'd say probably there. It kind of has a little bit of a bend, so we can definitely add that bend in later, possibly. We'll go ahead and add that in there. And then this guy here, since it's in the background, I'm going to make it go behind here a little bit. We'll have this guy go underneath, something like that there. Oh, hold on. Did I go over top? I didn't go over top, but never mind. We'll go here and we'll have it go, and it seems to be the case of, again, this guy here, kind of in line with that bit. So we'll add it over here, kind of go over in this area more so. And then we'll have it kind of come down and around. The good news is that we don't have to worry about proportions too much. If something always feels off, we can just modify it a little bit later. That's always the nice bit of this. Something we can also do, since this is going to be the neck area, is we can add that little V that you can kind of see for the neck. So I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit here, and let's see if we can add just a smidge more detail. Don't need a lot right now, just need something. So I want to see about adding in that V point so it kind of looks like a neck. Something like that could definitely work. We'd also see about adding in something more so like that. How thick do we want our neck? Since it's a small sprite, I think a smaller neck would be more suitable. And the hair is also covering her up, so we can get away with a little bit more, which is the good news here. So I'm going to see about adding in this bit here. You can kind of see that all of this is shoulder, and the head's actually kind of slanted to the side, which is interesting. So we'll go ahead, we'll zoom back into here. We'll then grab our lady right here, slide her body over this one, I think here, because it's over by one bit. I think we'll make her head smaller too, as I think this is way too big. So maybe we can make the head a little bit smaller. So something about here I think is a little bit better. We'll also see about adding in our outlines now. That way it doesn't feel as off anymore, as this guy kind of goes up here, and there's also some other bits, but for now, temporarily, this is what we have. So I'll go ahead and copy you, and then we can go ahead and slide you on over. We'll then go ahead and move all of our palette up to here, so that things are a little bit easier to see. So from this bit, what I'm going to do now is see about fleshing things out and also adding a more heavy outline. So for example here, I might grab this guy, and then there's also this dark outline here, so this dark color. I'm actually going to see about maybe making you, we'll do a new layer, hold on, I can do this properly. Select all, new layer, oh, I am on the wrong layer, that's why it's not working. So we'll select all of you here, new layer. You know what? If any of you know what's going on, go ahead and tell me, because I'm not too sure. I hold down shift and then nope. Thank you, the fake Soki for the follow. Thank you, and welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Ghost. Jinx. Oh my. So we'll go ahead and do a new layer here, paste this guy back in, and go to the brush here, and then oh my. Well, then go and grab this darker color, and I just wanted to do something a little bit different before my spread decided, yeah, I want to be haunted. So we're gonna go here for the darker color. And this is where I'm going to start to add a little bit of outlining. Let's start off below the belt here as I slide you to be here. Now the question is, since the stomach's coming outside of the pants, we want to do as an outline here. And for outlines that are on the darker side, I usually try to go with something here to try to kind of show that it's outside. But I kind of like the idea of doing a belt buckle here. So maybe we don't. And this is where having that sort of painterly idea comes into place too, where you can kind of see there's a blob here of light. Oh, you can't see. There's a blob here of light, then it gets medium and then a little dark. There's kind of a medium a bit here, it's pretty dark here, and this is where you would add all that texturing and detail, but because it's so small, you can't really add all that texture and detail, which is good, because we don't have to. What we just have to figure out is outlines. So I'm going to go to this guy here, since this is the darkest color that we have, and let's see about adding some outlines. So I'm thinking at least we can do like 2 here, have this kind of come out, and then have it kind of turn inwards here, so possibly something like that, and then we can kind of modify that there. So it gets that hip. So we could also remove this guy here too. That is also an option. But I kind of like do I like it? I don't think so. Maybe if we do the idea of doing something like this here, I think that works out a little bit better. We have a 2, 3, and then this is like more of the flourish color. Maybe if we do something like that, it'll feel a little less apart, but I kind of like this. I think we'll go with this. This here feels a little bit nicer. And then what we'll do is also do it for here. So we'll also add in our other line. And this line here can kind of go down there. I could see that being the case of. The thing is that the line only starts about halfway, so we don't have to worry about it too much. I'd say probably starts about there-ish. And then kind of have this guy go inwards as it's going in and then out. And when it comes out, this is where we're also going to add in our darker color here, as this is where the boot comes into play at. And for these guys, I usually either add a line at the bottom if I want it to not feel like well, for my sprites, I tend to leave the bottom as no line, as usually it adds more definition to it being in the world. For example, here, I don't know if I have my sprite on here. I don't. How unfortunate, but you can see there's a line at the bottom for Scott Pilgrim. Then for Pokemon here, we also have a line at the bottom. Then let's see, Mega Man here. This character doesn't have a line at the bottom because there's a big shadow. I believe this is not Final Fantasy, Fire Emblem. I think this is Fire Emblem. If we're let's see here, Celeste doesn't have lines at the bottom. I tend to find that whenever I make sprites, I like not having the line at the bottom. It feels like the character lives in the world more. But that's, again, just styling differences. Even here in Eastward, the line is at the bottom here. We have Octopath Traveler, also line at the bottom. Stardew Valley, no line at the bottom. So it depends on your certain flavor. I think here is Chrono Trigger. Kind of no line at the bottom here, but line at the bottom here. And they're mountain climbing barefoot. They have shoes. You just can't see the line check. Oh my. We'll go ahead and I'll make this guy a little bit bigger. That way it's easier to see on here. And meanwhile, Undertale Deltron's just one color. Oh yeah. There's even here for Enter the Gungeon, one color. The thing is for at least, I know, one color here. Sometimes it also depends on the styling in terms of outlines. If there's no outline going on, for example here, outlines around the hand, but not for the hair or the clothing, the styling really depends on a lot of different things. Even here you can kind of see, hi cutie pie, welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. I hope you've been well. For a game like River City Girls, also no outline, but there's no outline everywhere. And I do like the style of River City Girls. I'm a fan of outlines, but River City Girls is really good at using, shapes. They're really good at using shapes for different stylings, and I think it is lovely to especially study not only their hair, but also study the clothing. The way they do clothing is great and very pretty, and I hope to get something similar one day to their style. So we'll go down here, we'll then have this guy kind of go up a little bit more, kind of maybe have that kind of diagonal bit, and this is where I might have that point of the heel go down, or maybe not even at the point. It really depends, but I'm going to add a point here because there's kind of like a point slide there. So we're going to add that in there, then we're going to add in this bit. So the question now becomes how to do the rest of the boot. I'm thinking at least possibly, because this is smaller on the inside, probably leave it to be that there, and then have this kind of be up here and up here. So something like that there for the rest of the boot. And then we come back to the outline here, which is going to be all of this. And since this bit here is kind of going in, we'll just make it green for now, since everywhere else is green. And it is a very creative color. So we'll go here, and then this guy can kind of go down here, I think. Have it go down here, and we want these guys to kind of align. So how can we make you align properly, as there is kind of a little bit of a baggy bit? So possibly we could even just get away with doing something like this here to show that there is a little bit of bagginess, but I don't like the way that looks, so we're not going to do that. We're going to save that maybe for a little bit later if we do have a later time. But for now, we'll just go for something like this, and this here. We can maybe up the detail, up the definition, but I think this is suitable. It feels closer to being accurate, however, I kind of do see a lot more legs going on here than I see for here. So maybe one thing you would do is either make this a little bit longer, a little bit shorter. For example, maybe we can make this guy a little bit longer, and then also this one here a little bit longer. So if we do that, it might end up looking more so like this here, then we add this guy here. Maybe a little bit longer, that way we get more leg action going on, since there are very long legs. So I just up the length of it just a smidge. If anything, maybe we can also up the leg length here too, and this is where making the sprite a little bit bigger can come in handy as well. As now, those are some long legs compared to it. And the thing about body ratios is, I used to do this all the time. I was big into doing character portraits and doing gesture drawings. So I tried my best to learn different proportions and things of that. A good rule of thumb is that this bit here, below the stomach, you usually, this is what's the word I'm looking for? This is not my rule of thumb, this is the rule of thumb I've been told. So what you're about to hear, I hold no responsibility for. But hypothetically, if you chop the body in half, then you're going to get the other part. If that makes any sense, the half point is here. So when you're trying to make sure your measurements are correct, what would be a nice idea to do is grab that lower part, put it up here. If it's about halfway, you're good. If it feels fine. However, if I go here, you can see I go about halfway here. Is it the same? Does it feel like it matches up? If I go about here, kind of fine too. So it's a little interesting. I made it longer, but I like how the legs are a little bit longer here compared to the head here. And I chopped the body in half, noted. Chop the body, got it, boss. This is why I can't have nice things. Oh my. Let's then go ahead here and start adding the other. Oh, hold on. We're also going to need to go to this guy here and add the darker part for the area here. So if we do this guy, I'd say this is probably an area. And don't dissect her, please. Well, the goodness is that, she's putty. I always say this whenever I'm making characters. They're all made out of putty. So the goodness is that this does not hurt them, not one bit. They're all healthy and fine and safe, 100%. What we're going to do here, I think, is possibly, and I want to have that little overhang we see. The thing is, that line is not as drastic as I'm making it, so you might have to modify things a little bit here too. So what I'm going to do at least, so we can get that stomach area, is an idiot. No, oh, I see. I don't know. I've seen what the Power Rangers do to putty. Oh, yeah, I thought that was idiots. We'll go ahead and put this here, here, and here. There we go. And I'm going to slide this over by like one more. I want to get that real big curve going on for that stomach that we see. So I'm going to add this guy here, so we really kind of get that diagonal line going on. And then for here, we might move that down a little bit and add that bit here. The thing is, I think this is more so the line we'd have for that bit there and that bit there. And possibly what we can do is not have it all go outward there. Maybe we just have that line go there. Something like that I think might work out a little bit better. We could also maybe see about having that guy go there, so it's kind of going diagonal. So I might have that go up a little bit, something like that, a smidge, and then have this part go in. And it seems to be the case that it's kind of like a, what's called jacket. This area here, going to need to get changed, don't worry. And are you good? It looks like idiot. Oh, hold on, just so we're on the same page here. I want you to know that I don't need glasses, okay? But from far away, doesn't that look like idiot? It's got an I, it's got a D, it's got an O, it's got a T. When you really squint, I could see it, big idiot. I could see it, and I would never call you idiot. Well, you know, I've been called dummy, I've been called, well, actually, no, I think dummy's actually.
Quelm_nos just redeemed glasses toggle.
I do appreciate it, though, Ame. And glasses toggle, big brain time, that's for sure. Let me go ahead and get that 10-minute timer on. Thank you for that, redeem. Oh my, we'll go ahead and save this guy here. We'll zoom out a little bit more. And with that all said and done, we're going to have this guy go up a little bit, and then I think have it kind of go up a little bit more. Probably 3 here, 3 here can maybe be good to go, and no problem, I got you. Saving the big brain one hand, or one redeem at a time. We'll do this guy up here, and then I kind of like it kind of going downwards. So I think this is the length we'll do of the shirt here, possibly. It might be a little bit too wide still, which is okay. This is all a part about modifying it, and now air sensor connects the C. Say that was blind before, hold on. We're also, what you can see is that this bit here kind of goes up here more so. So let's go ahead and modify that so that the shoulder actually goes in the shoulder joint socket. That's pretty important to go in, like, you know, the shoulder hole. We'll modify this guy, move this guy over here a little bit more. Have this guy then go over here a smidge and have that really go for the shoulder area about there-ish. Shoulder's pretty thin though, so we're gonna make this guy go here. Then we can kind of erase all of this bit and move you up too. So we're gonna grab you and I'll grab you, kind of have you go up. I'm also going to have you slide over just a little bit here and as someone who avoids wearing their glasses on regular buys, wear your glasses! Glasses are important to wear. I do 100% agree. Should you need them and should you be prescribed them, they're a very handy and important tool as it will harm you in the long run, as you say. Actually speaking, when you strain your eyes tend to use up more energy, and in the long run, strain is bad for your soul and your body, so make sure that you put your glasses on daily to have longevity in the long run, actually. So we'll go ahead and have this guy kind of come outwards. I think then we'll have this bit go here. I'm wondering, at least, for the shirt bit, if we want to have it kind of come in this area here. And I'm thinking at least you kind of would have it come outwards and down, and this is where that bit would come outwards at. So we can kind of have it go up here, as this will be the barrier, so to speak. And then this bit here will be the other area, and you can kind of see how, oh, your shoulder's not looking too good there, lady. You okay? I'm prescribed. I found mine in an airport. Oh, nice. You know, that could still be good. And so since I'm only 0.5 in one eye and 1 in the other, I can see fine without glasses. Just sometimes to read far away text, I need glasses. Do you need glasses in real life too? I am not a glasses wearer, though I can at least. Okay. Once upon a time, I wore contacts, but I lost them so often that it was considered a lost cause. So. No more contacts for me. Oh my. We'll go here, then, and here, then. Though, since being to the optometrist, they say I'm good now. So we're good. We're all good to go. Thankfully. No more losing anything. We'll have the arm kind of go out here then, and see about having it go here, and then we'll have the arm possibly go about here, and might need a second opinion. Oh boy. And twin. That's so sweet. We'll have this guy then, and I'm thinking I want to have it kind of go down here. Oh, actually, this arm is long. I take it back. And how are you losing context to read your eyes? It's one of the world's mysteries. You know, if I knew that, do you think I'd be here crying? I'm going to remove this arm entirely. She'll get it back eventually. We'll also remove this guy here, and actually just do so something like that there. And might have to do some artistic liberties here. And oh boy. We'll do this here, and then this is here. And I'm wondering, at least for the body here, I kind of want to move you all back over just a smidge here. Possibly there-ish. That way it kind of comes around and daps around like that there. So I'm thinking probably something like that there. The chest would probably go there. It's a little bit hard to see because of the hair, so we'll add the hair in a second here as we do add the other bits here. And we'll add in this area. I'm thinking probably have to make this guy one shorter. So one down a little smidge here, then have this guy go down as well. And hi, Pumpkin! Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. And what? I want to hear the whole story. That's the story in a nutshell because I forgot the rest of it. I just remember losing them so often that they were like, you know what? You're fine. You're good to go. Oh my. Well, then go here and here, I think. I could probably have it go out like that there, likely. And then we'll modify this in the other area, too. And you know what? Who needs arms when you have legs like these? We'll go and now add the hair and we'll worry about the arms later. That's what I'm going to do now. Yes, indeed. Oh my, and maybe just use glasses instead of contacts? Well, see, the thing was, the idea was that, hey, you lose your glasses so often, let's try contacts. How do you lose your contacts? This is exactly the reason why we went to contacts. Oh my. Well, then go here, and the side of the face is a little bit darker, and this is where faces can become fun. And so they just didn't want to deal with your shenanigans. They weren't shenanigans, they were accidents. And trials. And 1 second, I really have to put the 0.25 velocity because I'm learning English. I have heard that too, and I do hope and I don't blame them. You know, I can say one thing I happen to lose on a daily basis are my earbuds. Often, very often. And it's come to the point where I just have to accept that I'm not going to find them. And from there, what I do is just, if I don't search for them, they magically appear within like the next hour. But you can't do that with glasses. She needs to string an attachment for a kind. It's a string attachment. That doesn't sound healthy. Hold on now. Oh boy. We're going to see about adding the face in here as I go along and add the little head bit here. And I'm thinking probably this is going to be your head. Maybe we can modify it a little bit. I know when I do heads that I often don't add the brain. So I want to make sure I add the brain. Brain's pretty important. Speaking of which, where are they? I found them yesterday, and ever since I've been making sure to have them in their designated spot. So I've been good so far. And that's why I like wired ones. Yeah, but wired ones, they're very hard to move in. They're very uncomfortable compared to the non-wired ones. It makes me wonder, I've been looking into this recently, is there, as I'm trying to figure out this head length, is there a company that makes headphones or earbuds where you can press a button on your phone and it lets you know where it's at? And it's like a little find my earbuds. That would be great. And I get wired earphones and tie them to your thigh. That sounds painful too, actually. For the mouth here, let's see button. Hi, chum. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope your insert times in here has been lovely so far. Hi. We'll do a little mouth here, and we can actually see about doing a single mouth here. Now the eyes, I'm not too sure about what we want to do. We could definitely do eyes closed. That's an option here. For example, we could have maybe an eye closed here and have it kind of go close up here. That makes her look angry. We can see about doing eyes closed here, maybe eyes closed here, then two like that there. But I kind of like the line idea. I think it's cute. And then we have the eyebrow here. Maybe we can have it kind of go here and then here. The issue is that if your eyebrows were too similar to everything else, it's a little bit tricky. Now, does an iPhone AirPods do that? That would require AirPods, wouldn't it? And, you know, I don't know about losing something so expensive. Oh boy, usually I just go with JLab earbuds. They're very, compared to AirPods at least. Let me do that there, I think. And then the side of the face will do something like probably here and here. And I mean, there's also wired earphones, the rest in your neck. But the thing is, I like listening to music when I fall asleep. It's easier to, as I hold on, figure out the side plane of this face here, easier to sleep in earbuds that aren't wired. As I add this guy here and here and here and here, like that there, side of the face can kind of be modified a smidge, but that's okay. I'm thinking at least something like this for the face. We can definitely see about moving the mouth here, since the eyes are kind of going down here. And if we want to possibly do something like this here, I think the eyes will probably go here. Now, I mean, they are also wired earphones. The rest of your neck, so they're big enough not to lose entirely. That's true. I do like chunky headphones. They're just uncomfortable to lay down in. That's the downside to using them. I'm wondering if we can do something like this here. That kind of makes your eyes look a little bit too wonky. So probably something here and here, like that I think will work fine and better. And yeah, I like the neck bands too. They don't get tangled. Neck bands. Haven't heard of neck bands. That's an interesting one. Let me do a new layer here. Let's do brown for hair. Brown's pretty similar to what we have going on already. So we'll probably do this kind of blondish color for now. And let's see about adding in this bit here for the hair portion. So I might add the bit here, see about adding it kind of over here because we kind of see it in that area. I remove that guy here, see about adding it all along here. And the good news is that we don't have to do everywhere. We just have to do the spots that are already hidden. So we can kind of add this guy here, see about this bit here, kind of do a halfway point here since there seems to be a break. Then add all of this here and add all of this here since it also seems to be kind of going in the background here. So I'm thinking at the very least, probably hair like that can be our starting point. Then we can have our dark part here, and this is where I would add the center piece, something like that, probably there. And then we'll add in the other area. This is going in the back, so we can kind of modify a bit there too. But we can kind of see about adding in something like that there, though not too sure how I want to do that. She seems to have a taller forehead than I've given her. Maybe if we move the eyes to here. No, I think that's not a good idea to do. Maybe if we make her forehead taller, possibly then, we add like one more bit up here, right up there then. Oh, about 10 minutes is up, so let's go ahead and toggle those guys off. Thank you again for that rename. So we'll do this guy here then, I think, about there-ish. Have this kind of go down, and now she's got the Pokemon gym leader pose. Oh yeah. Oh, the thing is, what do you think would be her gym type? Rock, possibly? She looks rock solid. And Frisk Undertale's eyes. What other eyes? I guess we could do different eyes, technically. What other eyes could we give her? I'm curious to see. For this, I gave her more downward-looking eyes. I guess we could see about giving her Minecraft eyes. That's an idea. For example, if we go up here a little bit and go up here, the thing is her eyes are already opened. So it's kind of hard to do and in a different style when it's already the fact that her eyes are down. So I'm gonna do that there, and then we'll have this guy kind of going in here. This is where we'll be able to add anti-aliasing once we finish everything up and over with. We'll have this guy in here, and that's not Malphite, or are you talking about Malphite from Undertale? League of Legends, or a different Malphite? I only know of one Malphite. Let's see, go here, that will be for the other side of the hair. Then this bit kind of comes down and around, so we'll also add it here, possibly like that there, have it kind of come around and down here. Something like that I think can maybe work out in our favor about here-ish. The thing is that it goes about halfway, I'd say, so we'll probably have to chop off a few length bits here. The Malphite? You said that's not rock solid. Oh! That's a fair point. Rock solid. We'll go there then, and Malphite from Undertale is my favorite. Oh my. We'll then see about also adding the line here for the cheek. Have this guy go down a little bit. The thing is that a lot of her shoulder does get added on. So now we can see about possibly adding in that shoulder area that we had going on before. And probably, I'd say shoulder would probably go about here-ish. So we can see about adding in shoulder arm from underneath. And if we were to factor that in, how does that feel? Not too bad. I think we need to remove another layer here. Probably about there-ish. And then we can also see about adding the outline in. So probably something there can work here. And we'll add in the little outline bit here too. We'll also add an outline for our hair. And this is where it gets tricky with values and everything because it's already dark enough. So can we add a color that's a little bit darker, but not dark as everything else? I don't think we can, but we can certainly try. So we go back down to here, go back down to here. How does this color look against everything? Not too bad, not too bad. Maybe we'll go with that color. And yes, Alphys's older sister, Malphys. Oh boy. Let's see, as we go up here, we'll add the align, so it would go about here and here, and then this bit here would go around, and then this bit here would kind of go down, but we'll save that a little bit for later after we figure out detailing. For now, I'm just going to add this guy there-ish. We'll have this guy as our outline for the rest of the hair up here. So maybe we can do about 2 there, maybe 3 here, and have it kind of come down here. Maybe we move that in just a smidge there, have it come down, and actually it kind of goes around and downtown. So maybe we keep it there. And the thing is as well, is that we don't have to have it accurate. It doesn't have to be what it is actually on the model here. So we could do something like that instead, if I think that cut works a little bit nicer, which I think, yeah, in this case, I think it does. We can also add here an line like that, but there, because this bit is kind of coming underneath. But does it look like she has shading? Nope, does not. I'd say probably not there, but we can try a lot of different things. Let's see here. Detailing? Whose tail are you cutting off? I am cutting off no tail. No tails were harmed in the making of this film here. We'll add a little bit up here. And my question is, can we do something like here? Have it kind of come around a little bit and then kind of come down. I want to see if we can add a little bit more detailing here specifically. So if maybe we move this guy over like a bit here. Maybe if we add a little bit here, 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 and here. Then add this area here, here, and here, and here. Possibly like that there can kind of make it look like it's going over a little bit. And then it kind of goes back. So we can kind of have this bit go backwards in line about this area here. And I kind of want to make that go forward a little bit there and there. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot more. Then we can have this guy kind of go down a smidge here. Have it go up a little bit more, and that would give us our other area here. This bit can also go backwards a little bit in space, probably, I'd say either here or here. Kind of can go there, but we can modify that and save it a little bit for later. I don't think her head's wide enough. And yeah, no, tails were hard because you cut him off! And I'm gonna go get some food, BRB. You know, flying priest, you've only been here for a little bit and you're already... You changed so quickly! Already threatening me and accusing me of violence! I am innocent, I tells ya! Oh boy, and hey, this is what happens when I found people. I wanna clarify, your people are orderly, non-chaotic, respected members of society, okay? Yeah, they got potential. Oh boy. Sure. Yeah, it's true. I know what you're on about. Oh my. We'll go ahead and add the bit of hair here, I think. And this is where we can kind of modify respected member of societies. And non-arson causing. You forgot that part too. Very important. And non-crayon eaters. I also like to add that in there. We'll modify this hair a bit in a second. Let's go ahead and do, let's see. Do we want to make the face wider? Possibly. The face kind of is diagonal to this bit here. So if anything, I would think about is water.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed water.
Tasty, 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 tasty. Thank you for that one, Chapel. And respected. A little bit and solidarity. Sorry, all I heard was build more money, bonfires, no anarchy. Respected members of society, we've just went over this. Oh boy. What I want to do is move this guy and slide him over a little bit here. Possibly over here, maybe by one here. Have it go up a smidge. Yeah, we might have to give her more forehead. Either more forehead or maybe wider head. You know what? Actually, lady, your arm's getting moved again. It will come back in due time. And you eat ice cubes? No, that sounds awful. And yeah, we only eat ice cubes in toddlers. Toddlers? Hold on now. What memo did I miss? And where can I say that's not true? Oh boy, let's make her face a little wider, possibly over here. If we do something like this here, and then we were to do face here, eyes here. I definitely do like the eye idea there at least. Like eyes here. And then if we were to do lips here, like that there, it would be something like that, I think, though. Kind of can work like that there too. No, can't work there. Maybe it can work here. I can see that working there. And then we have the bottom of the face. No, that's not the bottom of the face. I think this might have to be what it is for that area there, and then have that kind of go here. What have I done to her? What have I done? Hold on. Let's make a backup just in case. And ice cubes are truly deranged. So speaking of food, gonna get some BRB? No worries at all. No worries at all. And animal toddlers like lamb chops. Oh boy. We'll undo all this here, and then I'm going to go ahead and paste this here as yeah, I did something. I don't know what I did. I did something, and I don't know how to respond to it. We'll go over here, we'll slide you down, zoom you in a little bit here, and face. Lady, your face is going to work out. Just you worry, I'm not a surgeon, but I'm also not a licensed practitioner. That's against the point. You did not come here for that. You came here for professionalism, which I can bring you, mother. Oh boy, mother, what have you done to me? Oh boy. We can maybe do something like that there. I like that, okay. Maybe slide it over here. No, I like that there. Yeah, okay. I like that. And then we can kind of maybe have this go in by like one more over here, possibly. Like, no, don't do that. That's not good. Maybe if we do that there. Okay. And then now we're going to need probably the pointed part of the face. That's okay. This is all right. You can be salvaged. It's not wrong yet. And then we go here and okay. For a second, I thought it was another mother. We're going to go ahead and then do this guy here, this guy here. We'll go ahead and add all of these guys here. And what I'm hoping to do is add a little bit of an outline for this bit here, which would be our kind of, what would you call it? The separated area there for the collar. Collar. I would like to add a collar here. Just a teeny smidge of a collar here. And then this will be neck and collar, so probably we can have the collar kind of slide over just a little bit here. But I don't like the way that looks either, so possibly we can make the collar go, let's see, probably there, and then kind of have it go up a little bit as it's going around here. Maybe have the neck kind of come down a little bit and have this guy kind of come inwards a smidge. Maybe, I could see that working. We're gonna go with that, possibly. It kind of makes it look like it's coming outwards, so we'll go with that. I think that's okay. We'll have that go here. This guy here would kind of need to go inwards a little bit, probably here. But we're gonna keep that. I think that's better than what we had, so sure. Let me get a little bit of water here as well. Let's see. Tasty water, tasty indeed. And with that said, we'll go ahead and save you here. And I think maybe the hair could use modifications, and maybe that's why it's not as what I would have hoped for, which is okay again. You know, there's always room for change, room for improvements. We're gonna go ahead and erase this guy to start off, for example, and this way we can hopefully hide our mistakes. I mean, hide what could have been, and that is not no longer. And then I'm thinking we can grab a darker color here. Let's like go back to here, a little bit less dark there, to hopefully give it the idea of that it is the darker portions of the hair kind of going in the background here as it's kind of going around, but I don't know how well that feels. We can see about also making that guy here, not the sharp part of the, you know what? Actually, I kind of like that. We'll go for that then instead. Here, what we can do is see about making all of this guy here darker bits because it's part of the hair going around. So we can probably add that there, maybe add in this bit here, but I kind of don't like that. So we'll keep this guy here to being the darker parts that go over top. You can also add that little dot there. And now for this guy, this is where it gets a little finicky at. We can start off by having the little bits here come around. So what we'll do is, first we have our main color here, then we're going to grab our secondary color here, then we're going to need the highlight color, which will be down there, but we're not there yet. And this is more so brown. It's like brown. So possibly we might go for more darker brown. Likely it's going to be about darker brown, not saturated, just dark, pretty dark. Probably there, I'd say, is close to what it is. And then maybe we can go a little bit darker here, grab that color here, go a little bit darker on this guy here. So it's this color. And then if we just very quickly grab this guy here, hold on. We do, let's see, Shift M, M, there we are, okay. We'll grab this guy, and using our contiguous, we should be able to just fill all of this up, and then fill all of this up here. Ooh, I quite like this. That is acceptable. That is super duper acceptable. Let's go with this then. And Abrics are about to start, so before they even get a chance to do their thing, we'll do that while we're still working on this guy. While Abrics are going, don't you worry, we won't have, While Outbreaks are running, don't you worry, we won't do anything. We'll just sit here and chat for a little bit here and there. So you're A-okay if you do happen to get some. We'll click on that guy there. I can't believe 3 hours has already passed. It's always wild to see and feel the differences between everything. I can't say that much, most certainly. With that said, while we're waiting then, what can we see about doing? Oh, you know what I can't show you at the very least? I can show you a few things that I have going on in the works since, and I will also recap this once streams at the end. Yeah, once we're at the end as well. As I know I said it before, but it will be a refreshing or just what's the word I'm looking for? Make sure it's known as well. Next week, okay. I have been streaming, if I'm able to, if I don't get sick, streaming every 3 days out of the week. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I take a break during around the middle of the year as well as the end of the year. Next week won't be any stream. It'll be a vacation. Usually I tend to take the week off if I get sick, but this will be sick. Hopefully, knock on wood that I won't be spending the entire break sick. Oh boy. But afterwards we'll be back, and I'm hoping to at the very least have the update for the tutorial. That's what I'm really going to put my focus into. I want to focus on fixing the tutorial, making the tutorial for my game, which is the hope of also kind of boiling down as one thing I realized while I was working on it this week is that, and sickness be gone! Indeed! Hopefully, fingers crossed is what I'm wishing for. What was I saying? Oh yes, so I haven't been working on my game as much as I would like, and I was working on it recently. I thought to myself, man, making games are fun! And Harris vacation, indeed! Not for very long, but it will be for 1 week. And let me slide this guy down here, and they'll take another one around New Year's time. If I can find the Gabby sprite as I go here to our Godot games, I should be able to, I found it! I can show you this here as the new Gabby sprite that'll be added, as the left is the old sprite and the right will be the updated sprite. As I needed to add a spider sprite to it, so this is old Gabby, this will be new Gabby. That's not even to mention what older Gabby looked like. If I can go to here, I should be able to show you. And what is fun! Surprising enough, I actually believe in the tutorial! Thank you, Chuck! At least someone does! Yeah, how sweet and kind of you to have some hope, wishes, and dreams and faith. Let me go, let's see. Do I have the previous versions of Gabby? I believe I should at least, somewhere here. I'm not sure specifically. Oh, that's not old Gabby, but yes, I have updated her sprite, and yo, new Gabby looks good. The hair color's tasty. I'm glad to hear it. One thing, well, the reason why I did the refresh to begin with is because I needed to make a spider sprite. This guy was too tiny. This is the new Gabby sprite. It has the now hitbox, smaller, thinner, and yeah, she's more vibrant now. Yeah, and she also has more outlines around her hair too. So let's up the contrast. So that's the side. There's this side here in the back, and then there's this side here too. Again, this is still prototype, but it's the upgraded prototype now. So the hope is that slowly but surely we get to more of the feel of the game, because I've been wanting to update her hair for a while now because of the hitbox and the hair going inside of the, the hair going inside of the wall. So I'm happy to know and happy to feel and see. This will be the new one. I have to go through and do all of the animations, which is going to be a smidge of a pain, but placeholders are placeholders, so I don't have to get fancy. And welcome back from the outbreak. Welcome back in. The spider is much more menacing. Exactly. That is the point. You see here, Gabby for my game. As to those of you that are just joining in back from the outbreak, as I was talking about the things I will be doing for my break. I'm currently working on a tutorial for my game. It is a rhythm typing cafe game. And so 4.0 or 5.0. I think it's safe to call it 5.0 since it introduces a lot of new systems. Since it'll be the book update, the tutorial update, I think 5.0 is a safe bet to say. And then we'll do like a probably 5.1 for the ghost tutorial, and then I want to add the shop. The shop will probably be the 6.0, but yeah, I think it'll be called and classified as the 4.0, as I do here, exclamation NECROTYPE. That should work, I believe. Yes, hopefully. And yeah, I hate spiders, now I hate it. It's working. Hopefully I can change your mind. I definitely don't like spiders. The hope was to go for small, cute blob here. I was talking about how during this make I worked on refreshing the sprite for my games. He's a necromancer. This is the old sprite. Funny part is that this is, I think, the version 4 of the sprite. Maybe this is the version 5. And he helped us to make her smaller, cute, and more real to what I hope to make her sprite in once the final product is out there. But with that said, let's see if we can keep working on this lady here as yeah, that definitely doesn't look like this at all. Well, the hope is at least to go something similar. No, I mean, Gabby, is this a 4th or 5th version of... Oh! I think it might be 5.0. I can certainly show you that this was the 1.0 version of Gabby. 1.0 version of her. She looked like this. She was entirely purple. And this was the first time I ever made a character sprite. And then the next version of her was this here. This was the next version of her. And then after that, let's see. So this was the next version. And then I believe the next version, oh, never mind, I have it here. Lovely, okay. So we have 1.0, 2.0, a thought of it being possibly an idea, 3.0, so this will be 4.0. Technically speaking, compared to all the redesigns. So yeah, first version, second version, third version, and this will be 4.0. Indeedy. And the skull pins are cute. Thank you. I want to try my best to get as many skull designs in there. And we had those skull pins before, but I added one down here instead. That way it still keeps the ponytail ideas. I always, from the very beginning, wanted the skulls, but instead of pigtail, now we have ponytail. So her refresh and her resprite has been done many times, even here before. No spider. They help us that with each iteration, I get closer to what I'm hoping to have her thing as a total. And why does she look kind of like a free Rin, I think is how you say it in that one? Which one do you mean? This one here or this one here specifically? You mean this one? I didn't see the anime yet, so I'm not too sure why. Pizza time. Oh, I hope your pizza is delicious, Tommy. And big ears in second version? Yeah, this or second version. Second version, yep. I gave her more of the elf style. The thing is, for this version, the game wasn't even in a concept before. So this was before getting the idea of a game. Right, this here was taking the idea of goth girl chef idea, and then this is when I started to think about school uniforms and adding other ideas and making them little elf ears. So this was actually the first game design. This was pre-game design when I just took a character idea I liked and refined it in hopes of making her feel a little bit different. But that said, that's Gabby down the memory lane. I'm just so happy to see this is modified too. It's just so nice to see. That's it. Let me go and close you here, and let's see it all if we can possibly fix you. I'm going to try my best. But we'll see. Oh, my pizza. I could go for some pizza. That's true. Got it. I didn't know the big one counted. Nope. The big one didn't count because I realized after drawing, I think, the front version of the sprite, it's not a good sprite because of, like, here, how this guy's so big. Imagine if I made this the size of Gabby's sprite. It would be a lot of work to animate, to do different things. So I realized after drawing the idea of it, no, animations would be painful to do. We need small sprites. So I made her smaller. I kept her on the small side. Let's go ahead and see about if I make this guy enabled again. We should be able to see you there. Lovely. Hello again, lady. Let us see what we can do for you. So we have the eyes kind of going down. She kind of looks like a Bratz doll. Here, or do you mean Gabby? Let's see as I move you here. And I can say though, I was never big into Bratz. I was always a big Monster High fan. We'll go ahead and slide you over to here, slide you over to here, have that as a separated bit here. And then I think we'll remove this bit here, have it kind of go inwards. And it seems to be the case that the face kind of goes in and then out. So possibly what we can do here is have the face kind of go in about here and have you kind of go down and then have this go in here. But that kind of makes the face look wide. And I don't know how I feel about wide. And you're old enough to know what I'm referencing. You're old. He's really old. Oh my. Let's see. I kind of like the idea of this going up more here. Possibly we definitely need that guy there. Adding this bit here gives more of a Morgana, not Morgana, Moira. This feels more Moira. Maybe if we add that there, have it kind of curl over around. You know, I kind of like this. I think this works, so we'll keep that there. Then we have the bit kind of going in here. You can kind of see what I mean by the eyes feeling a little bit off. Maybe if we add this bit here, no. What if we do a lighter color here? So something a little bit lighter than what we have already. Possibly we can do like a lighter, let's see. This is going to be our darker color here. So let's just grab all of this guy here. Change this to be a darker color. Then maybe we can go for a lighter color here instead, like this color here. Does that at all help at all? This is where having grayscale would work, and probably. And I had to Google what Bratz dolls are, so I guess I'm still young. Oh boy, Bratz used to be all a hip and hey, but I never was a fan of their aesthetic. I was a big fan of Monster High. Let's go here then. And I'm thinking at least maybe we can have this guy kind of go down here a smidge. Maybe have you kind of go inward here. And then maybe we can have you kind of go inward. Nope, I guess we're going to do this. Yep, seems to be the case. I'm actually thinking of doing instead, we'll do green going here possibly. And this is where the arm will come out and we'll have the hair go in the front and behind. And listen to Eris sure does expand my mind. You're listening to Eris. For those of you that don't know, I'm curious to see. If I go here, Monster High Gen 1 dolls, as those were the best, not the new versions. They were these dolls right here, and I can feel it swelling in real time. Here we are. They were these guys, not Bratz at all. They were like a what would you call it? Emo version of it, where they were like dolls, which were cute. Let's see if I remove that there. We go back to you here. Let me do that there. Okay, so I'm going to grab your arm from here, and we'll see what we can do with it. And I think that had a cartoon. Yes, they had a cartoon. They had movies. Oh boy, I was really big and heavy into it. Yep, they also had a web series too, which I think is what you're talking about when you talk about the cartoons. Yeah, we'll go here. We'll do this guy here. Leave Endo here. Copy you here. We'll slide you over as I slide this guy up a bit here. And then we'll go to this guy and we'll move that to be there. And then we'll grab this arm that you no longer need. We're relieved of your services. And I want to put the arm at least as I slide up here and do these guys here. I want to put the arm about here-ish. And I kind of want to have the arm go outwards a little bit more about here, I'm thinking. And then we'll have this bit at least kind of go underneath. So the hair hopefully can get separated a smidge. Something like here and here is the hope, but I'm not too sure how well it's going to work. And my mind has to expand just to catch half of what she's saying. As a non-native English speaker, this is good practice. I've heard that too. I've heard I am the final boss of English, which I still don't know how well to take that. Oh boy. We'll go back here a little bit, back here, all the way back there, and that'll go for the hair that's coming behind. And then this is where the, what's it called? The hair and the arm are coming from. So I'm thinking at least we can have the arm kind of go here, and then this hair bit will come on the other area. And then we can kind of do that there and there. And I'm wondering at least, do we want to do a line? I kind of like the idea of doing no line. If anything, I would see about doing a line here for the arm, which I think might work out a little bit better. So we'll have the arm kind of go up here. That guy will then kind of go in the back. So we'll remove that bit there. this will be the arm as the hair is kind of going, or rather, that makes no sense. The hair is going on top of the arm, so you would actually need to have that line there because that's the hairline. That would go there more so. And then this bit here can kind of come inwards as well. So we can kind of have this bit go in there and then have it kind of go there and have it see about going there and there. That way it goes in and have that go there. And this bit here, at least of the arm, or not the arm, hair. And take it as a compliment, you are able to do something which is very few people on this internet can do, talking. Well, thank you. I can't say that much. And the thing is, it's fun, but half the time, either my English is decent, or I'm fumbling through all of the words. But the good news is that my mind is functioning at full capacity. So, for better or worse, this is definitely a workout. Trying to think of the words and speak the words. It's a lot of work, you know. I don't know if you see the smoke or not, but it's all in a hard day's work, really. We'll do this guy here, do this guy here. Kind of try to have the arm come downward a little bit here. Have it then come down a smidge here, have it come down here. And I'm thinking at least possibly we can make this even smaller here. And if we remove all of that there and have it kind of come in there, there, and there we go. And actually, we're going to make it a little bit thinner, I think. We'll have you go, I think, possibly here and here. But no, actually, I'm going to go you about here-ish. And then we'll see about having to go inwards. Yeah, actually, let's move you down to here. Then let's grab all of you guys here and slide you in. And hi, Melody. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And you have to consider, what? Huh? What does that even mean? How the distinction, Ray, a girl neighbor. Sure. In my day, MLP was the big craze, and I totally didn't watch it with a girl neighbor because it was a girl show. I only recently watched MLP. It's good soup, though. I can say that much. I recently, as in like the last, I think 3 years, I've seen it. It's good though. I did enjoy it, especially all the music and songs. Oh boy, it's like a musical. It was lovely. I'm thinking at least for this arm here, we're probably going to have to raise it up by like one more here. So I'm going to go up a bit here, possibly have you go there instead and have you go up here and then go up here like that. There we go. Okay. Possibly we'll do this for the hair. Have this kind of come around here. Yeah, take it back. We're probably going to be that there instead. And then probably can get away with doing something like that there where it's going forward and backwards. Erase that there. And your hand is a tricky thing as well. I think this hand could probably be that big. And then for the little hands here, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We would want to have a kind of thumb going up here. And then you'd want to have the rest of the hands going here, kind of like the palm. So you might take this as the hand, this is the rest of the hand here. Maybe even try to have the hands separated, but I kind of think this works here. And then you'd have the pointer finger go out a little bit. So let's see how well we can do the pointer finger here. Possibly we can make it even a little bit smaller, but I kind of like the way this is. Maybe we can make it go down a little bit more, so something like that. But I kind of like this. The hand's way too big, but this feels like it could be a hand, possibly. And how the distinct verbalization fits with each other, I think. And time to make pony art check now! Or wait. Oh boy. We'll then go here, have the hand because this is going to be a shadow. And I kind of like, yeah, I think this here would be a better small hand. Small hand here. And then we'll do this guy here. And that'll be the bit. And how the distinct verbs flow together? Ah, I see. No, I wasn't going to get that at all. Verbs and me, I can say 100% don't get along. I have tried before, but funny enough, maybe ironically enough, I was never a big fan of English as a subject. I was always a big fan of math and science, but with English, you had to do verbs and adjectives and nouns and pronouns, and that's when it got painful to remember what was what with all the names and things, and so I decided to myself, never again. And then it happened again. I thought once you finish high school, oh, then we won't have to worry about it anymore, but no. Despite the fact I was going for a degree in computer science, I still had to take English classes. And but there isn't, or what do you mean by that one? I don't know that one there. We'll do that there, and then we'll have this bit coming around here. So you can probably have it come, let's see, maybe there, and there. Something like that. And is there this lovely pose or something else? I don't know. I could not tell you. And so I think the correct translation would be to how the distinct verbalization flows together. I think I decoded it fully. Oh my. I'm not too sure. Hold on. Who was it? Melody. You have to consider how to distinct verbalization. I mean, even the words are a little bit mixed up too. Like the spelling of it, so it's not even like it was subtracted. What I want to do here is I want to have the little finger here. I do like that. We'll go for a darker color here, and I'm going to go for all of this here, and I'm not weird, and that's actually a thing. Oh my, let's go here then, and then go here and here, and then we'll go here, and I was hoping to do palm of hand here. It kind of works, kind of doesn't. The hand's getting a little bit better. That's good news, that's good news. We could always just see about maybe making this entirely one part of the hand here. So possibly see about, and this is where I would take my hand study and go check my hands. So if we go to ace right here and go for hands, and too much internet. And English was my second A in my finals. Really? That's surprising. It looks like a lot more like, oh, you're approaching me, Jojo. Let me grab the hand guy here. Hand study, as we should be able to take a look at our hands here. Hand study, we have done one before. These were teeny tiny hands here where it seems to be to use two colors and then like an outline color here. And for this hand here, how are we looking with hands? If I copy you here, do new layer here very quickly. Kind of sort of like what we see here. And if we were to just very quickly grab this guy here, flip everything that we see on here. Nope, flip everything here. There we go. That way we're also on that other side of hands. And then I do undo here. Just make sure not to save this guy here. Okay, so for this hand guy at least, we started off with this. This looks like a pointing hand. We're going for something that looks like the fingertips. So possibly what we do is here, have the fingertips kind of go up here to show that the fingers or the hands are coming outwards. So maybe something more so like this can work out instead, where this is kind of the hand coming towards us. And then that's like the pointy bit for the hand. I could say that's working out, possibly. Maybe we can smooch it in like one more smooch, possibly. And then we have the finger pointy bit going out here. So maybe we can have it go here and then here, possibly like there and there. And then have the thumb come out here and have it go maybe up here like that. Maybe, possibly, and then have it kind of go there. Maybe. And yeah, that's probably what I was thinking. I think I got it. Watching Iris feels like playing the last night in each FNAF game. That's a new one right there. I have not heard that. My. Oh my, playing the last FNAF game. I want to add more of a palm if possible. And more of a palm would be here, but I don't know how well I feel about that. And then you would add in the bit here. So this would go here and that would go there. I don't know what I've done to the hand, but I don't like it anymore. I'm thinking probably this is our best bet for hand. I know a big thing is that when you're doing a hand, at least oh, that's a lot of hands. We don't want that many. We're gonna go ahead and remove all of this guy here. Looking at it from far away can help a lot. And maybe that's my issue. Maybe I'm seeing it from so close up that it looks a little confusing. So if we just go ahead and modify this guy here, we can definitely take this guy, move him over. So I'm going to move this guy over. And all I'm doing right now is I'm going to look at this area here, so this hand, and compare it to that hand up here. So this guy up here, not the one I'm seeing here. So I'm doing my best to get the frame of everything on this area. So I'm thinking, for example, here we kind of have a dot there for a hand and a line of a hand. Maybe we can even do something here for the two parts of the hand that come up together. And then this line here would be for the pointer finger where we're adding it at. And my question then is, can we add in the pointer finger? You could even make the pointer finger bigger, truth be told, but we don't want to make it bigger. We want to make it small. So I'm wondering, maybe we can add a line there possibly. Has the finger kind of point inwards. And then here's our thumb. Maybe this is where we can add the thumb in. That's really big though, so I'm not too sure. I'm also going to see about maybe making the pointer finger a little bit smaller. That's possible to do. It's definitely possible. Or we could not. That's another thing. It really just depends on how it feels. And right now it's feeling not too good, but that's okay. It's definitely a hand, and I gotta get better at hands somehow. Sometimes when it comes to hands, at least, you just have to trial and error your way through it. Or brute force, brute forcing is also great too. I'm thinking maybe we can make that a thumb, and then maybe if we have this guy come inwards a little bit more, so kind of have that come inwards there, and that's a thumb. Yep, hold on. I kind of like that as a thumb. I think this works as a thumb. So possibly what we can do is go for our guy here, and then we'll go here, and then we'll go here for thumb, possibly over here, and that way we can add it into there and there and there and there. But I kind of like it coming downwards, so possibly there for our thumb. But it looks way too wide now. So maybe we can do thumb like this here. That goes there for the thumb. And then our pointer finger, I think, can kind of maybe go inwards by like one more here for pointer finger. Maybe we can have it go pointer finger here instead. Have this guy go then here and have it kind of go there and there for thumb and then pointer finger. And if this is going to be our pointer finger, possibly what we can do is then have it go here, and then have this as our thumb here, and then have our thumb kind of go. Yeah, okay, I'm not too opposed to that. You gotta know which finger to cut off. Hold on now. And a detailed little, detailed things like hands at this low of a resolution is a nightmare. I agree. At this point, I think this is fine. I think this is okay. This is, I think, close enough. And Eris knows. Oh, no, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. I just give up and do nubs. That too. That is always an option that is possible to us as well. But you know what? I'm no quitter. So we're not gonna give up. We're going to attempt. That is all. Even if it doesn't look good, it was a tried thing. And maybe, you know what, next year we can try again. And then we can compare and contrast and see, oh, I don't know how it did it, but my art got worse. That's also an option. But you know what? It's not gonna happen. It's only gonna improve. That's the only option I'm giving it. So it's gotta accept that option. Also, look at that. It looks like the hand's kind of going sideways. If I do this here, doesn't look like the hand's curving inwards. And I just give up and do crab claws. And I feel like she's handling me something or handing me something. I see. Oh boy. We can add, let's see. I kind of do like this. This does feel like she's pointing, doesn't it? It looks like you. Look at what you're doing here. Oh boy. This would probably get in for the thumb. So you'd probably have like that would go there, and then that would go there, and then bam. You. That looks like you're pointing the finger about there, like that. Doesn't it? It looks like a pointed finger. Maybe then you'd have, you could point the finger up here and then... Gerona. I quite like it. I don't know about you, but... Gerona. We're gonna do this. I like this more. Orange. We're gonna do this because I can, and because it's my art. I am allowed to do silly, funky poses whenever I feel the convenience of doing so. So she's gonna get a little hand going here. Now, whether or not this is actually accurate to how it would be, I'm not too sure. Truth be told, your shoulder would probably go about here. So really, you're probably going to go about, let's see, here, probably about there-ish, and then you go up. So you probably go up there like that and have it kind of go up here like that, I'd say, likely, and then you go up here like that, and then you'd add in the other parts. And well, humans are pretty flexible, and what a predictable creature. Disco never dies. We'll go up here and do something like that there. I do like it, you know. I think it works out well. Looks like she's going oots, 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 and what a predictable creature. How am I what a predictable creature. I forgot he does say that, doesn't he? Oh boy. We'll then go here and here, do a little bit of here so that this guy is also our sleeve bit. Then we'll have it kind of go down here, and I think we'll do hi, I'm flowery. Oh boy. And then we'll do this guy here and have it kind of go down as well for here. Maybe have it kind of go down in there and there and there, and then go there. Maybe have it kind of go up here a little bit. Give it a little bit more room to the flare. I do like that. Yeah, you know what, lady? You're getting a remake. You're getting cool stuff. You'll be fine, I'm sure of it. We'll add a little bit there, add a little bit of flare there. Maybe then we can see about adding there's bell bottoms we could do, but we couldn't add bell bottoms. No. Ban! And then not denying the creature part, I see. I mean, we're all creatures at the end of the day, aren't we? And squash, and I've been known to create on occasion. Or create on occasion. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. I quite like it, so we're gonna go with it here. Let's then go ahead and add the belly button here. And then let's add in the highlight that I should have here somewhere in our palette. Hello, pal. Let's go ahead and add that highlighty color here. We can also add now the other areas too. And we can see about refining this guy now that clearly she's ascended beyond initial attempts, and I enjoyed a lot. So we're going to slide this guy over here. That way we get a better look. I'll also remove all this guy here since you are also all palettes. So palettes, you go on the palette line here and glue. And I'm scared of the belly button. Do you mean the belly button as a concept or drawing a belly button? Those are two different things entirely. We're gonna go ahead, I think, as well and move her hand, and I'm going to make it go up about here. I think could be a little bit better. Over just by like 1, I think makes it a little bit nicer to look at. Probably there. Yeah, I like that a lot more. We'll go over there. Now, for the belly button here, at the very least, there's kind of like a few things going on. We can definitely add a little bit of highlight here. and add that bit there. That will go there. And both I'm terrified of both. I see. Well, Nima, there's nothing to fear. You know, it's just well, actually, no, I don't know what it is. It's a weird looking thing. But belly buttons are cool because they're neat. I think, at least. We'll have a dark color over here, possibly, where we can add our shadow here, which is going to be all of this guy here, and that can add a little bit of the belly button, though. I don't know if you call this pillow shading. I kind of like the way there's two colors going on here, but I also kind of like this, so maybe we'll go with this instead. And then here we can add in our highlight bit there, because that's the part of the belly button there. And this is where we can start to also add in our other definitions and details, and nothing to fear besides fear yourself and Eris with a knife. Good thing I'll never have a knife. And no, to be honest, I'm more scared of teeth. Teeth, you say, Nima? Hold on. I think I have this on demand. Teeth, you say? Isn't it beautiful? Oh, no, here we are. She likes. There we go. Way better. She's oh boy. Let me go ahead and close our hand guy here. Don't save. You know what I can say though? To the She's Feral part, because I already collected all of the fan art. There was, and I don't remember who specifically, but the good news is that I'll be able to tell. One second here, as I do want to show this off, as someone drew this. I don't remember who the someone is, but let's learn who that someone is together. Someone drew this. It was Banafi. Of course it was Banafi. Oh my. Let me go ahead and remove that guy there, and holy masterpiece. Isn't it beautiful? Eris, get the banana! Let me go ahead and close this guy here. Let's go ahead and save this bit. And what I want to do is see about adding the highlights for all the pants bits here. Could be possible, could not, but you never know until you try to. So let's go ahead and see about adding in that line here, removing that line here, kind of adding in a bit of a bit there, I think. And someone animated to eat it! Oh my! What we're going to do here is we're going to go for something a little bit more on the lime green side, and this is where colors become a lot of fun to use, because we have our base guys. Now we can kind of refine this lady here. So we're going to add, I think, all of this bit. Oh, actually, it needs to be more yellow. More yellow! Add more yellow to that. Don't be afraid of a little bit of yellow. Like that. Yeah. Probably needs to be darker. Probably that is the yellow we're going for instead. So we'll go for a little bit of this guy here, add all of this in, add all that in. There seems to be a little bit of shine going on here too, but I don't know if we'll add that in. I guess we could kind of, sort of, maybe. If we do like a little bit of yellow line like here and then here, that would add a little bit of the bit on top. And this bit here also doesn't need that yellow part, so we won't add in banana. And what's the worst thing that can have teeth? Banana! Oh, the horse! The horse, I say! We'll go ahead and go down here a little bit, then we'll go down to here, add that guy in, and we'll make this guy instead as I grab all of this. This guy, I think, will be our darker color, probably a little bit darker than this guy here. You know, actually, no, I take it back. Probably go this guy here and then go a little bit darker, so we'll probably go about here-ish for that get there, but I don't like how light that is. We definitely should go darker, so probably this guy needs a little bit more white on. Oh, hold on, about there-ish. I can live with that. I can live with that there. And even scarier, bananas with sock, belly button, but teeth. Oh, enjoy that mental image. Nothing wrong with biting to banana and chewing the teeth. You take that back. Take that back, I say, Albie. Take it back. Oh boy, we'll go down here a little bit, go more into our cooler colors, and we'll choose this color as our cooler guy. And then we can go down here specifically and go really dark for our darker boy here, for a darker area. And then what we can do here as well is go something a little bit dark in between. So probably about here, I'd say, for something that's a little bit mixed, not entirely the bit. So we can then add this area about here, I'd say. So hold on, we'll add that about here-ish. And then we'll also add it about here. So we'll add that in there, hold on, there and there we go, for a part of it. And the good news is that for this area right here, what we can go ahead and do as well is add a little bit of light going on. Since this is all in light, so So this can all get into this side here. So we can go ahead and add that in for that round part here. And then this bit here, since it's a little bit darker, we can add the darker color. So this is going to be our lightest color, which we can go ahead and add that bit there. Question is, does that feel right? And truth be told, I kind of like this a little bit better. I think it fits a little bit better. Don't! And that's just Turotoma. Huh? Have fun Googling that. Don't. You know what? I'm not going to. I have learned my lesson after many times of not learning the lesson. And so, no thank you. That's what I can say to that one. No thanks! I like having dreams and having them be sweet, like candy. It's delicious. We'll go here then, and I think add in like a line here and see about doing that. And check! Oh boy, Nemo, you didn't actually do it, did you? We just talked about this. Well, you done it a good choice. What about candy with teeth? Oh boy. I want to kind of do this guy here. And then I want to see about doing maybe this guy a little bit lighter. So like maybe if we do up here and up here. And I won't be able to sleep. Nemo, no! We lost a good one. We lost a good one. Let's go over here. Down a little bit, over a little bit. Shimmy shuffle. We'll go here, go down a smidge, and then go maybe over here. And then go for that guy there. Actually, I kind of like how dark this guy is. Maybe if we up it up there. Nope, actually, I take it back. We'll do this guy here. And then we'll do a highlight as this bit here instead. Then all of this kind of gets moved into the bottom of the boot. So we'll try to do that as well here, where we can kind of add in a little bit of tucking of the boot. So either something like that, or we can see about doing here too. Something like this bit here, as it's kind of going in to the boot itself, and then this here is the top of the boot. So the top of the boot gets added in about there, as I think this could be a good bit there. And then we can see about adding in some sort of a guy about here-ish, I'd say, for more lines in the clothing, though I don't know how well that works. The issue with clothing is that you really never know until you try, which is tricky. It hurt! The knowledge hurt! Hurty! I needed to know. We'll see? Curiosity killed the cat, Dave. I hope you learned a very valuable lesson. And imagine you were born with a tongue at the bottom of your foot. And now the body yours! Oh my goodness. We'll go here then, and we'll see about adding in this bit here. Kind of thinking possibly we can do that, then we can do this bit here, and then that bit there, and that bit there, and there, and that can make it a little bit more baggy. And then we can see about adding in, oh, we can do a little, like a little, what's it called? Little pocket, possibly, if we add in this kind of lid here, have it kind of go around and have it go, nope, no pocket, I take it back. No pocket, not a good idea. We'll keep things simple then. We won't try to add all the details and texturing, as that seems to be a very bad idea that I don't like doing. And I needed to appreciate the beautiful legging shading. Oh my, we'll go down here a little bit, then that there. And then this bit here can kind of come down and over about, I'd say, here likely is what we can do. And then we can make this guy go as our darker tone here, since it's kind of being mixed and going over a little bit there. Have this go in and lay a little bit here. And then for this area, as we're kind of going over and around, I'm wondering, can we just get away with adding an outline there? Kind of, sort of, I think we can. And hi, trapped in the plot hole. Welcome in the story. Welcome in. That name, for some reason, sounds familiar. I'm not too sure if it is or not. Sup, Cosmo girl? I hope you're doing well. And hello. Sup. Yo, diggity dog. Home slice. Home cyclical. Bad timing. Stop. What if I want to be with the hip and cool kids? What if I want to be all hip and cool? I want to go. Oh, my ears. Am I not allowed to be cool in this society, huh? Oh boy. And I missed out on most of yesterday's stream, sadly. No worries at all, Nima. No worries at all. And oh boy, I wanted to go and do these guys here and make them a little bit brighter, but I wanted to do a darker line here. So my issue is that this guy, I want to make this guy, oh no, you would be brighter, wouldn't you? Because you're separated into this area. So actually, you're going to be darker color, lighter color here. Okay, I take it back. We'll fill this guy in. Hold on, fill that guy in to be this, no, fill that guy in to be this color here. Then we'll make this guy this color here, because this is all in light. And then we can go ahead and make this color here, this color here. There we are. Good. And that was not cool or hip. That was, all right, girl, let's get you to bed. No! It's not done yet. Oh boy. Well, then go ahead and modify now add that guy there as it's kind of going up and over. That was the hope of adding this bit here. And this guy, oh, I see. That's why it's kind of going there. Okay, that's okay. And then we'll have this guy kind of maybe going here as it's kind of going over and around. So maybe something like this can go around there. So I don't quite like the lines. So I'm thinking at least we can kind of make it go around something like that. But it kind of makes the pants look flat, doesn't it? Which is not something we want to do. So we'll grab this guy here now. This is one of my most used emotes ever. I only use it in this chat. Well, you know what, Check? I'm glad you get to use your emotes. Isn't that lovely and slow? And are the pants of the lady in the reference both textured and shaded at the same time? Yeah, textured and shaded, which is why I'm trying my best to simplify it. In the sense of this bit here is all in light, and that might be as good as we get as it's going over. So this is the lightest part here, and then it goes a little bit darker, and then we're only going to add a darker color here. Then we're going to call it a day because this is painful, and that's okay. So I'm thinking at least we'll have this guy kind of go up and over here, so something like this. And then we'll have this guy kind of go down here, so it would go, let's see, about here and here, and that's rough. Oh yeah, I told you, I seem to always find what is called? I seem to always find things that are hard, and I like the hard stuff. Just, it seems to be the case of in Zero. Oh, Zero, welcome back into stream, Zero. I thought I recognized that name. Welcome back in. It's been quite a long time. I hope you've been well, or your insert time zone here has been great as well. What a coinky-dink for you to come back here, and it's the anniversary. How lovely. Let's see, go there, have this guy kind of go down here and go like a little bit of lightning bolt here. Hopefully, at least I like the hard stuff. It's difficult, I tell you. It's unfortunate. And hi, oh, there, I see. We'll do this guy here, have this guy kind of go down here. There we go. Have this guy then, I think, go there and there and there. Issue is that I don't like the way it looks in journal, but you know what? It just might have to do, and so it's going to do. And with that said, let's see. Yeah, difficulty. I always seem to go for the difficult stuff, and I don't know why. I could not tell you. I could not tell you one bit. And that's slowly going insane, so things up on the ish. I see. Well, that is unfortunate unless sanity is not the goal here. I have heard sometimes it's better for not to be, but if it is the case that you are trying to become sane, then I hope you are able to manage that. And slowly going, oh, I did that. And if you think about it, there are little pebbles in your mouth. I say, let me go here, and then we go here, and then we go, see, do that there. There's what? Pebbles in your mouth. I don't even know what that means, Neva. It said he was never the goal. Oh boy, maybe something like that there, and then sanity's overrated. Oh boy, it reminds me of how people think about sleep. We'll do this guy here, and then do this guy here, and then do this. And pebbles are cool though. Not in your mouth. Spit it out. We'll do this guy here, then I suppose for the bit, since we don't have a lot of time left, like E1 pebbles. Chewing, eating. Did you not read the part where Nima said that they're like little pebbles in your mouth? You might have missed context there, that's pretty important. And pebbles are nice and crunchy, and crazy gets remembered apparently. Oh my, crazy. Many people were crazy once. We'll slide this guy over here, and don't bully my pebbles. They are cool to look at, not cool to consume. Very important, big old difference there. I want to see about adding like a shine to this bit, but again, there's so much detail going on here. Had I had the ability to, I would not have done this. This feels painful. And you know what I'm thinking at the moment? And breathe. I can't.
Check 14 just redeemed breathe.
Cereal. You know what? I've at the very least heard that one. I can say that one has been ruined for me. I'm going to give it more of a camo feel if I can by adding little swirls here. And I will do that redeem in 1 second here. Check. Give me un momento, por favor, here as I slide these guys up and down. And we're just going to go for camo because when in doubt, texture is overrated. Why can't you just do something like that? And then see about adding in our lines again to make sure that it looks like it actually is going across. There we go. There! Now we have something. It's not the actual texture, but sure. Crazy. I was crazy once. I'm embarrassed too. Hold on now. And that reminds me of something I saw that you might be interested in. Oh, well, I'm all ears, Zero. I'm all ears. That said, breathing. Let's go ahead and do breathing, shall we? Take a deep breath in. Hold it. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Hold it. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. Last one, hold it. Deep breath out. There we are. I hope you're now relaxed. And now you know what's rats made me. And I was crazy once. And they put me in a room with rats. And I believe I was never crazy, unless you count the one time I was, in which case I was crazy once. Oh boy. We're gonna save this guy here, and then what I want to do is actually make this guy here the top of the boot, possibly. So something like, or rather not the top of the boot. What we can do here specifically is go a little bit brighter so that it's not entirely black. So something here I'm thinking, though I kind of do like the way it looks here. Maybe if we saturate and make it a little bit more on the brown side, maybe it can sort of kind of work. We could also match it to the hair here possibly. That could work, that could definitely work. And we'll go down here a little bit, slide over a little bit. And where is it darkest at? It's kind of dark at the very top because it's meshing in with everything else. So we can kind of mesh it at the top here because it's dark. Down here is also dark too, so we kind of get a funny looking feeling here. We can also see about adding all of this guy here since this is going to be the top of it, but this guy is in the back. So we can kind of see about adding in the back foot here, possibly something like that there, and that way it doesn't feel too out of place, though it already does feel pretty odd. So maybe what we can do instead is see about making this a little bit longer, about here, slide it over a little bit here, maybe. And look up animations on the characters of Metal Slug. They animate their idle animations by changing the shadows and actually not moving this right. I can say I at one point do want to look up I do want to do a study, a private study, so it wouldn't be on stream because usually character studies and style studies are a little bit hard to do on stream, but Metal Slug, we were talking about it earlier, Metal Slug is aspirations when it comes to doing sub-pixel animation. They're so good at doing it. And time to scratch the delicious brain juice and should be increments of 2.5. And why is hold on. Why is IRL word ban 8.5K and not 7.5K? It makes my brain itchy in the wrong way. Time to scratch the delicious brain juice. Oh, good, you? I was good not reading that. I want my time back, yummers. If anything, it should be more expensive. Go all the way, 10K! You know, I try to see about the economy of things, and I want to make sure you all pay a fair price. And technically speaking, I have not changed the price because of the very fact that I keep making the timer go down. So it went from being a total of 5 minutes of not being able to say the word to 4 minutes to 3 minutes. Now we're down to 2 minutes. Breathe, girl! And yummers. I feel like word ban and voice act should be flipped. Inexpensive. Voice acting's easier to do than word ban. I can definitely say that much. Voice acting's way easier to do because I don't have to oh no. I don't have to worry or focus on my speech, though it seems to be the case of I have to do it regardless and it's because there's no fail timer. Yeah, also the fact that there's no fail timer. That there too. Very important, no fail timer. Oh boy. I'm going to move this guy here, here, and here. And why is voice acting more expensive? Because it's 5 minutes. And have you seen how many times this chat is, how mean this chat is with word ban? You're all very mean, I agree. I'm glad you can all agree on that you are all very mean and my feelings get hurt often. I agree. We'll slide this guy over to the slide here, and then we'll do that there. And hey, Eris, I'm listening, Zero, and a price vice. And shrinkflation is crazy, can't escape it here either. That's why I haven't made it cheaper, because what's it called? The difficulty is already as painful as it is. I'm going to have to actually make this guy a little bit darker here. There we go. And I'm a friended. You know what? I'm gonna record you say your every word and figure out what is your most safe word, just so I can watch you struggle. See, this is why we can't have nice things. And highlight her and flip the horizontally tall quickly. Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit, Zero? Highlight her and flip the horizontal tall quickly. Could you elaborate what you mean? I'm not too sure on that one there. And we'll go back to here, and then we'll make this guy a little bit brighter up here. Horizontal. No, I don't quite get what you mean still. And then here is. I'm thinking at least we can make this guy a little bit wider here, possibly for our boot look. If we do like this guy here, maybe. No, that doesn't look right. That does not look right. And then here is it, and Jerona. And I think I lost a few years of my life talking about scratching braids. Hold on, I'm losing blood. This guy. And let's see what's in here as well. And yes, one person trying to help the rest. And ultimate custom night animations. Oh boy. What's the thing that Dee Dee says? Something. Uh-oh, I'm gonna do what and put another contender in the ring. Let's go here, possibly have it go up a little bit more. Yeah, I kind of like that there. I think that works there. Yeah, then we'll go down here a little bit more about there-ish. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then this guy will be our bottom of the shoe, so probably have to do that there. But I don't like the way it looks. Something about it feels off. So So possibly what we'll do is have this guy kind of be more so of our highlight guy about here-ish, about there. And oh, how unfortunate. How unfortunate. I'm gonna do a sneaky thing, put another contender in the ring. Like we go you here and erase you here. Yeah, I like that. And then this guy here seems to be like the heel of the foot. So, and highlight her and shift H over and over. Oh, okay. I can definitely do that. Highlight her and shift H. I like the way you think, Sarah. This is perfect. This is exactly what I want. Nothing else comes forward than this. And the shimmy, yay. We'll go here at the little darker color here. And see, the thing is, we're reaching for peaks of gremlin energy. You think if you put gremlins together, they'd have no gremlin energies. Multiplicative. Oh no, multiplicative. There we are, multiplicative. We'll go here then, and then we'll do you here in disco time. Mole. Oh boy. And if we add that there, it kind of makes it look like it's going behind, I think. As this guy's going in, that guy's going in there. Maybe if we add a shoe here, a foot there, kind of makes it look like it. And do gremlins have teeth? Actually, I don't know. I feel as though gremlins would have teeth. And will we all gather on the large purple gremlin? I have no gremlin. I am the furthest thing from gremlin. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And gremlins do have teeth, and kill them. Oh boy. And did I miss something here? I don't think so. The boots on the knee at the split bend at the end. The bending is good. Bending is what I do want. I want a little bit of bending because bending's right here. There's like a bend here and then the foot here, and maybe, oh, are you saying that it needs to go up more here? Possibly. Maybe that's what you could be saying. Hold on. Let's see. Boots in the end. Yes, Nima. And I mean, gremlins are fairly close to frog links. Link. The frog links are fun. We'll go up here, slide you up to here. And then I would want to see about doing like a little bit of something like that there. Maybe that can work to make it seem like the top of the shoe here. I'm not too sure. This is one of those things where I would want to do a bigger study on it because this is painful. That's okay. The whole point is that it could be a difficult thing, but the hope is that as the more I do it, the easier it gets. So for example here, that makes it look like the foot is coming towards us. If we make it go here, because it looks like the heel or the sole of the foot. We go here, possibly. Does that make it look like the sole of the foot too? Yeah, that just makes it look like her foot's coming away, like she's turning this way, which is not what we want. And of course, they have teeth. That's how they use it to eat tape out of their cassettes. And girls would say, no, didn't do it. No, didn't do it, Nima. And I mean, gremlins are, I just really so lovely. So if we undo this guy here, I'll keep it as this color for now. And then we'll make this guy here, as I fill all this in, we'll make this guy our darker color, and then we'll make this guy here our darker color here instead. So something like this. That way it can kind of feel a little bit on the darker side, about there, and that's kind of the shaded area, so we'll save that there. This bit goes to the bottom, so you get darker. That's the bottom of her done. The issue is we have like 10 minutes left and I've only done the bottom, and what was that gremlin says, And of course they have teeth. Oh, I did realize one lovely cassettes. Oh my. After that here, let's see about doing that here. And I see we have one gremlin at least. We'll go here then, and I want to add a little bit of a brighter light for this brown, but I don't know if that's possible. At the very least, we know that her hair gets very orange about here-ish, so we can go ahead and add that into here, about there. And I got her, huh? You did no such thing. I'm talking about you. Very different. Thank you very much. Good job. Huh? Hold on now. Now I'm highly confused. Let's see. Move you here, and she said, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Got him. And we'll go up here, and we'll add this guy to go up here. Have it kind of go up here and then down, and they still can't see me. I'm still in your head. At 1.0, we figured out how to, I figured it out and I failed again. So you know what? I will take both the compliment and the fact that it didn't work for very long, but it was figured out how to do YouTube also on stream, that you could see it. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long, but it was a thing for a little bit. And Chuck says gremlin. Oh boy, let's see. And gremlin says, what now? We'll go here and then oh my. We'll go ahead and go here then, I think, and have it go here. And we'll also go here a little bit and make this guy go little bit more down. I'm just trying to modify the colors a little bit. So we go here instead. That kind of gives it a little bit more of a, hopefully, faded effect a little bit more. Darn! Oh my! We'll then go here, and I'd like to then go a little bit darker for the areas that are on the outside. So I want to go, for example, here, a little bit darker about here-ish, and remain in the shadows! Or do you mean you remain in the shadows, Zero? And I wish I had a faded effect right now! And I'm wondering here, at least, how close is this guy to being close to our green? We might have to modify our greens up here, for example, and instead of having them be that color, I think they could be, for example, here, for example, that color instead. I kind of like that one a little bit more. We could also see about maybe making it this color here, or maybe we make it that color for the bits that are at the bottom. For example, here is very much at the bottom, so we can kind of make all this guy darker here. This is also kind of the sleeve bit, so this would be at the bottom. This bit then would also be kind of at the bottom because it's the shadow, so we can kind of go here as it's in the background too, though. So we could also modify it there to be just that color because of the location it's at. We can kind of modify that guy. I kind of like it going up a little bit here, so maybe we can kind of make it go up there and up there to add a little bit of oomph to it. And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to grab the green that we have here. So actually we might need a lighter green, either a lighter green or darker green. We could start off going there, and then the next green down. And remain in the shadows, indeed. Oh boy. What I want to then add is add an effect here. Hold on, about here-ish, because that guy's going in the back. This guy then would also get an effect about here-ish because it's going underneath, about there. Oh, hold on. About there, I'd say. Would go about down there. And then what I would do is see about adding the highlight for this area. So I would add in these guys about here, about there. Granted, this bit is not, but we're not going by the image, so it's okay. And then I'll also add it into this bit here at the very top, since it would be in the light here. But not that bit. No, hold on. Give me a second for my throat. And move her belly button 1 pixel to the left. Can do. 1 pixel to the left. About here. Oh, yeah, that definitely gives it a little different feel. And with that said, we have that there. We can then see about even adding, for example, I would add maybe possibly another bit down there. And then I'd see about adding in another guy about here-ish. I like this. This is good. This can stay. This can kind of stay. Maybe move you there. Kind of sort of like that there, I think works out. But this bit here, not so much. And actually, 2 left and up. 2 left and up. 2 left and up. Oh my. No. I liked the 1 to the left instead of 2 left and up. And hi Chuck. Welcome into YouTube side of things. And 1 left and up. And no, wow, these shadows are comfy. Oh boy. Like there, do you mean? I like that. Yeah, I think this one feels a little bit more comfortable. This one here, compared to that, I do like that one there. And welcome to the shadow realm. And what's the timer? What's the timer on the say what effect? I believe, well, actually, I'm not too sure. I don't recall. The thing is, because of the say what effect, I've decided to kind of remove it from my memory. It's happened so often. You've all tried to make me suffer so often that anytime it happens, I just try to remove it from my mind so that I don't have to think about it too much as, you know, at some point, the brain decides it does not like what's going on, and so it feels as though it needs to delete it from the memory, and so the memory gets deleted. Oh boy, we can kind of add this guy here, add this guy, go around here. I think instead what we can do is, I do like the idea of this guy going forward. Maybe we can have this guy kind of going down here, and if we add this guy here, it can kind of make it look like it's kind of bending outwards. And if we add this guy here, kind of have it bending there, and then we have this bit kind of going up here. And this is the chest area, so possibly what we can do is have it kind of go up here, up there. And then we can have this bit also coming outwards. Maybe this bit can come outwards too, so something like, hold on, like that there, like that there. But I kind of don't like that. I kind of like it simple. Let's keep it simple. Simple would be having these guys go there, and then having this guy kind of go halfway. Something like that there, I think, works out a little bit better. And and I have also arrived in the shadows, and oh, what is the no word? Or is what the no word, huh? And let's see, and yeah, why would you guys torture streamers like that? Shame! Oh man, you've done it many times! My legion grows, and but do you know how to keep a dummy in suspense? Cause it's our nature! Oh boy. Awful, horrendous, I tell you. Horrible, no good, very bad. I'm gonna add this color here, since it's this bit here. I kind of think maybe I'll add this bottom bit as a brown color here, but you know, actually, I take it back. We'll go with this. Very simple, very sweet. The thing is, I haven't even added anti-aliasing to all of this. That's something I would want to do. And nah, I live everywhere, both the light and the shadow. Oh my. Well, then go up here, go a little bit darker in this area, so probably go there. I think it's a little bit too saturated, so we won't go too saturated. I want to go up here a little bit, since this all is in darkness as well. This is also in darkness here. So we're gonna go about here-ish and also have that here kind of fade in as it's also going in the back here. This guy goes in the back as well, kind of goes in the back here too. All of this would then get our darker color, but I don't like how saturated it is. So we're gonna move the saturation down a little bit here and a smidge, and these guys are kind of too similar, but it might just have to be too similar. I don't know if I can modify that as much as I would hope. And let's see. And listen, it's not about what I do, it's about what they do. I'm too powerful, I live in one world! And if we weren't here to be medicines, you'd be at risk of getting things done. The horror! Panic TV! Oh my, we'll go here, and then here a little bit then. And then we'll go here, we'll also add the line here and here. Add that little bit in there, and it makes me wonder, do we want to add? No, definitely don't want to do that. Add this bit here, and add that bit there, add it kind of going around. Add this and then in there, like a little bit of these. I think we can also get away with shaving some of this off here, just a smidge. Something like there-ish. I think we could also get away with adding it, if anything, a little bit more to the side, so something like that there. I quite like that. I think that would work out well. And you know what? Oh boy, my throat. Hold on here. Give me 1 second. Throat has been cleared. And why does peanut butter taste like peanut? I wouldn't have no clue. Haven't done it before. Let's see. That said, I think this can work. I think this is our best bet for just fading effects, and this is where I would add a little bit of anti-aliasing, but we can see about doing that a little bit later. We'll go ahead and go back to this brown guy here and see about adding that as the darker guy. You know what? I think that might work. I think that might be our best case scenario for something a little bit darker. There's also this guy, and they can't make it taste like butter! Oh my, I can't believe it's not butter. It just popped in my head, do you still use my elevator art? Well, 0, do I still use your elevator art? Use your art. Your art is lovely. It suits the theme here, you know, the Aerosis Corporation here. As you know, we keep things up with stocks and numbers and stocks, and it's very important. Don't worry, I'm not in the suit this time. Was that a good jump scare? Let's go back to draw here. And maybe a break from the chat would be good for me.
Jotun just redeemed. Press the button.
Wow. I'd like you all to know that you were brought here by Ame. Go ahead and thank them and give them a clap on the back. Seems to be the case that you are in this business environment. Ame has pressed the button to the elevator, so that has all transported you here. There's no exit, there's no doors, there's no stairways. There's not really a way for you to escape. You don't have tools to leave either. So that's okay, that's all right, because where you see failure and trappedness and being held at gunpoint, I see opportunity. Like Chaos Raid! And please press the escape button by accident! So, welcome to the elevator pitch section we usually do at the stream. The button was pressed, so without further ado, I'm here to pitch my game to you. What game is that, you're wondering? Surely by now, it is bam! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game that I will have worked on for for 2 years, and starting on the 18th, and I just wanted to go on before, yay, trapped! With that said, I'm going to attempt to pitch my game to you when that guy hits 45 seconds. Can I do it? Survey says, I don't know yet, but we're gonna try it. I just wanted to go before. Is there oats? You know what? If there are oats, or you're going to choke on the oats, or you're fine. 45 seconds, okay. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family from prestigious Wizard Magic Academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Nah, she wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school where she serves her fellow wizard customer students. Not only is it a cafe sim, it is also a rhythm typing game. That comes from the fact that in this world, magic is something of poetry. So in order to serve customers, you have to summon food by typing to the beat. You have to type out different rhythms, different spells, different poems, different methods in order to serve people fun food, fast food, spicy food, hot food, cold food, fancy food, and all of the above. The hope is that by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can follow your dreams. You can be you. The hope is that at the end of each week, you'll have to serve different customers, different wizard houses, for example, pyromancers, necromancers, medimancers, as well as cryomancers. Lots of different things. With that said, again, this ad is brought to you by Ame Jotun. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Hold on. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. With doing different things. And I did that as well, I think, lovely and flawless punch. Thanks! And I'm going to have to pitch play in my head on repeat. Perfect, and I did, but it feels an exit, but I'm not telling you where it is. Suffer! Sarah, I believe once you gave it to me under reconstruction, Bobby has gone through and checked, and the elevator has disappeared, and it's 11 p.m. here as well, and you can't do this to me, it's 11 p.m. here. I will have nightmares of this. Don't blame Mommy. Oh my! Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I don't believe so. Ad break is apparently about to happen, so we'll wrap up the hair, we'll finish the hair up, and then we'll call it a day. So I'll let ad break go. Don't worry, if you happen to get an ad break, you won't miss a thing. I assure you, you'll be a-okay and fine. So, oh, actually, never mind. You're already having an ad break. Huh. Well then, some of you were saved. Oh my! And my favorite top secret mancer, the Booger Mancer. The Booger Mancer will not be in the game acting like nothing happened. And I hate autocorrect. Just in time for them to get ads. And now they weren't saying, no, they weren't saying you just finished before. I didn't even notice the Bobby message. It just happened automatically. Well, and I'm very confused. What is the elevator section? Well, I'm glad you asked, Flying Priestess. You know, I could talk about the elevator section. Wow, while we're here. So let me go ahead and just, there we go. Just gonna go ahead and Don't worry. We're gonna do it again. But the elevator section is a thing I like to do at the beginning of my programming streams, where I attempt to pitch my game to you. I am a game developer. I'm currently making a game called Necrotype Cafe. If you'd like to try the game out, you can, as if I do exclamation Necrotyp. And hold on, I can't spell. Necrotype. Hold on, Necrotype. Oh no. P-E. There we go. I get it. Yep. The hope is to get better at explaining my game in a small amount of time to get all of you up to date on how things work around here. The elevator pitch is also a redeem, and I may press the button for it to happen. So that's what happened here. With that said, and that's why she's making a rhythm typing game. So she can type. We don't talk about that, all right? Oh my. And I love seeing that we were sent back to the elevator while I'm trapped in the ad zone. Nice. Oh my. With that said, the prototype's currently up on itch right now, and the hope is that by the end of my break, the new updated version with the updated tutorial will be released too. So a lot of things to come, hopefully soon. And this feels like a fever dream at this point. There's only so much elevator dimensions and music I can handle. Have mercy. I have mercy. The elevator dimension does not, though. And say thank you for that redeem.
_Prist_06 just redeemed save.
Thank you, and welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. Shall we wrap up this lady then and call her a lovely day? Let's go ahead and see what we can do here. So I'm gonna go, and I was wondering about her mouth here. If we were to make her mouth like oh, no, I see. What if we do the mouth over here? Nah, I kind of like the mouth here, if anything. I think it looks nice right there. Maybe if we then add the nose here, possibly, you could maybe see about doing a nose. Oh, no. Nose would be like that. That would add a nose to her. Does she need a nose? Nah, I don't think so, and I called her a lovely day in Fever Dream. I'm already feeling delirious! Oh my! We'll go ahead and save this guy and move this guy back down here. We'll then have this guy kind of come in as it is the front of the hair here. There's also going to be the back of the hair, but we really don't need that hair. So we're going to move you and we'll have you go up a little bit, have it go down a smidge. That way it can kind of go outwards. So something like this, I believe. There we are. Yes. So we'll have it kind of go that way. I think it looks a little bit nicer. And then let's see about adding now as we have our kind of multicolored hair. I want to add a bit of darker bits around the edges. I would also add anti-aliasing, but unfortunately, don't have time for that. And I'm overstimulated. I'm gonna go sit in a corner for a bit. And here's being the bystander, being by the stander or what? Well, I am not the only one to do the massacre, just standing here watching. I am simply a bystander, all right? I have no control over the elevator dimension. You saw I was not able to leave it. It's unfortunate, but it is. Where all of you see being trapped, I see a moment of opportunity. That's the difference here. Big old difference. Let me go ahead and add a little bit here, as this is going to be the other half. This is the dark portion of the hair. So we can kind of add the bit here, add the bit here, add the bit here, and here, and here. Lovely, lovely. Okay, I think that works out. I would add more, as I said before, between the mixing, but all in all, I think that's pretty good for a reprise of the original lady, especially because I do like the hand. And as a reminder, this was the old one. Oh, you know what? We didn't add little hair shine. Let me add a little hair shine here. As we add it, go up a little bit, add a little bit here. Hair shine would usually go around the top, but because of the way it works at the moment, because of the way she looks, might have to just do this here for the hair shine, but I don't quite like it. So I think maybe this time around, we don't keep the hair shine, or we do a different color. We can maybe go up a little bit more, slide over here a little bit. And yes, she is alive! Hello, hello, CNC. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And your streams are like a drug trip, but not unhealthy. I eat my greens, all right? I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to being unhealthy. I am very healthy. Thank you very much. We'll go up here a little bit, slide over, see about going maybe for like a, no, it's too yellow. Up a little bit, slide over to the yellow a little bit here, so it's not too yellow. But the hope is to do something where it kind of looks like you're going around, and it kind of goes around like this guy here. That could possibly be the highlight that we're looking for. See about adding more so like a H there, possibly. I could see it being a highlight. An idea, I'm all open, and this is an elaborate scheme. I can smell it. Can't prove it yet, but I smell that opportunity. It's just something to hide behind. I'm onto you and Bobby. Just you wait. Ominous sounding, Aska! And big version looks nice. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you. I do like the big version holds what's the word I'm looking for? It holds a good place in my heart, as it was the first time I ever drew someone that big. I do like the colors of this guy though, and I think we'll call it there. So just as a comparison's sake, if I slide this guy over here, there we are. So this was, I believe, 4 years ago of attempting to draw the lady here. That was the first time when I did it in digital art. Let me see if I can make this a bit bigger here. If I slide this guy down, go a little bit bigger here. Ah, lovely. So I tried drawing her in digital art. That was, I believe, 2025. Well, not 2025. Oh no, time, where did it go? I'm going to guess 2023, maybe 2022. Possibly an ominous. And thank you, Rodrigo. Move her eye on the left over 1 pixel. Can do. Hold on here. Next up, then we had Pixelart from 3 years ago, and then this is today, which I think I do quite like. And let's see. Move her eye on the left over by 1 pixel. Move her eye on the left over by 1 pixel. Do you mean? Oh no, that's not left. Like that there? Possibly is what you're saying, Zero? I think I like. Oh wait, I can't see it over here. Hold on. I think I like the one here instead. That one's my preference. So I did try it out. With that said, and ominous. Lovely. Alrighty then. Okay. Well, with that said, thank you all for joining me for an art reprise and seeing what I've learned over the years as we celebrate the celebration of streaming for an entire 2 years as I subtract this guy. As I said before, as I click on this chatting here, how lovely for that guy, I stream weekly from Fridays to Sundays from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. 2 times out of the year do I take a break from streaming. So next week, you won't see me. I'll be taking a break and we'll be back the week after next week. I will still be on Discord. I'll still be tweaking Discord. And the hope is that when I come back from my 2, or I guess is it 1 week break or 2 week break, since the next time you'll see me will be the week after next week, and I suffer weekly. Oh, Naina. Yeah, I think you don't know how to draw eyes 3 years ago. No offense. No worries at all, as I said before. The thing is, I didn't know a lot, and I'm learning a lot more, and I'm sure in another 3 years, I'll learn even more. My brain will grow in size, I tell you. That said, we will be hosting an emote-a-thon, so if you'd like to vote on what emotes will be added into the Discord. I can also do here exclamation DISCORD. That'll be done too. And don't we all? Very much indeed. With that said, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a raid to see if we can find a fellow pixel artist to raid, as it's always a lot of fun to see if we can find not only pixel artists and vote for B. Not only is it a lot of fun to raid people, it's also a lot more fun to raid people who are doing the same thing as us. So we'll see if we can find a fellow pixel artist and see if we can raid someone we haven't raided before. That's another thing I try to do, because there's so many people out there that's always fun to see about trial and error. Sometimes it doesn't go well. Sometimes I raid when the stream's ending, or sometimes it's in a different language, or sometimes the chat is locked. But you know what? We do what we can. With that said, I am excited to see you all I say very soon, but I'll see you all later, alright? I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or night, and I also hope you have a lovely, lovely 2 weeks too. See you all soon, alright? Bye-bye!
Jotun just redeemed water.